Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, regardless of where you are. Welcome back, fellow Pokemon enthusiasts, to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for the East Asia side. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololee, and joining me once again is the one and only Professor Flava. He may not have the jacket, but he's still the professor here.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. And once again, this time for this week number 2, where we're going to be featuring some amazing Pokemon Unite action here today. And hopefully, myself together, my good friend buddy over here, Leonard or Yololee, together with our good buddy. Yeah, we have a third good buddy as well, Danelie. We'll be doing some commentaries just for you. And of course, boy oh boy, we're going to be having some amazing action to be displayed for today, because today is going to be day number 2 of the East Asia segment.
Pretty much I guess you could say pretty much the last day for all of this team to actually try to solidify themselves in one of the best or top brackets before they go to the seeding in day 3, correct?
Yep, that's true. And of course, this could be their final opportunity to solidify their position itself.
Yep.
Now, we will see at the end of the day where they'll be placed in the main bracket itself. Who's going to be... Now, so placements are very, very important in this part of the competition. Now, some teams have had the opportunity to run most of the matches in their group stage bracket. And some in the round robin segment, and some of them have only played one minimum. So we're going to be having, before all that, let's have a look at the tournament overview, shall we? And of course, we're going to my good buddy here to actually kickstart things off.
So pretty much this is the structure, right? Like, because initially before we came to the regional stage, we had the open qualifier for each of this respective region. All of the top teams, whether it's the top 3 or the top 2, only for India side came with the top 6, top of their 6 teams here to move forward to the regional stage. Currently, we're casting for East Asia sides, where we're only trying to look for the best 3, the top 3 to go towards literally the main stage, which is the PUACL finals here. Southeast Asia also will be doing the exact same thing. Thailand has already had one of their members currently comfortably sitting at the final side, while India, we're also still trying to look for that one amazing team.
Yep, that's true. And of course, for India's side, for those who do not know this, they've actually already concluded their regional stage qualifiers. They already have the team going on to PACL. Still waiting on for 7 teams. 3 teams from East Asia, 3 teams from Southeast Asia, and of course, we're looking for that one team which was from the Thailand Open who already make it to their way there already. So let's have a look at the participating teams for the regional segments for East Asia, Southeast Asia, as well as India. Starting off with East Asia. May I do the honors, Leonard?
Oh, of course. So, as you guys know and heard, and some of you recognize as well, we have Team MJK, Team KS, Unite Holic, Zora Tigers Gaming, Mosquitoes, Shin and Rode, Too Easy, and Joe is Love Unite. But that's pretty much just for East Asia, but the fun doesn't end there. We also have the Southeast Asia's top 8 team. We have Team MYS, Road to the Top, Talent PH, Secret Red Diamond, Team Rise, Onyx, Get Together, and Team Loading. Although, like you mentioned as well, India has already somewhat concluded for their side.
Yes.
But we still have to give a shout out to one of the top 16 that actually participated. And of course, kudos and congratulations for those who managed to proceed. Starting off with, we have Team Revenant Esports, Team True Gravity, Forge Your Legacy, love the name by the way, Team Griffin, Cloud5, and FS Esports.
Wow, what a stacked lineup we see over here from all this amazing team. But of course, for today, we're going to be featuring day number 2 for East Asia. Now, this is going to be what we're looking forward to. Now, this is going to be the match schedule for today. The opening match for this regional stage, day number 2 for East Asia, is going to be our Korean second place winners from Team Mosquitoes going up against Japan. Third place winners, Team Unite Holic. Followed by match number 2 later on, which will be between Taiwan's Open second place winner, Too Easy, up against Taiwan's Open third place winner, Joe is Love Unite.
Man, we have so much action-packed events happening today. So much series to watch, but also at the same time, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more fire coming from some of these teams, particularly for some who's currently at the bottom of their respective brackets in their group stages respectively, mainly because of the fact that today is the very last day for them to try to wreck as much as possible to get to that top placing in their respective group stages here.
Yeah, and of course, surely not just us, but also together with each and every one of you are curious to see who's going to be at the top of each respective groups for Group A as well as Group B. All that will be answered at the end of today. And not just all, of course, coming up next as well, we are going to be looking at some juicy items as well. This is going to be the Group A segment. Of course, for those who don't know this, who didn't manage to catch up with some of the action happening out in the previous week. Now, for Group A, we have Team Chim and Rude, Team KS, Team Mosquitoes, and Team Unite Holic. And of course, by just looking roughly at the bracket itself, Team Mosquitoes is currently in the lead here with 4 points after participating in 2 best-of-3 series. But something to highlight is that Unite Holic, they have only fought 1 series itself, which was against Team Shin and Rude, and they're already with 3 points in. And Team KS there with 3 points as well after beating out Team Mosquitoes.
The thing is this, right? It's like even though looking for the scoreline, so Shin and Rude is definitely no push pushover for the team, right? It's not that they were playing bad. I think they have played a really phenomenal game. The drafting was pretty solid as well. But the problem is, a lot of players, a lot of teams are just getting better. Pokemon Unite has been in the scene for at least 2 years now. So as time gets by, people get better, people get stronger. We're gonna get more talented teams showing up out of the woodworks here, and that's pretty much how you can see from the result from Group A. But let's quickly check through Group B as we had Team MJK, Zora Tigers Gaming, Too Easy, and Joe Is Love Unite.
Wow, what a bunch. Now this looks a little bit different than what we saw in Group A. And of course, Leonard, look at that. MJK with 6 points in the lead here after having a clean 2-0 victories against the 2 opponents in Too Easy as well as Joe Is Love Unite. And of course, something to highlight is that look at Too Easy and Joe Is Love. This so happens to be the only group where none of the teams managed to break in any points.
The thing is, it's a very stacked group stage.
It is.
It can be somewhat very suffocating for a lot of these players. Don't get me wrong, Too Easy and Joe Is Love Unite, they are definitely a talented team. However, when you're currently running with the big boys now, you're no longer in the regional qualifiers. You're currently in the regional stage. So you're going to be running alongside with a lot of these heavy hitters who's planning to represent not only their region, but also to become champion for this year's ACL. So, of course, right now, as you can see, Zora Tigers only has 3 points because they only have played 1 series. Today, we're going to be seeing 2 series coming out for them. So we might see a little bit more competitive horse race between both Team MJK and Zora Tigers, unless Too Easy and Joe Is Love Unite has something to say about this.
Yep, and of course, we also want to look at some of the things here for sake of the competition. This is going to be the bracket for the East Asia League day number 3. Now, of course, you're curious on how the placements in the group stage would translate into day number 3, which is the main bracket itself. Now, of course, if you place 3rd and 4th in your group stage, you'll be placed as such here in the first round, and you have to go up against in between the 3rd and 4th place winners for respective groups, and you'll be going up against the winner, or should I say the winner will go up against the 2nd place winner in respective groups in the next round for round number 2. And semifinals will feature the leaderboard, the champions of respective group going up against the winner for those previous matches. And remember this, the top 3 here in East Asia will be making it to the next round, meaning that if you make your way all the way to the finals, you secure your slot to make it to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals, whereas if you did lose out or get dropped into the semifinals or the 3rd place winner, basically the 3rd place winner will make it to the next round.
Yeah, and the thing about this as well, like although we are looking for the top 3 team, there is still some monetary prize for some of these guys who actually get champions for each of their positioning as well, as you know as well. First place, of course, will be $5,000 USD, alongside with $2,500 USD for 2nd place, and 3rd will be $2,000 USD. So there will at least still be some monetary prize for some of these guys as they break through all the way to the top here. We're not just looking for our best, but we're also literally looking who are our best among the top 3 here. But anyway, let's quickly go through. That's pretty much for our tournament brackets. Let's check out our tournament rules. As Flava has mentioned before, we are currently running a single round-robin best-of-3 series. Top 8 teams will be divided into 2 separate groups as they will battle out for better seedings into that day 3 bracket settings here. And the teams, of course, with the highest standings will have a seeding advantage for the day 3, as you guys saw very clearly, and of course, well explained by Professor Flava as well.
Yeah, and that shows how important every single match that you have in the group stage itself. So you must pay attention to all this, and of course, I do wish all the best to all the teams competing here. Now this is going to be day number 3. If you guys are wondering what will actually happen on the main bracket itself in day number 3. This will all happen actually next week, Leonard. Now, all the matches will be a single elimination challenge. Now, all the matches will be in a best of 3 all the way from the first round all the way to the finals. 8 teams tournament bracket, and top 3 teams will qualify to the Pokemon Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
That is so crazy, right? But now, of course, regardless of the tournament rules, we also have game rules as well. So, of course, the very general rules that everyone knows for a fact. Each match time is definitely going to be 10 minutes with a 5v5 tournament mode. Stadium use, of course, is TR Sky rules. Still one of the best maps that we have so far. Hell items, of course, no use limit, no level limit. Thank God for that. And of course, Pokemon that's not being available for us this week is still going to be all of the Pokemon EX series. So no Zacian, no Mewtwo X or Y. However, last week we had one additional Pokemon that was not available in the pool, which was Metagross. But guess what? Day 2 and probably the final week required for all this team, the edge they needed to push through to get a higher seeding. Metagross is back in the selection pool for them to utilize and use. And of course, the final rules, no Pokemon Boost Emblems is allowed. So I guess the only saving grace is the fact that we have Metagross coming back into it.
Now, that is a very important piece of information. Now, by allowing Metagross to actually be played out for this particular week onwards, which means that we would anticipate that there might be some Metagross being played out here in the competition. Now, of course, knowing that it's actually quite a strong Pokemon upon its entry, we do foresee that probably some bans will come out to prevent enemies to actually get their hands on them. Now, here is the draft pick sequence for those who are not familiar with the tournament way of draft and pick. Now, the first pick would the batting phase will happen first, but both sides which actually ban out a Pokemon each, which will not be picked by your side together with the opponent's side. And of course, we're going to commence with the pick phase, where the first pick will commence and then followed by 2 picks from the other team, and then vice versa, all the way until both teams have 5 Pokemons each to be utilized within that particular game itself. And of course, during the preparation phase, after selecting all Pokemon, the players will also select the Pokemons that they'll be utilized for the game itself. So just because you see the Pokemons appear under the name of the player does not mean that that particular player will be utilizing it. All this will be answered during the preparation phase itself.
Yeah, the thing is this one, I'm really excited for our first game of the day, particularly coming from Uniteholic, right? Because as we have mentioned from last week, when we were like doing the player's introduction, right? We did talk about for a very specific player inside Uniteholic, which was actually Betchin here. Betchin, who has always been a Zacian spammer. He has always been playing the all-rounder, only Zacian in most of his games. When Zacian was being banned out, we were all very curious to see what was his next go-to Pokemon, what was his next best. But he only played in one series, so not a lot into to really come out of it. But in that series alone, he has only been playing the Sylveon for both of those games. However, now Metagross is back to the pool. He is also an all-rounder, so an all-rounder spammer like Betchin. Will there be a chance we see Metagross being picked up by Betchin if it's not banned yet?
Yep, that's true. And this could be an option, not just for him, but also to the opponent team as well, if given the opportunity. And I'm curious to see whether or not... Now, we've seen this before. Remember the time when we actually had the previous ACL?
Yes.
When Zacian was allowed, but no one was willing to allow their opponents to pick Zacian. No way!
Always removed.
No way! They're going to ban. Okay, now since Zacian is not allowed...
Yes.
Okay, there's no reason for you to ban anyways, because it's globally not allowed, right? For the purpose of competition.
Completely.
Now, of course, the team that has the option to actually go for first pick, that would love to secure themselves some really good, juicy Pokemons for themselves at that first pick. Now, this serves the burden on the team that actually gets second pick to either ban that Pokemon and allow it to happen, or, assuming that they're okay with their opponent just picking it up. It's no problem, Metagross. It's just a Metagross. We found ways on how to counter. Or, well, they'll force their hand to actually ban that Pokemon no matter what.
I think that's why today in particular is going to be very interesting for our East Asia games, right? Because like there's like 2 factors you need to take into account, right? One is intel on your opponent's team lineup, or what their casual go-to. Because remember, think of it this way, Metagross, sure, it's a solid Pokemon. It's a very strong Pokemon. However, in the drafting phase, you don't necessarily have to ban it if your opponent doesn't really play much around it. Like, even I saw some of their match history for some of these teams. Some play it casually, but I think it's just mostly just to get a good feel of what he's really like. Whether is he very clunky, is he very strong,
That's true.
is he very sluggish in his movements. People were just trying to get a feel of Metagross. That's what I saw from certain match history. But there are some teams who are trying to utilize it, but at the same time, there are some teams who just didn't touch it at all. They're just like, you know what? We're just gonna stick with what works for us, what we had trained for, what we have prepped for. It is strong, but not necessarily we have to like master it or utilize it for ourselves. So I think that's where we came back to the first point, the first argument point, which is whether the team utilize it or not. This does affect this factor affects in most of the drafting phases, because at least that way you don't have to waste your ban to ban Metagross if you know for a fact this team is not going to pick up Metagross. Just like how some teams don't have to ban Leafeon or Zorua because they fear it, but they don't have to ban it because they know their team is not a speedster player.
Yeah, information is definitely key over here if you do have a good understanding about the opponents. But I do assume that, not talking on that particular point, we do know that some teams, they don't have enough intel. At the start of the year over here, we do foresee that some people are trying to hide their stats and their data on whether or not they do play out certain Pokemons, and then they get surprised here during the period of competition. It's very much a nuisance, and even for us as commentators doing our research, there are times when we discovered that some of these players try their level best to ensure that the opponents don't have a good read on their playstyles and the Pokemons of choice and all this, and saving it for competition, which is a very normal thing. We do understand this. Now, all these surprises and more will be unveiled here in this particular day number 2 segment for both East Asia as well as Southeast Asia is happening tomorrow itself. And I'm glad it's happening now rather than the main event itself on day number 3. If that's the case, then it will throw a lot of teams. The thing is for me is that because that's a very important segment, not trying to neglect the group stage itself, but for that to happen on the main bracket where it's single elimination is quite insane.
Yeah,
you know?
it really is.
Yeah, so it's better for people to for this to actually happen now rather than later. And of course, I wish best case scenario for it to actually happen on day 1, but unfortunately, it had to be bad. Quite unfortunate.
Oh yeah, that's really unfortunate for sure. But now things take a little more differently, because usually that first week, a lot of people are just trying to use that week just to try to get as much information as much as possible. But of course, every team and every player was playing their best to get better seedings. But at the same time, just try to get a good feel of what's their opponents like. Because like I said, we have a lot of new teams, a lot of previous players, but with previous teams with new rosters, or previous players but currently in a new team. So play styles could be different. Even positioning and role allocation is somewhat different, because previously players who were all-rounders are now suddenly had to play defender roles, mainly because of the fact that they had to literally allow the other team member who's probably in a more superior role to take that mantle for themselves here. So this week in particular, it's going to be a lot more fun, because this it doesn't really change much for some teams, those that's really confident in their sets.
That's true.
When the enemy throws at us, we are going to take it head on.
We are Gucci. We have no issues
we're
altogether.
totally fine.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to everyone.
Exactly. So there will be some teams where they'll just be like, all right, all the notes out the window. Great. Now we have to find out firsthand, like, are they going to bring in or not? Because, like, even for me, all the stats are pretty much open for everyone to see.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
So you still have no idea. You could speculate. We can theory craft this all day.
Exactly. We can theory craft all day.
But it does finally come down to the wire in the actual game itself. So the thing is, just there was 2 series that was being played by Team Mosquitoes last week. So there was quite a lot of intel and a lot of VODs for Team Holic to pick up and learn and try to analyze as much as possible.
Exactly.
Unite Holic is still a little bit more of an enigma here. Only 1 game so far, and they did win against Shin and Rowdy. So by the way, their last game with a very off-meta pick, Gengar, as a speedster to bring into the mix as well. So that doesn't really say a lot. It's just the fact that this team is somewhat flex.
Yeah,
that's pretty much all you can really get out of that, pretty much. Except Mami. Mami is the only Hoopa player in their team, so they know for a fact, like, if Hoopa comes in, they'll be like, yeah, that is definitely Mami.
yeah. You gotta know that he holds that mon, but of course, if he does play something like that, he actually also plays other mons as well. But just to talk about that one, I think I want to start knowledge is power. Yeah. Where the thing about Holic is that they had all the opportunity to actually observe how all the other teams in their respective group play out, and then they come in at the last segment, which was match number 6. Apologies, it's actually match number 5. Oh, it was actually the last segment for that particular group. So basically, during that segment, they had all the information in the hand and they know how to approach it. That's why they were able to actually run things like Gengar, which is something that was not picked out throughout the whole East Asia and Southeast Asia except for them.
You know, the thing is, I was also speculating the fact that maybe they picked Gengar because they don't want to reveal too much of their Pokemon.
That could be one thing as well.
Because there's really not a lot of Pokemon left in the pool that was being utilized currently in this meta. Whether is it meta or even off meta, there's really not a lot of mons you can try to utilize. Similar to what we saw back in Southeast Asia, where this one player, which I mentioned, like, he only plays 2 Pokemon, which is Blaziken and Urshifu. And when the enemy team banned the Urshifu, we all speculate that his next go-to would have been Blaziken. Yeah. But he decided to pick another all-rounder like Tyranitar, and he went off the rails with Tyranitar. Like, it was so much for the opposing team to handle. They had to ban the Tyranitar, which is, by the way, not a mana pick. Yes, but they just had to get rid of it because they just couldn't really handle it.
Well, man, I do hope you have answers for this because throughout the whole week, I'm still pondering around on why Tyranitar was actually a thing in East Asia, and it wasn't really a thing in Southeast Asia.
No,
So when
sorry,
it comes to
Southeast Asia, the Tyranitar.
oh, is that right? Oh, yeah. Wait, this is actually this one. Yeah, okay. It wasn't really a thing. So it was really confusing. Like,
Yes.
we were trying to ask this question, but we don't really have the answers to behind it. There was certain circumstances where Tyranitar was good, and there was no response to it.
I can only give you one answer, which is pretty much general for everyone, which is the fact that it was just a comfort pick for the
For
guy.
them, yeah.
There wasn't really something mind blowing. There wasn't something like, oh, it's a secret that no one knew about. Something similar to Basu, which he was pretty much underrated until when he was brought to light. Then everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe I benched this guy. This guy was an absolute solid of a Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So I think Tyranitar in particular wasn't that kind of role. He was just more of a comfort pick for that player at that time in the Southeast Asia side. But now, let's quickly get back to East Asia side because today is all about East Asia, where we determine who is our top player in the bracket respectively here.
Yeah, of course. Now, of course, we're going to be showing some stuff here on the screen for you guys to actually have a look. Now, this is going to be the roster coming up from both ends. Now, we start off with Team Korea, second place winner in the Korea Open. Team Mosquitoes, they comprise of S4L, we have Blossom, Epe, Kala, and Peng Chubo.
And of course, Unite Holic, their contender in Japan opening in third place was Wafu, Bechin, Deer, Mame, and Yupono. Let me tell you something, right? Like because we're not gonna talk too much about like personal achievements because pretty much everyone knows from last week and we have emphasized it a lot as well. Let's just quickly talk about the playstyle that we've seen from last week's game because, for example, Blossom in particular on Team Mosquito, the defender, their core defender, but sometimes also supporter when necessary here. He plays the way Blossom really plays around with those defender roles here is a very team. It's not really like a very aggressive oriented. He really has control as the main priority for himself. Like he wants to look for control. He wants to look for that most optimum moment to create that opening for his speedster or attackers to really get that really nice comfortable positioning to just start blasting everyone away.
Yeah, and now that is the beauty of Pokemon Unite, where you have options on how you really want to play some Pokemons. Now you could actually play certain roles, which is something like meta, what everybody usually uses. Same thing like applies even for like Blastoise as well. There's certain ways you can actually full on defender. You can also try to screen out your enemies. It all boils down to how you actually play the Pokemon as well, and that's definitely the beauty of it. You will never see more or less the same kind of gameplay happening in Pokemon Unite ever because there's always something new being brought into the fray.
But you can definitely tell that they felt like for Team Mosquito side, they definitely feel a lot more comfortable when they play around like range attackers here. Like there was a time where you see Epe bringing in their first all-rounder into this entire series, which was Buzzwool. He played it for two games against Shin and Rowdy, one success and one didn't work out too well because Shin and Rowdy just knew how to play around the Buzzwool with their really early game comp. They went in with the Glaceon and the Leafeon as well. They also had a Mimikyu, so that really made it a really tough time for Buzzwool to start popping off when you against three other Pokemon whose early game spike was just pretty much as solid as him as well.
Yeah.
So I think that was really well done coming in from Shin and Rowdy. But that's what I'm saying, right? You see a lot more comfortability coming in from Team Mosquito, and I think they already like perfected this playstyle where you have like Blossom setting up the opportunity, give them the necessary amount of comfort and security. Then you just have like both Epi and Kala just blasting from the backlines constantly.
Yeah.
With both the Espeon and even the Ninetale or low Ninetales.
Yeah, and of course, we will also want to have a look at some of the highlights that actually happened in the previous week itself. Now, this is definitely a treat for everyone. We witnessed some amazing stuff happening here coming on from both ends. I mean, I don't recall this so much on which actually happened, but oh yeah. So I think things to highlight about Team Mosquito is that not just by name, but also by draft, they are very comfortable with that Buzzwool here, which is Mosquito here in the game. So this could be potentially one of their hot picks going up because it worked so well in most of the drafts being outlined for most of the matches here for the regionals, and we'll see how things will be. Are they going to be running more or less the same kind of draft for this week itself, knowing that it has been successful, or will they be trying out something else?
That game actually was during the second game of their first series from last week. It was Team KS debuts as well when they went against Team Mosquitoes. That game in particular, they had to switch things up because I think they just someone realized, because they started off with I believe it was S4L. He started with Destuice first. as the attacker. But after that round, they were very quick to adapt. They were very quick to change. They just understand like we just didn't have enough damage. Sure, we got the range, but we didn't have enough ways to really play around them when they get to the late game because Team KS, they were really neck and neck with them when it comes to the level race, the power level race here. So that did make them a really tough time here. But of course, now about Team Mosquitoes, let's quickly talk about Unite Holic as we bring out one of the highlights from last week as well here. And by the way, that highlight, I believe it was from their only series game, which is against Shin and Rowdy.
Yep, that's true. And of course, this is some of the highlights we actually see from the match by the opponent team over here, Team Unite Holic, where they want to come with a 2-0 win in the best of 3 series. A really good snipe there by the Italian on the Rayquaza bit. Now, they're one of the teams which had clean wins over here, and that so happens to be the only best of 3 series they had in the previous week, which means that this week, for this day number 2, they have 2 best of 3 series to go up against.
So far from their series alone, it feels like they have like an ironclad rule. They say like, you know, attack, damage is power. It is king. It is the way to win. Because so far, they haven't really emphasized much on their defenders. I think they brought in the Grudra, which is also somewhat of an off pick. Mamoswine as well. Yeah. You don't see the really like the more go-to defenders here, or the top defenders like the Umbreon, the Blastoise,
the Slowbro,
or even
Blastoise,
or even Lapras. Even though got nerfed, but he's still under. I still give it an A tier ranking for the Lapras. You don't see any of these defenders being up or picked by Unite Holic. No, they were more prioritizing getting those damage out. They went with either one or other 2 attackers, or sometimes 3 if I'm not mistaken. Let me do a hit count there. Oh no, sorry. It was either 2 attackers and 1 all-rounders, or 2 attackers and 1 speedster. That's where the Gengar came in here, which was actually quite a surprise. So I wasn't too sure whether it was more like they want to try to hide as much intel as much as possible.
It could be that.
Or they just say, you know what? I'm feeling confident. We have been going off with off picks. Let's just stick with it, you know?
It could be that. I'm also thinking that after watching the games, they're like, offense is the best defense. I guess that's basically the response to it. Like, why go for survivability when you can clean out the enemy before they clean you out?
Right.
That could also be a strategy as well. But just be mindful of certain things where, you know, since Pokémon Unite is also a strategy game, knowing this when you have such drafts, this could leave opportunities for your opponents to capitalize on some of the weakness that you have. Because usually for attackers, usually they're quite fragile to a certain level. So basically they dish a lot of damage, but at the same time as well, they're fragile in terms of their durability, not being able to soak up so much damage and to get taken out real fast, which means that this could see. Now, if your opponent is able to draft out things that can actually backcap or try to actually catch you off guard, you'll be cleaning up real fast compared to clearing out defenders, clearing out all this all-rounders also serve sometimes as defenders as well.
Yep. Now, which is why something I heavily agree with what Danelie said last week, which was the fact that, you know, it's very important to have a very large pool of Pokemon that you can actually utilize in this kind of team-based game like this, because at least that way you're very flexible, you're very quick to adapt to certain counters or certain situation when you're playing against certain teams. Although yes, it still somewhat depends on what's the play style of the team, because some teams are a lot more aggressive than others. Some likes to play the long game, some likes to play the early game and just snowball like crazy, or some likes to be very passive aggressive. I know it sounds very contradicting, but yeah, passive aggressive is the kind of thing, right, where you're playing very safe, but however, if your enemy were to turn your back against you, that's when you start hitting, you know?
Exactly, capitalize on the enemies when they turn their backs behind you as well. There's many ways to actually play things out as well. Some teams just enjoy actually capitalizing on the early and mid game, so that you have a much easier way going into the late game if you're punishing the enemy's main course, main attackers and all that. Remember that we're having a conversation on the Buzzwell as well?
Yes.
There was a time when Mosquitoes was actually running it real well, just snowballing through, but the enemy understands this and try to punish the Buzzwell as much as possible because you don't want to allow that to actually happen. This will also be one of the things as well. But sometimes when you utilize more of your troops to actually do things, do these kind of things, you also tend to actually not pay much attention to the other lanes or the other segments of things, which could leave room for your opponents as well. So you have to really strategize these kind of things.
I think that's the one thing that Team Mosquito currently has. The more of an advantage against Unite Holic is the fact that they have so much experience, right?
Exactly.
Like they have 2 players who's currently been playing back to back with each other, and along with the third who's been in the competitive scene for quite a long time. So that experience is coming in to really strongly support them. Despite the 2 new players into their rosters, they are still somewhat making it work. But of course, we just got a call from our amazing broadcast production team. Let's quickly check out our first drafting of our first series. So today is Team Mosquitoes against Uniholic.
Interesting. So they are trying to shape that Sableye for there.
What?
What as wow, okay. This is definitely something different over here.
They'll change it. I believe that.
On the last second?
Yeah.
Really? On the last second?
Sableye has been one of the few Pokemons that we haven't seen for a long time, and they're really gonna stick with it too.
They have a plan at hand, Leonard. I mean, I'm very sure they have a good reason for it, and they're locking on that Sylveon first pick. And now this could be an opening for Uniholic to pick some really good 1-2 up against what Team South Korea has to offer here, Team Mosquitoes.
The thing is, I'm really interested now. This Sylveon, is it going to go into the hands of S4L or is it going to go into the hands of Carla? Because so far, I don't think it's going to be Epe. Epe has been more the defender and all-rounder so far as he brought in the Buzzwole, the Lucario, and both Blastoise and Lapras. So I think just now, they're just somewhat locking in the first priority picks. But coming from Uniholic and Talion, Hoopa. And when you see Hoopa, you know it's Mame already. He's instantly entitled Mame for his hand. But I love the fact that he actually brought in the Umbreon here. Umbreon's been pretty great against those shield
evolutions.
Pokemon. That is crazy.
This is the first. I mean, like max, we saw a lot of 2 evolutions in one team, but 3. Wow. Okay.
This is crazy because their early game is going to be crazy. Their controls for team fight is going to be crazy. Their mean look, of course, is even if you're not having the best Umbreon games, the mean look is still such a nuisance to really deal with here.
Ooh, you have quite some frontliners here on the team of Uniholic. Look at that. They are running the Buzzwole this night. No, that is not going to be the hands of the Mosquitoes. Am I about to see it?
No. I thought it's going to be a Leafeon pick coming in because of the fact that I see the Comfey coming in.
I thought they were joking about the Comfey because we never saw a single Comfey happening on day 1. So, yeah, whoa. Is it just me or I'm quite concerned for Mosquitoes because they are running quite an offensive draft coming from the end. But it's a very fast-paced early game here. But can they handle? I mean, all this pressure coming from Uniholic. They have the Mamoswine, they got the Buzzwole, even have the Dragonite as well. In the back end, they do have the Inteleon.
That's what I'm saying. Currently, if you think about it this way, Team Mosquito is currently running on a timer here. They really need to try to set up their early to mid game, at least that way. When they get to that stage, they can snowball how much they want, and Uniholic aren't able to fight against them. However, the Uniholic has a really super late game kind of build, right? If they can hold it out, if they can turtle it out, and still maintain hit neck to neck with Team Mosquitoes in terms of the level race here, I think Uniholic can actually start going crazy against Team Mosquitoes. But of course, this is all theory crafting. Let's see what will be the final outcome as we finally jump into our first game today with the Team Mosquitoes and Uniholic in our first series. And by the way, this will be the last series for Team Mosquitoes to be played.
Yep, that means that they have to wait it out. They have to observe how the other Best of 3 series in the whole group will be and see where they stand after all that has concluded.
But then again, also at the same time, Flava, just to remind all our amazing viewers as well who's supporting their favorite teams, be prepared to go for expecting long games here because Team Mosquitoes so far, I believe I am confident enough to say that they were the only team so far who has literally went all 3 games in each of their series.
Yep, that's true. And we will see if we're going to be seeing maximum Best of 3 series here in the day itself. Now, a little bit of rundown on how they're running things here when it comes to laning. Of course, they're lining that Dratini over there on the inside together with the Mimikyu from both ends through the middle segment. And what you see in the top lane over here, the Buzzwole oversee first go by this one. Spin up, of course, in the top lane here with lots and lots of pressure, but we'll get a little bit cheating on the side of Team Mosquitoes with the EV and together with the Comfey.
The thing is, it's such a tough play for the top lane in particular because they do have that range advantage initially as well. But of course, once the Buzzwole gets to that level 5 and gets really on top of them, then I think we might see a little bit of a different story. But it does depend on that central rotation, right? Because although every EV evolution, they will evolve at this literally at level 4. So there's going to be quite the power spike for some of these Pokemon here as well. So this comes down to how much this Dratini can actually do for their side.
Yep, it's going to be, it won't be long as well. We do see the Espeon here on the top end. Let's wind up. Looking super cute. You don't belong here. I mean, look at all this.
He doesn't belong.
Look at all this action. I'm just waiting for it to just evolved to actually be like it's just too cute to be there. Anyways, here coming in all the action, probably not a great idea, but forced himself to going for a eject all the way into the goalpost here. Oh, was not able to stop. None of those 3 team members with Mosquitoes ready to go for any form of scoring. Meanwhile, the top here, not looking too shabby as well. Tries to go for the entry, is going to be the comfy, but will not survive this 4-man assault on him.
Brilliant timing for the punishment for that overextension, because they understand they have to move on this game, so anyone at any part of the map can be really reinforced into the fight. So you have to, so a lot of this team or Team Mosquito is then reminded of the fact that they have to be prepared for this sudden ambushes coming in because of many of the existence of the Hooper here. Comfy comes in here. They did manage to dunk a couple of points here, but not too much. Central aggression. This is going to be the name of the game as you want to try to secure as much EXP as much as possible. Because remember, Unite Ollie playing a very super late game here. So EXP is pretty much the name of the game. A respected trade in terms of KOs here, but they're trying to look for the couple of ball. Bus were able to get to the back line. Mystical Fire also committed as well. They try to get some punishment, but not much trade, but gets traded back instead.
Oh no,
EXP, more control. More sustained. Milo is currently being committed as well, but they are playing and dancing on top of the goalpost here. But look at that comfort keeping BBQ alive, but not for too long as the rest of the reinforcer comes in from the hyperspace portal.
Yeah, of course, that Pilot one making swerve and dashing forward and pushing out one of the team members coming up from Mosquitoes all to back and taking him out. Meanwhile, we do see actions, backing actions coming up from both ends at the top lane here. Meanwhile, bottom lane looking a little bit quiet. Of course, we didn't see much aggression between this 1v1. Trade-offs over here, and of course the cavalry has arrived here at the bottom lane by utilizing the space hold here coming on from the Hooper, trying to get that Reggie still buff here on the bottom lane.
Yep.
It's a 3v2 situation at the current moment with Mimikyu coming into it with the comfy as well, holding on everybody in place, but still nobody getting traded off at the current moment. Brion surviving through, but instead it is going to be the Pylos one getting traded off here on the bottom lane on the side of Mosquitoes, and they are going to be the ones getting the Reggie steal as well, making 2 KOs straight here in the hands of this Mimikyu.
I really love it, right? The initiation coming from the Espion as well. Not only was he trying to buy the necessary amount of time while they juggle between both the players and even the objective here, but he just wanted to ensure that this Dragonite doesn't really get the last hit on that Pokemon, because they didn't want him to get that level 9. He does get it in the end, but a beautiful counter right with the Unite boost as well ensures that they get that 3 KO, maybe with a 4th one to go, and all that's left is Dear Hooper here, but he's trying to do his best to delay as much points being dumped in, but he managed to get 1. Could it be a 2? No! But seeing such a control around the goalpost, and again, such aggression coming from Team Mosquitoes, because they know they are on a timer here. And in terms of the level racing as well, it seems that Team Mosquito is somewhat in the lead. Look at that Mimikyu as well, level 11 as well.
Yeah, of course, after multiple takedowns coming up from him, it's no surprise also there. The Espion already at level 10. Meanwhile, looking at Unaholic at max, they only have 3 Pokemons here at level 9, not be able to actually reach that level 10 threshold at the current moment. And of course, our attention here is diverted towards the top lane, where both sides are trying to get this takedown on this Reggie Lucky, and it's going to be the Dragonite getting the last hit in. Now Reggie Lucky is going to be pushing towards the Team Mosquito's side. They have to stop this. Meanwhile, we do see the Pilot Swine evolving to the Mammoth Swine here. Looking bigger and better, and most definitely deserving to be here right now. Not looking too cute anymore. Oh, of course, trying to make an escape here. It's going to be Danelie, but he gets chased down by the Sylveon on the top side, and it's going to get cleared down on the Emmanuel's trade-off coming up from both of them right here. Unbound is already being utilized, but is it going to be doing anything over here on the top right side? We're not able to actually see much of it over here. Dragonite jumping in into the left side, into the goalpost. Meanwhile, from behind, it does seem that Hoopa will survive all that clear on there. Buzzwolves are coming in with the action, clearing out this Sylveon as well.
Now the thing is, now it's definitely slowly coming on the line. It's very unfortunate for the antenna, because he literally got chased down by the Espion. He had no chance but to commit the Unite move just to get out of sight. But I think a little bit overzealous there, because once he got when he got the pick on the antenna, he was pretty much pretty deep into enemy territory there, where they were able to pounce upon him. But remember, these guys are finally hitting their necessary amount level. They're all level 10s currently. They're all currently reached their final evolutions as well. This objective, however, needs to be a lot more careful. He pops the Hyper Beam, but guess what? Reinforcer Bowser comes in. The Comfy keeping him nice and healthy for as much as possible. Committing Unite move to give him some form of safety. But guess what? Reinforcer has arrived. And Meanlook is definitely such a menace because they could not get out of it. And 3 chaos for the count. And it's going to be a very nice free objective. However, Mame, this man is of course ahead of the curve here. Always understanding, got enough intel. Decides to go for the quick roundabout to get some points in as much as possible. Try to catch up in terms of the points race here. And let's be honest, not too far apart and not a significant lead either.
Yeah, and that's true. Now, somebody has to stop this Mimikyu. This Mimikyu Comfy combo with Meanlook coming from the Umbreon holding him in place is going to be super dangerous. Diving in through it, it's going to be the Buzzwole over here. But what's the trade-off? He's struggling to make it, but is it going to be enough? They managed to actually clear down on one come from one, and it is going to be the Hooper getting it on despite using the Unbound over here. By going for the shape, it's going to Pilot Swine with the Mammoth Smash over here, but not being able to clear around an anyone. But jumping in, this time it is going to be the Umbreon holding people in place. And Mimikyu doing the sweeping and the cleaning here. It is going to be on the face, but who's going to be getting it?
I can't believe it.
Oh man, but both of us got cleared out right here. Both the members went together with the Inteleon in the hands of this Mimikyu.
So much action, so much fights as well. But remember, we still got 50 seconds before the first records are spawned as well. So they need to use this time to quickly to get those Unite moves back off cooldown as quickly as much as possible. But because there's so much fighting has been happening and it's been so much more of a tug of war between the two here, the level racing isn't really too much to worry for the side Unite Hall. They actually managed to get up to par. But then again, unfortunately for our dear friend Dragonite, tried to escape, but just realized that escape is futile.
Oh, I can't do much even with the Mimikyu and Comfy over there. It's like, you guys don't need, you guys are good.
You
don't need me. Come on. Oh man, but he's close. I think it's been a while, but we might just be seeing him getting into that level 15 just before going into the Rayquaza attack over here. Buzzwole not doing too shabby as well, currently at level 14 on his end for the sign of Team Unite Holic from Japan. Now, Rayquaza has appeared here in the Thea Sky Ruins, and we will see and who's going to be getting the battle engines on here for this matchup. Meanwhile, we do be seeing all this action here happening, trying to take him out.
That's big!
They actually got it.
That's big. There's a very big KO as well. Maybe because currently out for the count for 20 seconds. They just need to try to buy the time. Unite moves is going to be coming to top, but before he can even make full Fusion, he instantly gets melted away. He still was able to get out of it, thankfully, as well, but back into safety, thank God, for the hyperspace portal. However, now they just need to hold the line. Buy the time, wait for the rest of the team to respawn back to the fight. Team Mosquitoes is still currently in the lead and still currently well, but there's only 2 Unite moves available. But the same goes for Unite Holic as well. Both in similar categories. It's pretty much on who gets who first.
And of course, in this Green Fight, we're trying to clear out this Rayquaza, but remember, this is going to be a 5v5 situation coming from NS. They're going to be having this Mimikyu holding up on the Solars. Is everybody going to hit? Who's going to be last hit? It is going to be in the hands of it's going to be Unite Holic! Getting the last hit in. It's going to be the Buzzwole clearing out together with the Espeon as well, and they're going to get themselves ready just to go for a little bit of scoring. 3 team members down. It is going to be a 4v2 situation as they're missing out on the Italian. Should be no problem, and highly doubt that Comfy together with this Sylvia would be able to actually do much right here to prevent scoring coming out from the side of Unite Holic. Meanwhile, we do see here Sylveon on the top side together with the Comfy trying to do a little bit scoring, but it does seem that the Comfy has arrived as Inteleon provides a little bit of support here for the Mammoth Swine to actually clear them away from doing any form of scoring.
Oh, dude, that seriously, damage is truly the name of the game for Unite Holic. They come in, even despite only having 1 Unite move on the Dragonite, there's just still so much damage coming out from all these late game Pokemon. And Buzzwole, for a fact, even though he doesn't have multiple stages of evolution, he still hurts and hits like a truck. He doesn't have to do anything else. He knows his team is going to back him out, no problem. Mame absolutely having a ball in this game here.
I have to address this, but it was very costly for Team Mosquitoes to actually lose out Mimikyu during the early encounters for the Rayquaza pit. I mean, like, losing him out alone, I mean, like, he didn't have anyone else actually providing form of support for him. So basically, there leaves a lot of room for Team Unite Holic to actually take him out. And 24 seconds on the clock, that was huge.
It truly was. I felt like Unite Holic really played that game accordingly. Like, despite them missing out some of those fights in the earlier stage, towards early to mid-game transitioning, but once we get towards that mid late game, you start seeing them really know how to handle things accordingly, right? Knowing when to punish for certain overextensions here, understanding what's their strengths in their entire composition, and they just really held out. Even at that one fight where Mimikyu fell, it's not the fact that SYL actually went too far forward. No, I think he actually did pretty fine. But the problem was, coming from Unite Holic, they just endured. There's not all the damage that Team Mosquito was outputting. They had even come in Unite moves to try to get some damage output out, but they just couldn't get that finisher. Not like Unite Holic, where even if they were able to sustain all that damage, all it takes was just one hyperspace portal to reset the whole thing and bring them back in fresh for a second round. It was pretty much the kind of tag team battle which, if it comes down, it was truly a battle of attrition between both Mosquito and Unite Holic. But as long as Mame was still present in all of those fights, they will always win out that battle.
Yeah, Mame, definitely some really good Huba plays over here. There was a few instances where he actually saved out the Italian just in the nick of time because he was actually opening up with the Unite move already, and he was definitely in trouble. But of course, not all occasions, but Mame definitely played out his role here in the game if he gets actually win a style.
Yeah.
Let's inspired. Very interesting game. Basically, it's Pokemon Unite at high levels happening here in this game. Everybody understood at this position that they're not... I mean, like, for Team Unite Holic, they understood that when during the early stages, again, they're going to be struggling, especially if you go up against these evolutions where level 4, they're able to actually get most of their... They're going to get online real fast here in the game, so you have to buy off a little bit of time before you can actually get online from there. And even during these certain segments, they capitalize on some of the mistakes that actually their opponents did and actually try to turn that into a victory for their end. So it's quite unfortunate for the opponents where they actually had a really good hit start with Mimikyu just snowballing through, is doing so well. But I still want to highlight that them losing out the Mimikyu all alone on the right side of the map here on the side of Unite Holic is very, very costly, which leaves a lot of room for the team members to actually get online for this game.
The thing is, I think Mame did so much in this game, right? In terms of ensuring that his team doesn't get like one-sided bullied, he always ensure like, oh, we're going to be coming to back you. I did dive, no problem.
No problem.
We're going to be there. We're going to be there to punish you. Or you're getting gun, you're getting jump on. Unite moves was also coming. No problem. Bring back the Dragonite and myself. And look at Ombre and Rope the Unite move, and it just felt like it was not really worth for anything because the minute a Unite move was committed and the fight doesn't look great, it gets resetted every single time. However, Team Mosquitoes, while they still had the early advantage and the snowballing effect, they still were able to find a really good fight, especially the Psyche Solare. I think so many times we see as well does a really phenomenal job with that ultimate. Just displacement, keeping them out of position as well, and just try to get those isolated KOs payoffs here. But I still think in the end, like, it did came down to the wire where they just really have to hold down and endure. And I think Mame just really ensured that his team wasn't so one-sidedly having a brutal beat down here.
I was just wondering that if Psyche Solare was actually utilized just a few seconds later during the Rayquaza engagement, it would have given an opportunity for their end to actually get the last hit in. But then after utilizing, people were just still surviving on Unite Holic's side. So yeah, but these are all just what ifs happening over here. So, I mean, well, these are also one of the key winning moments for their side over here, where we try to engage with the Rayquaza. During this time, they already have the Mimikyu back in. He's making his way all the way to the mid lane over here, but they lost so much. If Mimikyu was able to actually be there during the start of this segment, he will be able to contribute even more and trying to actually probably Unite, it would have been a different result altogether.
There was just so much sustain and just so much damage to really go through it as well. Remember, they have two all-rounders on the side of Unite Holic as well. So as you know as well, all-rounders Pokemon are not really the most fastest. They probably have one of the most sluggish mobility. However, they make up with it with such endurance and durability here to really tank in some of the damage and also output just as much as well. So yeah, I think they did really well in terms of how they really play out the game. But I still feel like Mame was really the pillar that helped the whole team together in terms of really ensuring that the level race was pretty equivalent as well. Everyone's getting their sufficient EXP and farm. And worst part about it is all like, instead of like, we saw the movements coming in from some of the Team Mosquitoes member as they were invading certain parts of the central area. They're trying to find like some wild Pokemon to remove so they don't get a lot of EXP.
Yes, that's true.
But that didn't really happen too much because Mami said, you know what, fine, if we can't farm too much from the wild Pokemon, then we will farm from you guys. we'll beat you down in some of these trainer battles here. As I have the ability to allocate resources necessary here. So that's why I think like the real wrench in the plans for Team Mosquito was really Mami with the Hoopa. Like, I'm not sure whether they're going to see that in the second game, or maybe they purposely used this first game to try to get a good feel, because last week we only had one series that Unite Holic play, and that's not a lot of intel you can really play off with.
Yeah, we're not even sure whether it was that a one-time thing or was that something that will be consistent throughout the whole draft itself. But they are able to run it itself, which is a very important piece of information. Yeah, which is something very important because not everyone can actually run Hoopa really, really well in game. And something to highlight also when it comes to invading also on the wild Pokemons is that only happened during the early stages of the game. There wasn't much going on happening for this particular game because it was more or less both sides are just running either the top lane or the mid lane because
a lot of fights.
Yeah, for the side of Unite Holic, they had no choice because wherever that opponent is trying to go in for the push, they either have to do some sort of defense so that their goalpost doesn't get taken out.
Yes.
And they don't even have the time to actually go into the wild Pokemon area to actually do any form of farmings.
And
they'll force their hand basically.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's like in most of the situation, you usually, or when you're defending for your goalpost, right, you usually end up in a 3v4 scenario, especially when you're playing with such an early game lineup.
Exactly.
Mainly because of the fact that like when you have a lot of late game, someone like decide like, okay, someone needs to farm, someone needs to like, we gotta allocate like spaces enough for everyone to get the necessary EXP, because everyone in their team, Unite Holic, except for the Buzzwool, all had like really had multiple stages of evolution here. So in normal play, you usually see only at most 3 people defending that one goalpost. However, with Mame, the situation always changes. Sometimes suddenly it becomes an even fight, an actual all-out team fight, or sometimes just an even 4v4, sometimes 4v5. The disadvantage just suddenly blows out of proportion because
that's true.
Because of that one hyperspace portal. I think he really is one of the few best Hoopa players that we have seen here in the East Asian side. I can't wait to see how far he can actually go, because this is, remember, this is their second series. They still have a third one to play.
Exactly.
But they're currently in a really good spot because they did win their first series. So they have pretty much 3 points in the bag in their respective group stage brackets here. So this second game is going to be determining whether do they get the 3 points or do they get 1 point from this.
Yep, that's true. And this is going to be a very important factor itself, not just for them, but also for both sides as well, because they definitely want to have this win to actually propel themselves forward here in terms of placement, or should I say ranking, in their respective group. All this and more will be available very, very soon for everyone to actually witness in, but we're still 1 game in. We'll see whether the next game will be setting towards Team Mosquitoes itself. Will they be forcing a game number 3? Or basically it's going to be a 2-0 win for Team Unite Holic.
Honestly, I feel we might just actually go for the third game.
like why not?
Like, I mean, yeah, why not? Everyone loves a good fight, right?
Yes,
exactly. Everyone loves a good Pokemon battle. But like just from the flow of things, from the history of Team Mosquito so far, from day 1, it feels like we are...
They're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
right.
not going down without a
they
fight.
are not going down without a fight. They like Grit and Gert, they will pull through one way or the other here. But honestly, in terms of points in group stages, I don't think they're not too bad. I think they're just somewhere in the middle. Whether they get 3 points, of course, it solidifies them. They get 1 point, it's also not too bad because they still were able to win one of those series. But of course, still coming back, still the exact same band, but this time
Is this a respect ban coming out from Unite Holic?
For the Sylveon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because earlier on they actually banned the Zoroark.
Yes, they banned the Zoroark.
And of course the same ban here coming out from Team Mosquitoes, the Sable Eye, but instead of getting the first picks, Sylveon, because they can't, they went with the Umbreon instead, so they are comfortable running any one for these two.
Pretty much. Still very comfortable with both the Hoopa and the Dragonite.
I mean, Mami is going to take that. I mean, like, come on.
But I do need to remind you as well, for Deer, Dragonite is actually one of his go-to Pokemon. It is literally one of his top, I guess you could say his exclusive Pokemon for himself here. So he's been very, very comfortable with this. However, now we're bringing in our very first Metagross for today. It's gonna be in the hands on either one of these players. I'm very interested to see. I believe this is gonna be Epi's Pokemon. It's definitely gonna be his Epic Pokemon because Epi either plays the defender or the all-rounder here. So I believe this is gonna be Epi's Pokemon. I think he's gonna be very happy about this as well. Now regarding for support, so what is gonna be the next best thing? Comfist is pretty cool as well. I think Clefable will be pretty great to help them to keep a lot of this fight going as well. But no, they're just gonna be getting some form of security. Still sticking with that Comfey here. And I believe, is he gonna bring it? Is that the, no, he's not bringing. Oh no, he's not bringing in the body barrier. He's gonna be changing up that last item as well.
This is quite interesting. We do see a little bit different when it comes to drafting coming out from Mosquito's side. I think instead of running all this, because they're still comfortable with running the Mimikyu together with the Comfy. Now instead of having both the Aspeon together with the Sylveon because they can't, they run in the Inteleon together with this melee all-rounder Metagross. And this is the Metagross first experience here in the regionals.
It really is. And honestly, I'm really happy with this draft because as you know from Team Mosquitoes, they are very quick to adapt to certain situation, understanding this. And they realized that Inteleon in the hands of Yololee was a little bit too much for them to deal with here, especially in the hands of Wafu. Definitely opt to take it for himself and definitely expect a lot of damage coming from him. Since his item, he went for the Choice Specs and even the Slick Spoon as well. That's a lot of damage coming in from that snipe shot. We're going to be expected to see later on.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting one, especially instead of running the range attacker, we have the Inteleon. This time about, it's going to be even more range come from it. They're running the Decidueye in the hands of Wafu. Lapras, we did talk a little bit about this as well, being utilized in drafts. Still quite a good Pokemon despite these slight nerf coming out from the end. Curious to see what they're running for here. I believe that's going to be the normal Water Pulse. And then optionally, I saw you go for Bubble Beam or you actually go for, what's the other one?
Ice Beam?
Yeah, Ice Beam, man. You could be that one as well.
The thing is this for me, right, Flava? Like now, like instantly Mosquitoes understands, like, you know what? You want to play late game? You want to play super late? That's totally fine.
Totally fine.
We can do the exact same thing, but this time the only difference is between both sides, you see a lot more damage coming from Team Mosquito compared to the first round. So even if the game ends up being very slow in the very beginning or towards the mid game, if we get to that late game, there's still going to be that damage output from both sides. So I'm really interested to see who's going to be able to capitalize in such situation, because I know Mami for a fact he's gonna try to be a menace here. No way, he stole it away!
Yeah, he got it on the last second over there, so this is gonna be
and he's stealing more!
Oh no! Not off to a good start, but I guess punishing Mimikyu is a huge deal. Oh, we're not done yet. Lapras coming in.
This slows down so much for them, and I think there's also a central rotation towards the top side as well. There's absolutely no place for the Mimikyu to go currently.
I'm surprised they're giving extra attention to this Mimikyu. Did they actually? No, they're not right. Yeah, but the Lapras rotated from the bottom lane all the way to the mid lane, trying to put in pressure and screening out Mimikyu. But of course, Capri has arrived. We're putting a little bit with it. Although all this damage coming in and missing out a few things, Lapras has to be a little bit careful. Whirlpool doesn't really dish out so much damage, but because of the support coming off from the Dragonair together with the Hooper, that 3v2 situation managed to clear out two Pokemons here on the side of Mosquitoes.
Oh, that was really good. No, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm surprised that we haven't seen much invasion coming from Hooper players, because I felt that's pretty common to see, right? But why Lapras actually rotated is somewhat understandable, right? Because before the Umbreon evolution, right?
They're not done yet.
Yeah, they're still going because they just want to pile on the damage. They want to get all these EXPs, and they now know for sure more Pokemon battles means more EXP. The team comes in because they have a Hoopa, they have Mame.
Yep,
we're not going to call Hoopa anymore. We're going to call it Mame.
We're going to call it
Mame.
That is no longer a Hoopa, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to call it by name.
We have Mame. As long as he's around, any tight situation, any offensive call, they will always have the initiation here. Central fights, of course, are going to be a little bit more prioritized. That's why they are with the more resources, but the same can be said for Yololee.
Yeah.
But by the way, to answer your question to why Lapras went for the invasion early on, right after Mame, was mainly because of the fact that the bottom lane, there's not much harassment going to be coming out from both the Eevee and the Salmo.
Sure.
So you felt like, okay, you know what, you're going to be fine. They dive you, there's not much they can do.
You don't need me here.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me just be a little bit naughty and just help this Hooper. Just help my man try to actually go disturb this Mimikyu. Now Mimikyu, if I were him, I'll be not happy. I'm like, okay, they're giving. Now it's quite obvious that Yololee is giving extra attention to that Mimikyu, so they don't want him to snowball too much. But still able to attain level 7 at this point into the game itself.
That's nice.
Hooper getting clear here in the hands of Inteleon. We see some mons gathered over here. Bottom lane is definitely one of the potential. But Buzzwole, why was he was trying to get his shields over there, but it was a 3v1 situation. Actually, it was a 4 because there was Comfy there together as well.
Yep.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, all this and more coming out from Team Yololee. Trying to clear this. Reggie still would be able to actually do this. And well, there's no commitments coming up from Mosquitoes anyways, as they actually lose out on Inteleon. and Comfy together with
I
the
can't believe it.
Matang is still at the top lane here.
Yeah, no, but it was just totally fine because they were totally fine giving out their objective because the name of the game for them is just trying to get that level 9, trying to get that Unite boost, but most importantly, trying to get this Matang to get to this finest evolution mana growth here. But not happening at all. This Boswell has been an absolute menace, constantly smacking down. I thought he had an opportunity to try to throw him back, but no, he gets the nice snipe shot down. That's what I'm talking about, right? That item that he had, the choice specs with the slick spoon, that's a lot of damage they're going to be outputting from that skill alone.
Yep, definitely you would want to be that.
He wasn't that
Blast
low
Cannon.
either.
Oh no, coming on with the Unite over here is going to be the Lapras carrying out together with the Hooper from the back end and clearing out that Inteleon. Now, of course, it is going. Regieleki is going to be falling in the hands of Unite Holic with the last hit by that Decidueye. Now is coming and marching forward through that top lane, keeping the hands of Team Mosquitoes a little bit full over here. And we'll see if does not seem like Team Unite Holic is going to commit to anything over here, and they're just going to continue farming inside the wild Pokemon area.
Because right now they know for a fact that they're currently at the head of the curve here. In terms, even the level race, they're slightly more ahead. They're even 2 levels ahead for some of their Pokemon against the Team Mosquito Pokemon members as well here, especially the Umbreon and the Comfy here. Not a lot of places to farm, and they also at the same time have to be a lot more aware here because if they get a little bit too comfortable, there's going to be a sudden invasion again, and they have really no answer or no way to reinforce some of these members to do about it. Not as smooth or as flexible as what Mame has been doing for the rest of his team members.
Mame is just doing Mame things right now. Being a Hooper, all you have to do is just provide.
He's being a mummy.
He's being a mummy.
A good mother.
He is literally just BB carrying. Oh, top lane. Interesting. This might be a Lapras together with the Hooper. Tried to go for a little bit scoring, but Metagross is now online. Fully evolution on their end over here. Tried to go for a little bit different. Besides within back, which lists as a little bit opportunity to do a little bit of scoring. Will they be able to make it?
Oh, nice timing for the deny as well. They commit everybody for the hyperspace portal to try to get this dunked in and try to get a nice KO.
It was a trap!
Completely surrounded by them. The man literally got eviscerated here. They did manage to deny 2 dunks, but 2 still went in, 2 still connected here. Now they decide to fall back. No hyperspace portal, so they had to casually walk back. Managed to get 1, but not going to be committed. They want to see if they can try to pick up any stragglers, but none can be found. Maybe for our dear friend Benchen here, who's currently being chased down by the Metagross here. But of course, hyperspace portal, well, by the next amount of time.
Full on reset, that's it. That's it, full on reset. Double Gyro Ball here by the Metagross, not be able to actually do much over here. But Lapras currently in trouble, not be able to actually try to escape, and it's going to be Mimikyu clearing him out here at the central area.
It's so like you can see a very mobile team, right? You have the hyperspace portal, you got the Lapras Express. That's pretty much why, like, at any time and any way, they have so many means of free transportation, man. It almost feels like it's free real estate for some of the members of Unite Holic as well. They got a lot of points. They're ahead of the level curve as well. Rayquaza's coming in for another 1 minute and 20 seconds here, and with it, we see Umbreon trying to make waves here alongside with S4L. They know they need to try to go for isolation pickups here, but they need to do it quick because they know for a fact with both the Lapras Express and also with the hyperspace portal, it's very quick for them to go bring in reinforcements here. Very tanky, very solid, but not for too long though. Now the rest of the squad comes in. They need to go for a couple of KOs as quickly as possible, but the snipe shot came in. Reinforcements was absolutely nicely timed, but now comes for the revenge pickup. Now it's their turn to pile on the damage here to return the favor.
That was a big counter coming up from the Umbreon together. The Comfy provided assistance on this. Now that is a turnaround that the Mosquitoes were actually definitely looking forward there. Caught Unite Holic by surprise. Now, when we're talking a little bit about mobility, now, Unite Holic doesn't have much to offer. That's where Hooper comes in and really helps. Like, you need mobility, I got your back. And I can bring all the surprise. And so rotations, not just for the base, but also at the same time as well, traversing from the top lane to the bottom lane in certain instances. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Registill, some the chance is going to be definitely going to be here. Metagross trying to clear it out with the Gyro Ball. Is the damage going to be enough? No, it is not, as it's going to be the Dragonite getting that last hit in on the Registill, giving them attack as well as special attack buff for the whole team.
S4L, as usual, being the big brains of the teams here. Despite this disparity, they're definitely not too far behind. So you can trying to find a prime update, but beautiful timing with the Boswell himself, able to pull the Metagross, completely isolated from the rest of his team, and no one was there to back him up. Maybe S4L tried to save him, but once again, every one of them individually picked off, removed, assassinated away, and literally no one dared to contest with the Rayquaza.
This is all in the hands of Unite Holic. There's no way Mosquitoes can actually compete. They were losing members left, right, front, and center over here. And a quick, well-played animation from the Dragon Knight over here. Don't have to show off. But anyways, the defense here coming to Mosquitoes. I don't think they're able to actually do much. Of course, a little bit more scoring. 100 in front of the face of Team Mosquitoes here by the big man Mosquito himself, the Buzzwole at the central goalpost.
It was a beautiful, well-orchestrated round coming from Unite Holic. They just knew how to play around with their respective picks as well, and understanding the strengths of their opponent's composition as well. Have we ever seen that many points before? I don't think we have seen past 700 points before.
No, we've seen 1,000 before. I believe so.
For both E and SEA for this year's ACL.
I think so. I'm not so sure. I mean,
Right.
I don't want to also make a wrong call on this.
I'm also not too sure, but I felt like it feels to me like 800 so far. It has been the highest points I've seen so far.
I think it's probably 700 max so far from what we witnessed on day number 1. I mean, we're not even done yet. With 30 seconds on the clock here, it's a tall order. I mean, like, even if you have every single member with 50 points in their hand,
It's not a tall order, it's an impossible order. If there was still a Rayquaza, there could be a chance, but it's just not.
I mean, like creating a scenario where if all the team members were still able to actually get, well, it's already 1,090 points at this point.
Wow.
It's, wow, they are breaking that 1K barrier, winning in style here for Team Unite Holic. And yeah, that was a very, I would dare say that was a very convincing win from their end.
I tip my hat to Unite Holic. I think really this is the strongest, or maybe this is actually the true Unite Holic that we were supposed to see. Not the one that we saw from last week, not that one series with the random Gengar and the Gudra picked up as well. This is the actual true face of Unite Holic that I think now all the teams are able to see them in a whole new light for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we look at all the scores over here. Every single member with a minimum of 200 points being scored in the face of Team Mosquitoes, with 300 here by the Dragon Knight himself. Everybody played their roles exceptionally well, but man, can't stop talking enough about this Mame on the Hoopa here for the team itself. He provided what the team was actually lacking. Because mobility, I like that the team also played out the Lapras. There were a few instances where the Lapras was able to actually hold on to things on its own. And we did talk about it last time on the Day 1 series for East Asia, Southeast Asia. Lapras tends to be a little bit confusing as a Pokemon because you see him as a defender, but at the same time as well, he feels like an attacker with his abilities. Like, which part of his ability is a defender? You know, you're like, yeah, he's durable, and at the same time, you can also dish out damage and clear out, and it's proven he was able to actually put on pressure and also chasing down mons. Like, I think he chased down even the Mimikyu, no problem. Using the Lapras Express.
You know, the funny thing about this as well is like we didn't get to see a lot of screen time coming in from Wafu here.
True.
Not a lot of screen times here, right? Because we see a lot more frontal assault, a lot more control coming from.
Yeah, we saw the Buzzwole. Yeah,
we saw Deer, we saw Mami, we saw Yupono doing their respective thing. So that's why it baffles me when I see like Wafu has like 72,000 damage. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, well, maybe we missed out on all those long ranges there because our main focus is literally on the center of that during the engagement.
But that just shows that at least there was a lot of successful follow-ups coming in from Wafu as well from those setups. So I think it's really a great job. I think this is like, for me now, I need to go back to the drawing board when it comes to Unite Holic because I felt like that was truly what Unite Holic, that was their true selves.
Yeah, and of course, let's have a look at the highlights, shall we, on what has transpired here in that recent match itself. The thing is, we see this beautiful invasion. Oh man, I'm so glad the producers actually got us this clip. But look at this, it wasn't just Lapras. It looked like it was an equal trade-off between both of them.
And he
but
comes
now,
back in.
Comes back in, like it's not done yet.
They're like zombies. They just don't want to back down.
Oh man, but that gets cleared off. There were a few times. I think Mimikyu got cleared out twice here during that turn off in the wild Pokemon area, and I mean there was a lot of pressure on him because he was ranked himself. Yeah, but then you know all this invasion coming out from Team Unite Holic was really annoying. And of course, here at the bottom lane, now this was a different scenario altogether. The one we saw in game number 1 was they were able to actually clear out and get themselves with the Reggie, and also with the hold down coming out from the Umbreon. But meanwhile, that top lane was actually one of the top highlights, I would say, because it looked as if it was just the Hoopa together with the Lappers going off for scoring, but instead he actually opened the loophole and then basically just carried everyone to the top lane. So Metagross was having a 1v5 situation in the top lane.
It all just started with that initial pressure, right? Just like initial pressure, getting the understanding like who was strong in various lanes.
Oh, Metagross, this one.
But I felt like it was when it comes to team fights, I think that was just pretty much donezo, right? Because like you see like the Tsunui, right, or the Wafu in this case, right, just dropping that massive ultimate. Like if you think of it this way, like it's not just he didn't really use that ultimate to really lock down a specific player or Pokemon. He really used that to just try to just be an aerial denial ability, right? Like he locked it down, and then you see this boss will using Smackdown to carry his opponent even further for the rest of the squad.
Exactly.
The rest of the team was just at the back there. They were like,
oh, man.
I want to help you, but I just can't get to you.
like how am I gonna go through all those Pokemons inside Unite Holic and save you? You know, I do wonder how that Metagross player actually felt when he was in that situation. So, guys, help! Help!
It was really tough. Like the thing is, I felt like the game would have gone very differently if we didn't see any invasion. If we felt like it was just very normal for both sides, like a very slow passive games, that I think is totally understandable. But the fact that they didn't make it normal,
yes, they
didn't make it normal.
Oh man,
Wafu didn't make it normal. The team captain.
I don't think the thing about him being a Hoopa is that the main highlight was never about him utilizing Unite at all. It was basically all about his timing, the way he actually paid out with the international rifle. So basically, it's all problematic for the enemy. You know, it's gonna be really, really problematic itself. And of course, in a few short moments or so, we're gonna be showing you guys one of our illustrators just to show you guys some of the main things that has transpired in the recent games itself, which highlights our good man over here.
All right. So I guess it's my turn to draw again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back with arts and crafts, right? So of course,
who knew?
This is
who knew?
I had to have a hobby somewhere. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the best place for us to actually project our hobbies.
But of course, okay, let's just get things started, right? So we see, like, if you can see from the minimap, right, a lot of teams. Oh my God, this font is a little bit too big for me. Let me just shrink this down slightly. Okay, so you can see on the minimap, right, there's various teams somewhat spread out, keeping distance away from the Rayquaza fighter because they just understand the strength of the players, right? While then suddenly, while in normal cases, usually this extended positioning usually doesn't really backfire them too much because by normal standards, it wouldn't hurt to play a little bit safe, especially when you're playing around the Rayquaza pit. And they were also waiting for a couple of Unite moves to come back off cooldowns, right? So they were pretty much trying to play the waiting game here. However, that didn't work out too well as Unite Holic instantly grabbed onto the Metagross, and now suddenly they're positioning their extended positioning slowly. The Umbreon Misami. Okay, the Umbreon Misami. I'm just gonna call him you, right? Umbreon was currently somewhere behind there, right? Their overextended positioning started to backfire upon them because not only did the Basel brought our dear friend forward by one step, we saw a second time bringing back another time as well.
Yeah.
Everyone was pretty much playing hopscotch here. It felt like it just felt like Running Man. You know? Everyone was just like jumping their way to happiness. You know, everyone's like happy, like or doing some kind of Indian dance, right? So everyone's just pretty much hopping their way, bringing this poor boy into some really dark place that he could never return from.
You thought it was over?
Yeah, you thought it was over, right? So even worse, I'm gonna pause it one more time. Not only did they jump him, hopscotch him like some kind of basketball twice, they also used the Tsunui ultimate to completely isolate it. You can't go through here. You can't go through here. And there is no allies. Umbreon is still, by the way, still in the lane. He's just wondering like, guys,
I'm almost there.
I'm on the way with a question mark. Teammates is probably like baffling on the comms. Right? They're like, where are you at? But they just couldn't find him because he's like, I'm on the way, but our poor Metagross is on the way to heaven. My God, poor boy. So we're gonna quick fast forwarding again. And worst part, worst case, not only was it did they brought the guy forward, it was a buy one free one because the Metagross came with the comfy. They had the best shopping.
Oh yeah, he came in with the comfy.
They had the best shopping deal, and the worst part, in your buy one free one discount here, you also came with a new special prize. It's one per player who's also stuck in the Disney Ultimate as well.
Oh,
Completely. And the worst part, brought him back to the same spot here. If only I could rewind it back. Pretty much just gravestone for 3 per players. And poor Umbreon just trying to figure out, like, he's currently the next one to go as well. Everyone's preparing another tombstone for the poor player here because wondering what else he could have done in that scenario here.
I think it was tough because Umbreon was not in place to actually provide any form of support down there. Even you do see that one at the bottom, Lapras was putting pressure on that Inteleon all alone. That's why it's very hard to actually have a good read on what Lapras actually is. Still strong despite nerfs proven here in the game itself. But of course, again, some of the softies in the game, it's going to be quite troublesome to actually get at it. And now this one is definitely going to be the first game itself. Now, my good man, now this game, I think Mosquitoes had a really good idea on how to play the game. They were snowballing. They knew that they were going to be getting online real fast in the game over here. Looking at this particular top lane engagement, they were clearing up. Remember, they lost out basically United Holics were losing out the Buzzwole. They lost out basically the Inteleon, and they actually lost out one more here, which was I think this one was...
They didn't lose anyway.
Yeah, this one. The one you circled. Yeah, I couldn't tell as well. Yeah, but by the looks
the
of it.
Mammoth sorry.
The Mammoth one as well. So we're losing some of the main ones from your team. By this time, already Buzzwole's already written back into the game at the base itself, but it's a little bit too hard when they actually come back. But you can see some of the big struggles that Unite Holic had to deal with here at the early stages of the game, all the way to mid game.
It was a really tough round, and the crazy part about it is that, let me do a quick pause, right? While they did manage to succeed in getting rid of both the Mammoth and the Inteleon early, right? Which is of course kudos to our dear friend Espion here, or S4L. That he was a little bit overzealous and was still outside of the circle. Like I think there was a little bit like on the comms, right? Like on the phone, right? Let me quickly draw a phone. Okay, I think that looks like a phone, right? The numbers and thing.
I mean, yeah, that looks like a C with a...
Wait, a phone, okay. This is the phone, okay? It's a phone.
It had to be that phone, huh?
Okay. So I think something went wrong on the phone, right? Because like literally everyone else had already disengaged. Everyone has already fallen back. Everyone was already comfortable. But most importantly, I think it was waves that was being made by Deer, because I don't think you guys can see him, but Deer is currently here. Deer tried to go for the point because the Regieleki already dunked those points into the goal post here. He tried to isolate as much as his team as much as possible, and the rest of the team just went to reinforce and protect that goal post, leaving Deer S4L alone. Poor man's alone, being surrounded by the rest of the squad. And by the way, Mammoth Swine and Inteleon has finally spawned. They are currently waiting to get this jumper here to fly over here shortly, which then lead to even more members of Team Mosquito getting punished for overextension and not actually backing off fast enough. So we're going to be quickly role-playing back again. And of course, our dear friends cannot leave the rest of the squad to leave alone, right?
Yes, exactly.
So now the rest of the team, they say, you know what, forget the Deer, forget the Dragonite that's currently away already because of the Hoopa. Let's quickly reinforce the rest of the squad. But instead of doing a backtrack here, instead of going back, U-turning back to safety, they decided to keep going. They decided to keep going with this fight, which is very curious to me to why they decided to go back in. But in the end, they decided to fall back.
And it's like, no, oh, okay, big mistake. And then they tried to get the shields in. But this time, the goalpost was already gone, so they're able to actually just reshield themselves back in.
It's definitely one of those few moments where you should have just like left your ally to just fall, because the life of one ally is definitely not worth the rest of the squad here.
I do agree, yeah.
That kind of thing. Although I'm not a big fan of sacrifice one for the many. I'm not a very big fan of that. But this is just one of those situations, especially when you are playing a very early game comp.
Yeah.
And you're playing against a very super late comp, like which is what Unite Holic was playing in that first game. You cannot afford to give them any form of EXP in any way. Whether it's for Chaos, whether it's from your central area of wild Pokemons, you just cannot give them that kind of opportunity.
Yeah. Now, of course, of course, you guys are curious about this. We're curious about this. Let's have a look at the updated group stage table, shall we? And see who is currently and talk where all our amazing teams are. And of course, now we look at Team Unite Holic with a complete 6 points. 6 points over here.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Very solid company for Unite Holic so far. Solid as a rock, let's be honest here. Like their first series, we were questioning because of the fact that maybe it was somewhat relatively of a new team, right? That kind of thing. They came into the scene with not much intent to play around with, not a lot of balls, not a lot of experience as well, competitively or not, or tournament-wise. Then from seeing from their first game last week, their very first series, then we all start speculating like, they did win, sure. They did play well accordingly, but it felt very scuffed. It felt very off. It felt very awkward most of the time as well. But this game, whether is it a new holic or was it the intended action to play from, like to play that kind of play style, that competition last week, to show their true self now, regardless, well done. Really well played coming from Unite Holic. But of course, with that being said, since they won their second game, they're topping the scoreboard with 6 points, the highest in Group A so far until further notice here for sure. Although unfortunately for Team Mosquito to get that was their final round, their series, but they still were able to get that second placing for themselves since they were able to won the series last week. But of course, with that being said, that's enough for the bracket. Let's quickly prepare for our second introduction. It is Professor Danelie, of course, looking absolutely fabulous, by the way.
Wow, thank you, Leonard. Very nice of you. Good afternoon. I'm actually really excited because we are jumping into game number 2 today. But let's take a look at the head-to-head first before we jump into that matchup. If you've just tuned into the broadcast and you're wondering who exactly is playing, it is Too Easy going up against Joe Is Love Unite. So this is the 2 Taiwan teams. This is the second place team and the third place team.
Yeah, it was really great for them as well. I think like this was one of the few 2 new teams that we were trying to get a good feel about it as well, since there was really not a lot of intel for us to find out about it. But of course, I just got the word from our amazing production team. Let's quickly get into the drafting. By the way, Too Easy has only played 1 game last year, so they still had 2 more series to play to try to rack up as much points as possible. Joe Is Love, this will be their last.
Yeah, so this is really the last hurrah for Joe Is Joe Is Love Unite to get their points in. But it's a tough opponent because Too Easy was the team that actually knocked them into 3rd place in the Taiwan Open. So a bit of a grudge match between these 2 teams. But if Joe can get the victory here, they do need those 3 points because they had a really tough week 1.
It is. It really is. Because if I'm not mistaken, they have no points currently in the belt for them for sure. So they're currently literally the bottom of their bracket of their respective group stages here. So now they go against, like, I guess you could say a revenge match, a grudge match against Too Easy again, and to have them to knock them back down again, I don't think that's possible for them. No, they're going to be giving it all for this one last hoorah.
They'll have to, and it might have to come down to them really changing up their draft because remember, folks, Joe Is Love Unite, this was the team that had the very interesting drafting style, but we had 2 speedsters. But already we could potentially see a change here, and we are seeing the changes. So no double speedsters this time. Girl God is going to be going on that Pikachu because Too Easy, they know that Girl God is a Leafeon spammer, a Leafeon main, so they're going to have to go for that Deny pick there. They did prioritize that Mimikyu and Eldegoss as their first 2 picks. I'm just wondering what Windstar is going to pick up because from what I've seen so far for Joe Is Love Unite, I have mixed feelings about Windstar. He seems to have a very limited pool of Pokemon that he's very confident with. And especially with some of the opponents, like you also can't blame him. He's in a very tough group. He's got some of the toughest teams in this grouping. He's going to go for the Meowscarada. Okay.
Which is actually, I'm not too surprised because, like, even you see in most of his match history, whether it's in rank or competitive, he's been playing a lot of Meowscarada for the past few days for quite a long time here. So I wasn't too surprised if we were to lock into it as well because, like, besides Meowscarada, he also had brought in the Gardevoir, the Chandelure. But
nothing could stick though.
Yeah,
like,
nothing could really stick, right? But that's why I was very concerned about Girl God as well because like there were a lot of like meta Pokemon for her to really play around with, especially since both the Inteleon, both the Leafeon also taken away from her as well. Esprit was still in the pool for her, but I think after seeing for last week, I think they realized they were lacking in terms of damage-wise.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they decided to opt to go with that Pikachu for sure.
Yeah, I know we're speaking a lot about Joe Is Love Unite here, but I do want to just quickly reiterate that between the 2 teams, I think a lot of people are going to be leaning towards Too Easy. If you've been following the World Championship Series, you'll be familiar with a lot of the players on Too Easy. We've got Z-Ray, who used to be on High Five, and then we have Solo and Froggy, who both used to be on... I know Froggy was on MYS at Worlds last year. Solo was... He was, I think, the substitute for MYS. I have it in my notes here somewhere. But he was, I believe, at Worlds. Snake and 77, I'm still quite new to these 2 players, but I'm keen to see their performance for this matchup in particular. But I want to see if Joe Is Love, can they turn things around? Can they maybe actually flip this game on its head and actually beat Too Easy?
I think the one of the winning conditions first is try to get through that early game first, because we are talking about going up against both the Umbreon, both the Leafeon, and even the Clefable as well. 3 that's going to be pretty much sticking literally at least the first 3 minutes of the round here. So this is going to be a time where if Joe's Love is able to either surpass or able to withhold, I think they should be totally fine for that late game.
Yeah, one thing I would love to see is pressure coming in from Joe is Love, because Too Easy, this is a team that can play fast. They can also play slow if they want to. And at the moment, they've got a pretty balanced lineup. They do have that mid-game put into solo on that Blaziken. I'm really keen to see what Blaziken can do in an ideal situation, because last week we did see a Blaziken that just got completely pummeled to the ground.
Yeah, you weren't a big fan of it at all.
Absolutely nothing for its team. But that's what you really need to do up against that Blaziken. You really have to beat that Pokemon down until it does absolutely nothing. But so far, it seems to have a pretty smooth early game. You do have Snake here on that Leafeon, just making sure if anything does happen in that top lane, he will be able to support, but he also wants to get these mid camps as well for his lane, so they should be able to lock this down with that Solar Blade. They do get it, and look at this, they're going to catch out the Mimikyu. Beautiful ambush there from Too Easy, locking in that knockout, and also speeding up the evolution there for the Combusken.
That timing, you couldn't ask for more worse timing for Joey's Love Unite as well, during the competition for that Altaria family as well. Instantly, you get the Clefable and a massive damage coming from the Solar Blade as well. That blade is literally forged at the center of the sun, and they're going to try to see if they can get a couple more KOs in the midst of it as well. Good rotation time is coming from both sides as well, as top and bottom was able to secure their points respectively.
I have to say, these lane matchups are really surprising to me for Joa's Love Unite, because at the moment they are currently losing both of their lanes. They are being pressured by Too Easy, top and bottom, and Windstar, he's going to continue to focus on gaining his experience. He wants to hit that Meowscarada, he wants that Power Spike, but my fear here is that this might actually come a little bit too late, because if both lanes are struggling and your Speedster is finally coming in, you better hope this next engagement is going to be a big victory to turn this around, because if Windstar loses these next, I want to say 1 or 2 team fights, I think this might just be it for Joe's Love.
I mean, there's also the problem of the level race as well. They're so far behind in terms of level with some of their respective members too. So like now, like I said, now they just have to try to figure out either go for those individual pickoffs, or let's try to find some way to get some EXPs in the lane. I think something they can try to capitalize on. For example, if they notice that if they want to try to prioritize in those objectives, they can try to go to another lane, try to get some form of EXP, or try to go for those pickoffs. Anything they can do to get those EXP in, because let's be honest, you need that Blastoise.
Yeah, and up top, I'm even seeing the Mimikyu just being bullied by the Blaziken. So yeah, things are getting really tough up here. I mean, that's a solo knockout, and this is really concerning for Joe's Love, and objectives are up on the map now. I just really struggle to find this opening for Joe's Love to win these fights. They might be able to steal objectives, but when it comes to that late game, I don't think they're going to be able to win those fights. And oh, the steal from the War Turtle. Fantastic there from Shaw, actually salvaging that bottom fight, and now actually looking to play aggressive themselves. We do have 3 players from Too Easy here. It looks like we're getting a big push from Joe's Love, and so far we're seeing some Unites. We actually saw Meowscarada Unite being used. They only get 1 KO though on that Clefable. They're still trying to buy that time, and here comes that Leafeon. This might just be the turnaround. We see the Thunderstorm coming in from that Pikachu. No knockout though, does manage to get the retreat off. Blastoise still spinning, but gets sent back to base. Meowscarada still off the map, looking to come back, but I think this is going to be a failed push for Joe's Love. And up top, the Mimikyu gets soloed by Solo again.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. I was really concerned. I thought they were pretty much doing good. You got that steal, you got that Blastoise, right? You already got that initial harassment and was able to chase them quite a distance as well. I thought it was pretty much high time for them to try to reset the situation. Don't get too overzealous, because we now know for a fact that their rotations will eventually happen, and my nightmares really came through. They did came in with rotation. They overstayed their welcome here and really got punished for it. And let's be honest, this basically has been a menace. He's been stealing all of the sidewall Pokemons, by the way, on Joey's Love Unite side as well.
Almost getting caught there by that Blaziken, but I think Eldegoss not going to be too happy about this. No
okay,
commitment.
It's fine.
Too easy. They're showing restraint because we have seen what's happened in the past. If you do get a little bit too excited, we have seen some people get knocked out, unfortunately. But Blaziken jumping into the back lines. Blastoise just staying in the front lines for the team. But when you don't have any follow-up, there's not really much you're going to be able to do. Meowscarada, though, with the Unite, not catching anything. 3 Pokemon are down. Joe is love Meowscarada trying to get out of there, not connecting to that Umbreon. And now they're going to chase onto Solo. Unite even coming out from that Mimikyu. But where's the follow-up damage? They will get that Blaziken. And Too Easy, they're not going to stick around. They do have Z-Ray actually zoning them off with the snipe shot. So both teams, they will back out. So far when it comes to level though, not looking at too bad. We are seeing it Too Easy slowly slide away. But looking at the comparisons, they are focusing a lot of their experience into that Blaziken and the Inteleon. These are their 2 main late game Pokemon, and beautiful secure there from that Leafeon. No steal this time for Joe is love.
And the best part about it as well, not much EXP focus on the Leafeon is much needed as well, since you have both the Leaf Blade and the Solar Blade as well. So you have a lot of damage coming out from the Leafeon alone as it is here, right? But what's more concerning is the fact that a lot of these fights that have been taken is usually just 5v4. The Mimikyu hasn't really been present until that very bottom lane.
And another thing I kind of want to mention here as well is that Joe is love, they are in a really weird position here with some of their Pokemon because they don't have anyone that can take on solo. They don't have anyone that can match him. You know those top lane matchups where sometimes you just need those Pokemon to sort of defend those goal zones? Yes. That was Mimikyu's job on the side of Joe is love. But we've seen 3 times so far that Solo has soloed him. Although we are seeing a push happen in that bottom lane. We have the Umbreon on the goal zone. It looks like Clefable does get the Moonlight healing up and will survive him going for the Unite. Catches a fly. Very lucky there. Umbreon still sticking around. The Berry keeping it in this fight. And here comes that Leafeon. Unite gets dropped as well. Solar Blade will KO the support, but Leafeon goes down in the process. We are seeing a spin from this Blastoise. They're going to stay on the goal zone here, so Too Easy, enough regeneration to survive the damage there from that Blastoise. Pretty big victory here for Too Easy. Some more experience into their pod.
The thing is, I knew what they were trying to go for as well. They got intel that both Pokemon, both the Leafeon and the Blaziken was taking the objective to the top
goodness,
side, but more KOs.
Soloing!
He's still keeping himself alive, and there's no Unite move for sure, so he's very confident. He's going to walk out of this fight scot-free.
He is. Oh my goodness, this man is probably playing with the biggest smile on his face right now.
He's having a hell of a time, I can tell you this for sure.
Oh my god.
Like that bottom lane, I understand like why they actually died for that, because they just knew, okay fine, it was a 5v3, we had the advantage, right? But that's what I'm saying, there's just no damage output coming out from them at all. There's so much heal coming from the Clefable ultimate, and on top of the Moonlight as well. He also had to follow me, which I'm not too surprised since this game, they're not too worried about the speedsters or anything else as well, so he doesn't mind just being that kind of control to just draw into the intention instead of the gravity here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times Follow Me has been the preferred build on Clefable because sometimes you do want to... Oh my gosh, that snipe shot. That was just a scouting snipe shot, but to connect onto the Meowscarada, and oh my gosh, they've lost their defender. No Blastoise. This is big because now you have no frontliner on the side of Joe's Love Unite, and they're still going. I mean, you've lost your Pikachu. That's your attacker. You're left with Meowscarada, Mimikyu, Eldegoss. Blastoise will come back into this fight, and we are still seeing a few Unites here, but Blaziken locking in that Rayquaza here for Too Easy. Looks like that Rayquaza might have been too easy for this team. And now Joe is love. They're on the defensive back foot, but they just can't stop these scores from coming through. 550 points to 49. Too Easy are looking to lock in game 1 of this best of 3 and now force Joe into a very unfortunate position because they have to now reverse sweep Too Easy if they want to get those 3 points on the board.
Truly living up to their given name as well. Too Easy, Team Too Easy for sure. Joe is love Unite, like you said, currently have the backs against the wall. Really need to try to figure out how to really bring this game back into their favor. Is it maybe selecting more Pokemon more befitting for themselves here, or to try to lock in a little bit more priority meta picks? Because I think so far, like you mentioned as well, not a lot of Pokemon for them to really play around with. And Solo, finally, I think that was like what, his second KO in his entire round.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe the first one.
We've seen a lot of KOs.
How are you alive? Ray, how are you alive? I thought he was gone.
Yeah, you
I thought the
kind of.
Thundershock got him.
That happens a lot to Inteleons. They just sort of slip away, you know. You can't quite catch
Very
them.
slippery bugger.
I'm trying to think for game 2 here for Joa's Love because
Right.
at this point, you know, this game, there's no way you can turn it around. That's 900 points to 49. So going into game number 2, okay, there are a couple things that Joa's Love is going to have to consider going into that game number 2. Number 1, I actually think Windstar needs to pick up something that has a faster momentum, faster tempo.
Correct.
I don't think Meowscarada really was it for this game. They really wanted to get that Meowscarada leveled up, hit the Meowscarada, and then try to go, but Too
Correct.
Easy had already attacked both lanes by then. Both lanes for Joe, they were both on the back foot from the get-go, and they never had that big fight that was supposed to bring them back into that fold. They
Correct.
just lost fight after fight. I think a couple times they may have tied, but you can't tie with the composition that Joe is currently running.
Correct.
You need to be the ones that are ahead. Another thing I think to consider, it's either you cannot give that Blaziken to solo, or you're going to have to treat that Blaziken like we saw last week, which is you have to pressure the Blaziken lane. You have to slow down its early game. You cannot let it have a free top lane, because if you let it have a free top lane, we're just going to see the same thing in game number 2. Solo is going to crush whoever is in that top lane.
I don't think it's like really about the Blaziken. I just think you just need to find. I think it's just they should just focus a lot more on their Pokemon, right? Because like if you just someone try to focus in limiting like solo Pokemon, he has a very massive pool. Blaziken is not just his only go-to Pokemon, by the way. He has also other Pokemon, not just as an all-rounder. He can also be the attacker here. Windstar, I do have some kind of concern, but I'm not sure whether he can play another all-rounder role, because so far
We've only seen attackers and speedsters from this map.
Yes, correct. Only attackers and speedsters here. Only Shao, which is by the way the BBQ currently, he has only been the only all-rounder player here.
But I don't think these two players, I don't think I've ever seen them anyway in the Taiwan Opens actually pivot. So they can't actually swap roles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
add another role.
Yeah, so what would be the solution here, right? It's like at the same time, we don't fully understand these players' pools of Pokemon. We've only
Correct.
seen what is actually online and also what has been shown in the Taiwan Open. So maybe there is something left up Windstar's sleeve that maybe he's sort of trying to keep it. I kind of feel like the Meowscarada was sort of it, but it didn't quite pop off in this game how I would have liked it to.
I mean, it's very difficult, right? You're a speedster that we had 2 kinds of evolution stages as well. It's really definitely quite hard to really get there, and especially you're going against a team who also has like pretty early 3 Pokemons, who has like really early power spikes as well. So it's pretty hard for you to try to get some form of EXP farm, because this team is not going to be relaxing at the sidelines. No, they're going to be very offensive, as you can see in most of the rounds, and even its highlights. They're just looking for fights wherever they go.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? You have to respect this aggression that's going to come out from Too Easy. And how do you respect aggression from another team? One of the solutions, you match that aggression. You also draft a lineup that is going to be incredibly strong in lane, and it's going to apply that pressure very early on. In some cases, this is only for certain teams, I would advise maybe you can consider investing in a more late game composition. Those compositions are extremely difficult to execute against a team that is really good at fast early game tempo that can also pressure side lanes. Some teams know how to look for that farm, what openings to go for, so that's for those certain teams I would advise. I think for Joa's Love, this is not something that this team is capable of playing. They have to respect that early game somehow. And I hope they have something left in their Pokemon pool that they can look to match and tie the series up, because at this rate, if they just let Too Easy run down the game again for game number 2, it's going to be a 2-0. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Leonard, that means that Joa's Love is going to end their group stage with 0 points.
Yeah, that's actually the possible route, right? Because I think
worst case scenario for this team.
It is truly the worst, and I think they'll be the first as well to get like the only team with 0 points so far.
I'm not sure if there's any other teams that are currently sitting on 0. I think in Group A we don't have any.
Group B, I know there's 1 team or 2 teams currently sitting at 0 points, but they still have a couple of series to play with. It's just that Joey's Love is currently, this is their last run. That's the problem.
I actually think, because we saw Group A just now, I didn't see any teams with 0 points.
All got 1 point.
Yeah, they all had at least 1 point. But Group B though, Joa's Love definitely had 0.
Yes.
So, it's was it Shin and Rude? I think they also got 2-0 in both of their
Shin
games.
and Rude
they got
1 point.
They got 1 point.
They were in Group A. I think it was currently Too Easy because Too Easy has still got 2 more games, but they haven't won anything.
Yeah, I have to double check who it is. I don't have it on my sheet,
Oh, I
unfortunately.
have it here right now.
This
so-
man is prepared. Apparently, I'm not. So.
No, guys, she says this, right? But her head is an
No.
encyclopedia of Pokemon and
Encyclopedia.
player. I can't top that.
This man is crazy.
Like she's a walking book. I'm an open book.
I have a book too, Sam. It's not just you.
but regardless, right, I think like if we want to try to give them an opportunity, I think maybe like in terms of Pokemon pool, I think maybe Windstar could bring in the Gardevoir. I think she's still up and at it currently in the pool as well. But when it comes to Shao, I think he needs to bring back the Buzzwole. I think Mimikyu somewhat limits him compared to when he was playing Buzzwole. I feel there was a lot more life in that one.
Okay, I could see Guardy being there for Windstar, but
Yes.
I 100% guarantee if Too Easy sees Windstar on that Gardevoir, there is going to be a central area invade.
Yep,
100%.
Yep.
So Joe also needs to acknowledge this because these two teams, they play in the same region. I'm very sure, or they should anyway. If they don't, then I don't know what's going on.
Which is why I felt like the Hoopa would be great to try to counter that early central invasion. But the problem is they don't play
I don't think they
Hoopa.
play it.
Yeah, exactly. They don't
Yeah.
play Hoopa. Dan Lao only plays Clefable and Eldegoss only. That's the thing.
Yeah. I do believe we have a highlight video for last
Yes.
week that might actually be ready.
Yeah. This will definitely help us refresh us. Like
hope
what
so.
did we miss or anything? Let's quickly bring up the highlight to check out what happened last week. If you guys didn't join us for last week, this might be hopefully a quick glimpse for you.
ですがこれは前には出づらいでしょう。
残り20秒なんで、これ
そうですね。ただラストヒットはちょっと怖いところがありますが。
怖いところありますが、やっぱりインテリオンがこの体力で残っているのが大きい。
そうですね。ただ神がここからさあ取っていく。ゴールにひた走れ。シールドを取ったままカニチャンズ残り60点。10秒です。10秒です。さあゴールの上には1人残っていますが、得点。ゲームセット。
いやー、この素晴らしい雪だるま吹きかわして
さあ奥にいたのはこの AP です。足を止めてみせました。ウルトへ添える KO まで持ってきた。残ったのはそうですね、このピクシーまで2連続 KO カビタンズレジェンドピット周り完璧。
やっぱすごい位置にいるな。
勝負は急がない MJK、 じわりじわりと自分たちの得意な射程を生かしてジョイズラブユナイトから体力と余裕を奪ってきた。
ここに亀木からあるぞ。
さあお出まし、
いけ
いらっしゃいませと言わんばかりにリングを開いて MJK の面々がジョイズラブユナイトに襲いかかります。ゴールからリングの中から一気に波乗りでジョイズラブユナイトを流し去った MJK、 そのままファイナルゴールへと駆け抜けていくインテリオン。
Sedangkan di bawah Registil. Kali ini Registilnya
Dor.
pasti
Wow.
berhasil Registil. Dan Opa berhasil kabur di sana. Tentunya di arah tembus Zoroark mencoba menginput bahwa poin. Yes, tapi knock-up tampaknya Krasel.
Dan ini dia.
Coba untuk menahan saja, kita lihat tampaknya seorang dari Krasel masih mampu bertahan di sana karena Foir terculik bersama. Kesempatan emas, tampaknya di belakang bola akan maju seorang Dev. Mendorong namun kita lihat akan ditukar. Dimana kali ini seorang Glacier bakal tumbang di sana. Hopa bakal coba untuk join.
As he thinks he is, because this level gap is just getting bigger and bigger. We do have the time frame, but where is the follow-up damage? Zoroark is just not enough by himself. He gets blown up in the middle of the fray. Absol as well.
Tyrannosaurus starts coming back into the fight, but unfortunately, again, he's all alone against 5 Pokemon.
That jump does
Bye-bye.
nothing. Man, that was...
Welcome back from that highlight reel, folks. Now that we actually got
very
confirmation, it was very cool. But we got confirmation from the producers that the game is ready, so let's jump into the draft. But that highlight video also highlighted the status for Group B.
Yes.
Because the other team that actually had 0 points was Too Easy, because they got 2-0'd last week. They've got 2 matches this week. And if they win this series 2-0 at this point, they're going to get out of the 0-point bracket, and they will actually have 3 points to their name.
Definitely finding the oasis out of the desert here for sure. For
Look,
that.
it's not fun because Joe is love. They need points.
Yes.
So this game 2 is practically going to have to be it to at least get that 1 point.
I mean, that's the nature of competition, right? Which I'm not a big fan of. Someone has to be kicked off. Someone has to move forward. But of course, let's get back into the draft. Joy's Love Unite will be banning out the Algos, a little bit of a different ban, but Too Easy. Definitely not making it easy for Girl God here. Banning out the Italian for sure, understanding the limited hero pool that she currently has in the competitive side.
Yeah, and also actually denying that Leafeon, right? So like Leafeon and Inteleon, meaning that Girl God not going for Pikachu this time. I think Espeon is a pretty interesting choice. Probably going to just be the standard store power build on this evolution, unless we see some, not shenanigans, but I guess like some kind of change. But just not ideal, especially when there are so many mobile Pokemon on the other side. Like you have to worry about a potential spin to win Blastoise, a Leafeon jumping on top of you, and potentially even 77. Umbreon, we know Umbreon gets to do some crazy stuff. But look at the compositions though. So we are going to see Windstar playing that Glaceon. I did question this with Leonard off stream just now when we were showing the highlight. I was like, Leonard, I'm seeing a Glaceon here. Maybe this is going to be something to consider. This is the Glaceon game. This is going to have to be the comeback game here for Joe is Love. I hope it's enough.
And I also need to apologize as well, Danny. Actually, when I said that I wasn't too sure about the Hoopa, I was actually wrong. I literally wrote it right big here, pretty big. That my Danelie actually does play the Hoopa. So and I said that maybe they don't, and I was like, oh my god, I was wrong. I wrote it right here. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. We all make mistakes.
But see, here's the scary thing, right? There's definitely a lot more life in terms of competition of Joe is Love here. But right now I'm concerned because now they're literally fighting into both the Umbreon and the Clefable. And honestly, I know you talk about the Follow Me is one of the few go-tos for Clefable, but when you're playing against like this frontliner or on really close range, an all-rounder like a Buzzwole or any other future speedsters, I felt when you combo Mean Look with the Gravity, I think that just really hurts Buzzwole because for all-rounders, one of the bane of their existence is pretty much control. Being controlled, being kited around, I think that's something they really hate the most.
Well,
and on top of it, Avalanche.
I was going to say, Alolan Ninetales is going to be a pretty big pain as well for any Pokemon that want to be like fighting in your face, because you have to worry about the tick damage, the slows. So I was also going to say something about the composition for Too Easy. So another comparison to make between the two is that when it comes to securing objectives, Too Easy have 2 Goliaths. They have Ninetales and a Solar Blade that's going to be coming from that Leafeon. Whereas
so painful.
On the side of Joe is Love, we know this is very likely not going to be that Psyshock Espeon. And Stored Power Espeon, not that great when it comes to locking down those objectives. So Glaceon's all right, but I'm curious to know if it's Icy Wind or if it's going to be the Icicle Spear. We'll find out in just a minute here, but yeah, depending on what kind of Glaceon we're looking at, objectives could be heavily skewed to Too Easy.
I think he might just opt to go for the
This looks like Icicle Spear.
Spear, right? Mainly because of the fact that you're gonna get locked out by Mean Look regardless. So it's like you just might as well just like stand and just do the necessary amount of damage, right?
But
you need fucking range damage. There's so much range damage coming from both teams out here, but I think the one who does a little bit better, I think, is still coming from the Solar Blade from Too Easy.
Yeah, I really am leaning towards Snake's Solar Blade here. I mean, Leafeon is just a monster in a lot of these fights. But we do have both of the central laners in that top lane, so both trying to lock in those central birds, and they do actually get it. Look at this great pushback there from the Squirtle, but the reset's going to connect. So no KOs for Too Easy, but can they turn this around? Not likely, unfortunately. So a truce between these two teams for now. But we do see a Umbreon sneaking his way into that top lane as well. So it's going to be a Ninetales Lapras matchup in that bottom lane. Espeon is also left, and look at this, too easy invading. Joe is Love going back into that into their central area with both of their evolutions. But look at this though, the top lane again just being pressured.
He pushed it back!
Denies him from that reset, and this might just be it. Could not jump over the wall there.
You know, oh my heart! I was literally saying for sure. I said, no way. He's not gonna do it, isn't he? Because the way I saw the War Turtle was like slowly positioning himself so far forward, I said, no, he can't do it, he can't, and he just did it, and I was like, wow, that's crazy.
I mean, he's doing his job. He has to understand to deny those resets, like any repositioning is going to be key.
And the worst part, because of the priority of trying to get that goalpost with the follow bus wall, central area farm was pretty much free for the take for Joe with Love, since the priority is slightly shifted towards that goalpost as well.
Yeah, although levels are still in favor of too easy for now. It's still very early, but it is a sign that sort of tells you a story of what's happened in these side lanes. And at the moment, it's just been too easy controlling that top lane. Now they have the assistance of that Leafeon in the bottom lane, so we could be seeing a bit of a scuffle down here as well. But both central laners are in that bottom lane. Umbreon copping half its health and damage, but again, both teams just ending on a truce. No big team fights yet, but point advantage is still in favor of too easy with 55.
I mean, honestly, it's not a lot in the first place. It's very easily to overcome for sure. But then again, this comes out to see the objective. I want to see what's the decision here. Do they want to commit for the objective or try to go for the chaos during those objectives?
We have the Snarl initiation. They do catch out the Lapras. This is a very tanky Pokemon, and we'll get that reset off with the Hooper. And Umbreon does go down. So now we've got the squishies left for too easy. Clefable is here, so they do have that sustain. And look at this, though. Z-Ray far forward. He did try to go for the combo. He does manage to eject out, but 2 KOs. We do have the Psychic Solaire, though, connecting onto Z-Ray, and we'll get KO'd by that Espeon. 2 Pokemon are still down here on the side of Joe, but looks like Umbreon coming back into that fray, threatening to steal the Regirock here, and every time they delay the steal, he actually gets it with the foul play. 77, saving that bottom fight there for too easy. And now Joe looking for revenge, but unfortunately they don't have anyone to help them get those connections off.
Oh, it felt like all the effort just pretty much just went down the drain, right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, 2 KOs is great, but they were definitely looking to try to transition it to try to secure an objective.
This is again one of the issues you see when you play that stored power Espeon. This Pokemon is just not consistent when it comes to getting those objectives unless you're running Future Sight. And that is not a skill set that teams are favoring at the moment at all. So yeah, again, I mentioned this earlier on. Secure is in favor of too easy, although I wouldn't put Umbreon on that list. I thought it was going to be Ninetales and Leafeon, but I mean, for 77 to pull that off, I mean, it just goes to show how well practiced this team is when it comes to getting those secures. And we are seeing another push here. Umbreon even committing the Unite, just forcing out the Hooper, breaking that goal zone. And really, there's not much you're going to be able to do as a Hooper. Maybe fainting is going to be his job here. Oh, follow me.
Oh, he's sustained.
Not going to connect. He will survive for just a little bit longer. They are not focusing him down, and it looks like the Hyperspace Hole is going to pay off. Buzzwole coming to that bottom lane to help out. The Snow Globe gets popped, and look at that Buzzwole! He just gets popped.
There's just so much ways to really lock down this Buzzwole. You have the mean look, you have the avalanche. I'm not sure, did the Clefable win for the gravity yet, or did she go for the follow me?
Follow me.
See, there's so many ways to really like just lock down this Buzzwole. It just doesn't seem like a prime opportunity for him to really get into it. Hydro Typhoon was able to knock out a couple of players and try to set things up for them. They managed to get a nice knockdown, but here comes Psychic Solaire, was able to displace a couple of them and trying to buy the necessary amount of time. Lapras Express comes in, but that's just a defender. There's not a lot of damage coming to the mix, and Buzzwole again, cold, hard, frozen heart. Our dear friend completely broken up in pieces here.
Looks like this Water Pulse should be enough to take out that Leafeon. So nice counter KOs coming in here from Joe's Love. Too easy, overextending to the point that Joe was able to get those reinforcements in, and they do break that top goal zone. So no more speed flux for too easy, and these teams are maybe looking to trade those objectives. Down bottom, it's going to be too easy. Up top, they're very likely to beat Joe's Love. There's no one here contesting for too easy. So obviously, both of these teams, they are prioritizing different things here. I mean, Joe, they probably respect that. There's no way they get that bottom objective at this point in time. Take what you can get, and then go back and equalize those levels. Stay toe-to-toe, because at the moment, levels are looking pretty good here for Joe. It's quite spread across the board here for Joe's Love, but for too easy, they are actually prioritizing a lot of their levels into that Leafeon.
There's also the fact that most of them didn't really have the Unite moves at the time as well for both during the presence of two of the objectives. So I think they didn't really want to juggle that kind of risk. They just said, you know what, their leveling is pretty decent. They're keeping up with us in terms of the level race here. Let's just focus on just being safe, being secure. They're not offensive, they're not aggressive, and nor should we as well. So stick with our respective objective, get the Unite moves back, get the farm up, because let's be honest, Rayquaza's not too far apart, but while trying to give for a couple of objectives, they did find a Prime Tower, get smacked up, but had to commit the eject button because he know that will be a fool's death. I love the fact that we see the Blaster shielding a couple of much damage as much as possible, and of course with Moonlight, his health is going to be coming back up. Top side, one was not able to succeed in the dunk to the goalpost, but at least the other was able to get a couple of points in here. Too Easy definitely still up on the level game, and including point-wise. But of course, it's not a very substantial difference here, but I spoke a little bit too soon. As Fable
Oh my
again,
goodness.
more
What?
points, and even broke the second goalpost.
Interesting play. Actually committing the Unite there for the Hooper, but it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Right? Like 30 seconds to Rayquaza too?
That was a very bizarre play. Maybe really wanting to get the cancel off, but just not realizing how quickly Froggy was going to be able to get the scores off. Now, remember, this is a Fable with Follow Me. They does have a way to dash out of there, and with the Moonlight, they don't even get the KO.
And guess what? The Leafeon is still trying to find a way to dunk even more points as he plays towards the back line. Trying to find an opportunity, but even if he can't get the dunk to the goalpost, to the main goalpost, he's still at a very opportune positioning to try to do some damage or even some pickup. The Glaceon is going to be walking, and he doesn't know about it.
Windstar, if he went into that bush, I think that could have been absolute disaster for him, but thankfully he went into that top lane. Now, the thing is, Solo is literally solo up here. If Joe is Love all decide to rotate up there, they actually might be able to pick him off, but instead, they're going to go through the main central area, and look at that though, great backstab, cutting Glaceon's health in half. Windstar respecting that Leafeon could be in that bush, waiting to go into the hyperspace hole. Lapras though, right in the front with Buzzwole. They're trying to jump onto both of the attackers onto the side of Too Easy, and looks like they do take down Z-Ray. That's going to be one of the securers and the damage dealers down for Too Easy. Joe is Love. Looks like things are connecting for them at the moment. Looks like Espeon trying to chase down this Leafeon. This is not a fight I was expecting to see at all, but Buzzwole again fighting into Too Easy. He doesn't have any reinforcements and does get knocked out for 16 seconds. Hooper's still here and Lapras, so they do have a pretty strong front line, and they also have the resets available.
The thing is, it was pretty good KO trades as well. No one really had one advantage over the other. However, in terms of Unite moves, there's only one currently present. It's currently in the hands of the Hooper here. He does have the Hooper unbound. It's still pretty decent amount of damage. Could be quite the move.
He's actually going to use it right now, though. So they're going to bring the entire team into Rayquaza. But look at this, though. Solo was guarding the Rayquaza. He is ready to go if he needs to. Rayquaza down to half health. Leafeon going to be sitting at the top. Snake waiting to try and go for that steal. But who gets a Buzzwole? Securing the last hit there onto the Rayquaza. And it looks like now it's Joe is Love's turn to score their points uncontested. Too Easy have been wiped. They got their first point on the board. They are looking to tie this series and bring it to a Game 3. Joe is Love, we were looking for them to take this Game 2 to tie it up and to bring it to Game 3. They made the changes necessary, and they have matched Too Easy's energy. I am loving it.
Oh, they definitely found some new breath of life for sure. This is definitely going to keep them alive. And best part about it is they will not have 0 points even if they were to lose the third game here. But of course, we're not going to be talking so far. I am not going to predict it or assume here. But regardless, this round was a lot more better. It's a lot more cleaner, a lot more confidence coming from the side. Members of Joe is Love. And this is what I'm saying, right? When you give Shao that Buzzwole, you definitely allow him to be a lot more free compared to Mimikyu, where I feel like it restricts him a lot more than usual here when he plays that Mimikyu as an all-rounder here. But regardless, really great game, really good timing as well. And really good swift decision towards the last fight for the Rayquaza, right? Understanding there was no other Unite moves available for Too Easy, they just decided, you know what, we just go all in. We have the damage, we have the people, we have the burst, go for it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, the execution for the late game for Joe, I do agree. Like, they did fantastic. They realized that Too Easy, if you compare the two teams, if you're going to fight into each other 5v5 head on, Too Easy will normally come out on top because they have the AoE control. They have the snow globe. Too much AoE to deal with. So they had these crazy skirmishes all across the map. They had Z-Ray being dived. You had Solo on the other side of the fight. 77 was doing his best to try and protect Z-Ray, but what can you do against a Buzzwole? Because he's running Snarl and Foul Play. He didn't run Mean Look, so he wasn't actually able to stop Xiao at all.
Yes.
So if you've lost your main attacker in Z-Ray and you're relying on that Leafeon, who we saw Leafeon being chased by Espeon.
Yes. And the crazy thing about it as well is like not before, let's just go by step, sorry, okay? Like before even they really got into the fight for the Rayquaza fight, they lost Alolan 9 so early, mainly because Shaw used the Lapras Express, where one massive round hit him from the back, forcing him to use the eject button. That's where the boss was said, no mean look, no eject button. He committed his own eject button just to get on top of it and was able to get that one KO. And because of that anguish, the rest of the team even commit more Unite moves just to try to go for the saves, but they couldn't really save him at all.
Yeah, so just, man, I really am impressed to see the improvements made by Joa's Love Unite. Game 3, I mean, I'm down to see them play a very similar style. I doubt they're going to be given the exact same Pokemon. I'm pretty sure Too Easy is going to be looking to contest them, maybe even change their lineup. But this is what I wanted to see from this team, like especially last week, right? Because this is Joe's last game in the league stage up until they get relegated in the playoffs next week. Because the teams at the moment, they are playing for seeding. Nobody's getting eliminated.
Correct.
The teams are just playing for seeding. The top seeded teams will have to play, will technically play less games than the lower seeded teams. So at this point of time, I think Joe is currently very, very likely to play the most games in their playoff grouping.
Yes.
But that could change if they actually manage to beat Too Easy here.
There is definitely a little bit more of a fighting chance here, depending on seedings here, because not all has been predetermined. Maybe the top 2 for sure, but the third
Probably,
and fourth, they're still open for discussions here. But that does depends if they were able to win out this one last game, which is going to be game 3. But this fight this is right after everything else. We saw the Blaster really try to do everything in his power to try to get that last hit in. But that Hoopa and Bound was just a little bit too much damage for the rest of the team to deal with.
Look, it was Buzzwole. Look at, oh my gosh.
Like I guess you could say like they really work hand in hand. You got the damage coming in, and then Buster just comes in for the finisher, right? Both sides just really tenderizing each of those members in that last
I think it was
bit.
Buzzwole just tenderizing everybody. I mean, have you seen that, man? It's pretty big.
No, I even seen from last week. I remember he just like used his just one shot the Leafeon. Like he didn't even had a chance.
Look, I've been seeing people asking for Buzzwole nerfs for weeks at this point, saying like this Pokemon is broken. He is strong. I mean, I do agree he's really strong, right? He does have a pretty strong early game. His mid game is pretty good. Late game, sometimes questionable depending on what compositions you're going up against. But he is at the moment a pretty strong Pokemon.
I agree. I would not classify him as broken here. I mean, we have seen broken Pokemon before. I don't think he's under that category. Strong will be the best. Way to explain it. If you want to go for grading, I'll give him an A tier. I won't give him an S tier. I'll give him an A tier. That's as most I will give.
Sure.
Because there are still ways you can play around the boss. There is still ways you can not really counter it, but just really play around him, even towards the late game or early game here. It just depends on whether you have the right Pokemon set for those situations here.
I think at the same time it also depends on the regional metas, because like we've seen over the course of East Asia, and not just East, like technically we can't say just East Asia, but Japan has their own meta of Pokemon that they love to pick. Dragonite. We've got Taiwan, where the Taiwan teams seem to focus on Pokemon that they prefer. We're not actually seeing a Taiwan meta.
Yes.
And then Korea sort of has their own meta of Pokemon as well. So East Asia's got this crazy mix, but then you have Southeast Asia, which is its own crazy mix as well.
Correct.
So it really depends on the execution for these teams, like how they utilize the Buzzwole. Does the Buzzwole fit into their composition? Is it something that they want? And so far, I think I would actually classify this as an S, because a lot of teams are actually finding ways to slot in a Buzzwole in a lot of compositions. It's not a niche Pokemon. It's definitely something that fits in a lot of comps, because it just does so well in that top lane.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's ban-worthy unless you're looking to actually grab a top laner that can't deal with the Buzzwole. Then that's going to be a circumstance where you ban it. Otherwise, though, I mean,
that just comes down to whether you have enough intel on their opponent's team, right? Whether you're able to deal with the Buzzwole or not, that kind of thing, in that particular player's hand. Because we have seen some of the bans being coming for some of these teams, whether it's in East Asia or Southeast Asia, or even globally, right?
Like at the moment, I wouldn't say there is like a set counter to Buzzwole as of yet. Like I've heard discussions of certain Pokemon being viable, but these Pokemon require precision piloting to actually beat that Buzzwole. So it's like I can't off the top of my head just label one Pokemon where it's like Buzzwole, this Pokemon is gone. But there are some Pokemon that that are capable of actually beating it in that matchup. But again, it depends on the player. Can they play that Pokemon well enough?
Yeah.
And also understand the Buzzwole matchup? Because sometimes I feel like that top lane, depending on who you're playing up against, it's like its own different chess game.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, crazy
and
stuff.
we don't even get to see a lot of those fights happening most of the time because like usually it's usually the Buzzwole and some lone top laner, and then at the bottom lane it's usually just like that minus team skirmishes for that objective, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
a full team fight here.
I'm just thinking at this point in time, is one of the main reasons why we're seeing Buzzwole being so prevalent in that top lane, is it because of the ban on Zacian? Because before all of this, Buzzwole wasn't super popular. The popular top laner was actually Zacian. That was the primary top laner that teams were going for that top lane. But now with this Pokemon banned, obviously everyone's going to go for the next best thing.
Yeah.
And for a lot of teams, it's been Buzzwole. For some teams, it's been Blastoise because, again, you sort of have to you're looking at your comp. Okay, what top laner complements us the most? Some teams want the Hydro Typhoon. Others want the zoning from the Rapid Spin. They want the lockdown from Surf and the Surf and Hydro Pump.
Yes.
But then you kind of have Buzzwole, who's a hard counter to that Blastoise top lane mashup.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, there's actually not just
Blastoise is actually super popular in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
So popular.
No, that's what I'm saying, right?
Crazy.
It's a very difference of playstyle, right? Like you said, Japan loves a very specific, has a specific manner as well. Korea in particular, they have this really favorable player line, composition lineup, which is around control. They like the Trevenant, they like the team fight, they like the Blastoise, and there are some teams, like especially coming from Japan, at times they prefer mobility over control. That's where you see the Lapras come into the mix as well.
I think mobility is definitely a Southeast Asia thing. They love that aggression. They love their EVs. They love to just be able to jump into everything.
Yeah, but we never see them touch Lapras anymore, don't we?
I kind of feel the reason why we're not seeing Lapras in Southeast Asia is because back then, at the moment, teams are prioritizing Blastoise because
Yes.
they do like the scalability of the Pokemon, and depending on the movesets, it does provide multiple things. Great Unite move. Lapras used to be the thing because teams in Southeast Asia played it as an all-rounder. They played it as a top laner. So with the damage nerfs to it, teams are just not feeling that the damage output is justifying the pick of the Pokemon. Sometimes the defender players will still pick it up because it's still a great defender. Lapras Express is great, but a lot of the Southeast Asian teams, they just love damage. They just love to do damage, guys.
No, let's be honest. It's not the damage. It's the flashy things.
The
you know?
flashy things.
The flashy things. Which
And
I mean,
sometimes you want to play like a Christmas tree. You know, sometimes you get a Trevenant.
yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, Trevenant is great. I love Trevenant.
Yes.
I think it's really great.
Game number 3 is ready. So
Bruisers are always the way to go.
let's go. Game number 3 between Too Easy and Joe Is Love Unite. Can Joe get their revenge on Too Easy, the team that actually knocked them into 3rd place in the Taiwan Open, or will Too Easy remind them of where they belong?
Yeah, I think this time I believe Joe is having a really good read about this as well. So to say, like, you know, there's a possibility since now Too Easy gets the first pick as well. They just might opt to go for the Inteleon, so they're going to lock it in.
That's
but
a
of course,
respect. That's a respect
Definitely.
Inteleon ban right there. Like
Yeah.
that is a respect. Z-Ray, you can't have your Inteleon. That's a Pokemon Z-Ray has been practicing. I'm going to tell you that.
But it's also, I guess you could say also, not to say, I guess you could say it's also another respectful ban with the Hoopa as well. They really had a hard
Yes.
time with them just having this additional mobility alongside with the Lapras as well. So
Yeah.
banning it out.
Defender's advantage if you keep your goal zones up, right?
Correct.
Because you have to worry about the hyperspace holes. Like who's going to be coming in from that top lane or that bottom lane? And
But that
Girl
just,
God.
that just means because with no additional spot, they were able to secure the Leafeon from Girl God, her
Yes.
exclusive Pokemon.
Exclusive. This is Girl God's main Pokemon that we saw a lot during the Taiwan Open. So I'm really keen to see how this is going to play out up against Too Easy. Now, Too Easy solutions to this. Solo, looking at the Buzzwole.
He's thinking about it.
Now, I mean, he's got it. So we're going to be seeing Buzzwole piloted by Solo. Pretty interesting that they actually decided to go for Froggy's Pokemon instead here. So Eldegoss going to be the choice. Wow. Lucario making an appearance here for Joe. And this was just an instant lock as well for Xiao.
Yes.
Lucario up against Buzzwole. I am keen to see what this matchup is going to be like. We do get the Slowbro pickup here for Joe Is Love, so they are going to have access to that Slow Beam. I'm curious to know who the priority target is going to be. Very likely going to be Solo, actually, right?
Definitely.
Because Solo is going to be a huge Pokemon to deal with. And Windstar, looking at the Zoroark, very likely going to be locking this down as the Speedster. Joe Is Love is back to the double Speedster or the Talonflame. He's gone back for his signature Pokemon. No way!
Yeah, he got it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, this is very
Okay.
concerning. Okay.
I mean, you say oh no, but I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, you've picked both of your signature Pokemon in the match that's going to decide who gets 3 points in their groups. I mean, Joa's Love, they're going all out. I think Too Easy, they had at some point to have respected this, to have seen this comp, because this is not the first time Joa's Love has revealed this comp. They've played this a lot.
Correct.
And the reason they play this a lot is because this is their most comfortable play style. So I hope Too Easy is ready for this, but at the same time, I hope Joe is ready to go up against what Too Easy has, because one of the biggest issues I'm going to see with this Talonflame, this is a Pokemon that either explodes or just completely peters out.
So that's why I said oh no, right? Because I'm not to say that I don't like him playing Talonflame. I'm just saying oh no because of the fact that if you look at the entire composition as a whole, right? It's more like they don't really have enough controls in this lineup, right? Like not enough really. Okay, not when I say not enough controls, I mean not enough to really like keep everyone alive. Right? You have 2 speedsters, you have an all-rounder as well. It's maybe a little bit of a different story if you have an attacker or all-rounder and a speedster, but you have 2 speedsters, meaning more additional modifier. And this is Talonflame. We're not talking about single evolution. We're talking about double, right? So
Sure.
So there's going to be a lot more priority. And that's something that Boss was not going to give, right? He hits that level 5. If he's doing well in that top lane, he's going to start snowballing into the other lanes and probably in the central area as well. Everyone else is going to be pretty mobile here. And Umbria, let's be honest, if he decides to go for mean look now, definitely someone's going to be locked down. And I don't think Slowbro can really do anything to help them in that scenario. It's not a Blastoise. It's not a Blastoise or a Trevenant, you know. His ultimate is a lot more singular than group-wise.
I kind of want to know what the build's going to be on the Slowbro as well, right?
Telekinesis.
Like, is it going, like sometimes there are rare cases, but telekinesis is a fantastic choice because you lock someone down, you pull them back, and just that small window of opportunity might be enough for a Solar Blade and Fly to just smush somebody.
That's what I was thinking, right? But I'm concerned you're going to tell me, like, maybe not or something. But I'm happy you're on board with me for this.
At the moment, though, so far, Joel's Love has done pretty good up against Solo. Solo not having a free top lane, but luckily the Gossifleur able to slow Joe down, so no way for them to get that elimination. Bottom lane, though, big push coming in from Joel's Love, so this Speedster comp is slowly starting to work out. It's still very early, but this is the general playstyle for this team. If they get those double speedsters, they play fast.
Honestly, I'm not surprised what happened towards the bottom lane as well because of the fact that they have better range damage, like the Solar Blade, for example, as well. So and they actually hit it first. So it's a little hard time for even the EV to, because EV hasn't reached that SP evolution yet. So definitely a harder time for the bottom. However, good central rotation coming to the back. It's not a 3v3, it's a 3v4. But the Lucario is so mobile, and the Solar Blade is just so good and so painful. But they were able to return back the KOs. The SP comes in with the stored power here, trying to get a couple of more. They won't get 1. They got 2, possibly a 3. Can the Lucario get out of it? No, that's not gonna happen here.
My goodness,
I love it, right? They decided, okay, Too Easy decided, like, you know what, if you can do rotation, so can we. They brought the whole squad up because they know for a fact that they can't do anything to Slowbro, but Slowbro can't do anything to them either. So they decided to divert more attention to that top lane, and it paid with dividends.
I also just want to quickly mention, I'm not sure if that was a misclick or just a miscalculation on the side of Joey's Love Unite. I mean, we saw Girl God getting KO'd because Girl God was trying to score in the goal zone and was actually and was really stubborn about it as well. And I was like, there are Pokemon there. Are you sure you want to stay there? Instantly blew up. It's back in the fight here though, but yeah, very, very interesting decision at that top lane. I kind of wonder if they just backed off and let it be. I don't think they would have lost all those Pokemon, but look at this though, the burst of the Talonflame and that Leafeon just deleting the Eldegoss, and they break the goal zone.
Definitely really getting those KO trade back. But by the way, also just to let you know, I think maybe because of the fact that he was stubborn about it, because they haven't spotted the Espion here. The Espion was the one that came in last and actually got the finisher on top of the Leafeon here on Girl God here. But of course, Solo
just
being
doing
a
solo
menace,
things.
an absolute menace. A little bit late, even committed to gravity here, but still not going to be needed. He was currently at the edge and he was already planning to back off. There's the slow beam on the support, but not going to be able to get anything out of this.
So
and by the way,
actually,
no Unite move.
Yeah, no Unite move. That's not something I'm worried about though. Look at that though, Psychic Solaire being committed, and oh my goodness, it looks like Joe's Love going to be super happy. Oh, sorry, they're not going to. They're pretty sad about that. I'm sorry about that, folks.
They're
Too
happy
easy.
they got out of it alive.
Yeah, I suppose. Excuse me, guys. Oh my gosh, I didn't have enough coffee. But yeah, it's Too Easy getting the Reggie in that bottom lane, getting the buff as well. Just going to be eliminating a bunch of Joe is Love Pokemon. which is really unfortunate too, because I also wanted to mention that there is a lot of great secure on the side of Joe, because you've got a Leafeon and a Talonflame. Talonflame is fantastic when it comes to those secures, whereas if you take a look at Too Easy, they don't have your standard securing Pokemon.
Was Gilgon actually towards the bottom lane trying to fight for the Regice?
I don't remember.
Because like if she was there, then it was someone understand why they commit the Psyche Solari, just to try to buy the necessary amount of time, try to isolate them as quickly as much as possible. But then again, good attempt coming from the Talonflame, but we're talking about a Glacier who was really well prepped and well set with the amount of stack as well.
Yeah.
Slow Beam, hold up, but instantly gets cancelled out. They're trying to look to see to get a couple more as they want to try to secure the Altaria family for the necessary EXP. But Basu Solo was able to get to the back
The
line.
telekinesis,
and instantly
though,
telekinesis
oh my
slowed
gosh.
again. Lockdown mob control. That's exactly what they're trying to look for here. And they have the adrenaline to try to come in for a couple of more.
Shao?
Orion comes in, Solar
Shao?
Blade. But then again, there's the Psychic Solari, not going to be able to connect on anyone at all as they all try to fall back. Leaf Blade, Solar Blade, secure the EXP, but suddenly Clefable just doesn't have the mobility to get out of those tight spots.
Joe, they thought they would be able to snowball, but Too Easy came in with the reinforcements. Great play coming in from Too Easy, because this will secure that Reggie Alecki for them. I have to say though, that Telekinesis Scald build on that Slowbro is causing Too Easy a lot of issues. The fact that they can just isolate a Pokemon, pick them up, big setup for Girl God and even for Lucario as well in certain situations.
Twice too, by the way.
Yeah, so if Too Easy cannot take the Slowbro out in that fight, oh, Shao! Big mistake there, getting caught up by Too Easy. Oh my goodness, the me looks causing a lot of issues here. Reggie Alecki, though, still pushing Windstart, pushing the entirety of Too Easy into the wall, but he's got no follow-up. And Joe is loved. The entire team gets eliminated. They're going to have to try and defend this, but Alecki has gone in and so many points can be scored right now. They want to stack as many as they can. But hang on a minute, Girl God coming in with the double KO, and Buzzwell looking to be the next one. The Fly locking that in. And Umbreon, the last remaining Pokemon, tries to score, but with an entire team in your face, there's no way you get that. Too Easy, just stuck around a little bit too long. They got so greedy seeing all those AOS points on the floor.
I know. I think, and it's definitely needed for punishment for sure. Joe Love definitely optimized that situation to get the 4 KOs, and the much needed KOs as well. Since Sounded was able to get the necessary EXP to really boost themselves further. Now I can truly say with confidence they're somewhat ahead of the curve, ahead of the level ratio, or maybe somewhat equivalent to Too Easy here, which makes things a lot more easier when they prep towards their qualifier here. Now it's a lot more conditional, but they do manage to secure that objective towards the bottom side, but which is fine for them. They didn't really get it, but as long as no one did fell for it, that's totally fine for them.
For now, but both of these teams, they're down to 3.5 minutes, which is the last time these teams are going to get their experience farm in before Rayquaza is going to be on that field. And at the moment, Too Easy, they are leading with 270 points over 144 to the side of Joe Is Love Unite. Execution is going to be extremely key for Joe, especially going into Rayquaza, because their lineup, they don't have the AoE control. They do have the single Pokemon isolation, but it's going to be really tough if Too Easy do decide to group up. They're going to try and go for the KO onto Solo, but they can't quite get the connections in. He's totally fine. It looks like he's going to be able to 2v1 Windstar. They're going for a score instead. Umbreon here with the mean look. Looks like Buzzball still surviving. He has health. Oh my goodness, he lives. In the meantime, though, we do have Lucario securing the Reggie Alecki in that top lane. So Joe Is Love on the offensive for this last minute so far. Oh
man.
My goodness.
No, the thing is, this was Race trying to solo the Reggie Alecki in the first place? Just curiously, was Ray the Espeon?
I have no idea. We never looked up there.
Because I'm trying to think, right? Like the fact that he was able to, because I thought it would be a pretty big play, right? If the Basu Solo was able to lure in so many people to commit so many abilities, trying to pick him off here, and unfortunately for the Clefable.
Trying to get those sneaky points in, break that goal zone before the Rayquaza spawns.
And they read it like a book, right? They just like hid in those bushes. They said, like, come on, anybody, get in this brush with me.
If there's someone that could potentially break that, it could be Windstar, because one of the great things about Talonflame is this is an amazing Pokemon that can go for micro scores, but he has no points.
Yep, no.
So until he can get points somewhere, they can't quite get those little back caps in. And it's quite difficult as well because Espeon is defending that top lane. Stored power makes it really difficult for Talonflame to just get those very quick and easy scores off. So far though, we see Joe Is Love preparing themselves for that middle fight. Espeon still camping that top goal zone. They will poke Rayquaza there with Shao. But too easy. What's the play here? Looks like they're going to be on the defensive because Buzz is also sitting on that bottom goal zone. They do get the telekinesis though off onto the Elder Goss, but no commitment. This team is incredibly scared.
It's okay. They're just trying to bait it out. They don't want to see they can bait out any commitment coming off the side. Too easy, but they're not going to fall for it. The bait may be juicy, but it's not juicy enough for the KO. They got really wanted to support him, and even got the second one in the process. Now the whole team is in complete disarray. Slowly to try to lock down the muscle, but no, the team was at to back him up just in time for him to commit the big Unite move for the massive smackdown of the century. 2 out for the card, 1 coming back shortly, but not a lot of Unite move currently left in the bell here, but not enough time. Either way,
Talonflame,
they left God in the midst to fall prey. All commits in futile. The Psychic Solari was trying to bind it out more time, but they managed to secure the Rayquaza. Regardless here, Unite moves completely not needed.
They did not need the Unite moves, and it was a really chaotic central lane fight as well. Everybody on the side of Joe is Love, they were so spread apart, and Too Easy just collapsed onto everybody on Joe is Love. They just took them down one after the other. The fact that they lost Fable first was a really, really big win there because you've lost your sustain. You've also lost the potential of actually getting that Unite off as well, maybe turning something around. And the fact that there's no gravity, I mean, you're not afraid to run into those fights.
Yeah, and honestly as well, I feel like they really bit more than they could chew for sure. Like, I get the intention, trying to see if they can force a Unite move for some commitment, but didn't anticipate that when the team finally resolved to do it, he just couldn't sustain that much at all. The Slowbro was a bit too far, like you said. Everyone was completely isolated. Sure, the Clefable had one member near it, but what can he do in that scenario when everyone decided to dump the whole thing on you?
I do want to go back onto one play, and I kind of think we might get it a little bit later on, but it was where we saw the majority of Joe is Love. I actually think it was both the Speedsters and Shaw in that bottom bush. They caught Solo with that telekinesis, and they actually tried to go for a pop on the Buzzwole. But I think Girl God actually missed his Solar Blade, and because of that, Buzzwole managed to get his Unite off, and actually he was able to buy enough time for Too Easy to just come in and clean up. I wonder if they got the KO, the clean KO onto Solo, if things could have been different, because Windstar would have still been there, Girl God would have been there, Shaw would have been the front line. And especially with all these squishies on the side of Too Easy, I think they actually would have had a chance to maybe turn things around, but just slight miscommunication, misconnections. Like, sometimes these small plays can really hurt the game.
And the thing is, it's not like, I don't think it was like jitters or anything. I think it's just one of those high pace or high stake rounds.
I think it could be jitters though. I mean, it's game 3 of the series. It's game 3 of the series. It's the last game for Joe is Love.
Right.
Their last opportunity to get 3 points. They do have 1 point guaranteed at the end of this series, but to get 3 points, that actually could be a pretty big deciding factor in their group.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like, I felt like maybe during this high stakes and high paced rounds, right, in that situation, I think they were already getting ready to plan to move forward with this. They felt like, all right, we already got rid of the Buzzwole, now let's quickly move to the next player. And I think that oversight of eliminating the Buzzwole did somewhat cause their downfalls. Yeah. But either way, wow, what a round! Honestly, that it's good to see a good telekinesis combo alongside with the slow bro as well. Like, I don't think it's very common or most like popular as well.
I mean, Skull telekinesis definitely not a combination you usually see. It's very, very niche, and I think in this game, you're dealing with a Pokemon like Buzzwole. You kind of need the telekinesis if you don't have any kind of lockdown at any other Pokemon, because you look at the composition, right? You don't have anyone that's going to be able to provide a very solid, guaranteed stun at all. Telekinesis isn't guaranteed, but it's a strong stun if it does connect. So maybe things could have been a bit different if maybe they did go for a different composition, but I do want to remind viewers as well, this is what I think some people would say is Joe is Love's best team composition. They are playing on their most comfortable Pokemon.
I think this is so far the best one we've seen so far, right? Like the previous game and this one as well, I think this has been pretty great. Dan Lao and even Shaw, like, despite having a team where they don't really have like respectable walls like an Umbreon or a Blastoise, I think both the Clefable, which was Dan Lao, and Shaw was playing the Slowbro, I think they both did phenomenally well as the frontliner to try to set up as much opportunities for their speedsters to really get to it. Because let's be honest, Leafeon or the Talonflame can't really, or Windstar can't really just walk into the fight here. No, they can't. Nor can the Lucario. He's not a Buzzwole. He's still pretty soft compared even as an all-rounder. He's still pretty not as durable compared to the Buzzwole here, being played by Solo.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to want to give Solo Buzzball moving forward. Because Too Easy, they do have one more matchup today. So, yeah, Zoro Tigers Gaming, if you're watching this, beware of Solo's Buzzball. Or maybe first pick it. But yeah, I do want to just give a massive props to Solo in these games. I think he's done a pretty fantastic job here for Too Easy. He has been incredibly elusive at times, but he's also fulfilling his role. He is a solid laner, although to be fair, he's been given some pretty solid Pokemon up until this point. But he's been able to fulfill his role, be that front line, and really be a priority target, right? Because in a lot of other teams, you wouldn't really look at Solo as the player to watch out for. It would be Z-Ray. A lot of people consider him to be the best player on this team. He is incredibly talented as an attacking player, and a lot of teams do focus him. But Solo really stood out in these matchups. He has done such a great job being in the front lines, being that zoner, forcing attention away from Z-Ray.
I mean, definitely he is, I guess you could say, really playing according to his role, right? He understands like what he's supposed to be doing.
Sometimes I think he's gone a little above and beyond. Like he's...
Like really over the edge, I get that, right? But, you know, I do want to correct you on one thing when you said telling Zoro Tiger to watch out for the Buzzle. Let's be honest, I think they wouldn't have to worry because usually Zhong plays the Buzzle. And when Zhong plays the Buzzle, let's be honest, that guy is off the chain. Like, off the chain. He has an insane Buzzle. I think of all the Buzzle players I've seen, he's probably the most scary one. I feel like he's the most scary one.
I'm going to hold you to that now.
Because, like, seriously, not only does he have the skills, the confidence about the Buzzle, but he also has the skills to back it up, which is very scary, you know, when you have a very confident, aggressive player playing something like a Buzzle. Every top lane, whoever goes to that lane, I think we casted together as well about it. We just kept saying like, oh my god, that is so scary. I
think we're going to move on to our favorite segment of the day, which is Leonard with the drawing tablet. So let's go through some of these highlights. I do believe we are going to be looking at Solo for a lot of these clips. He's just done a great job for his team. I also do want to just give props to Too Easy in general. The fact that they respected Solo and were able to, in this first game in particular, the assistance from Snake to guarantee this early game for this Blazikins that Solo could just do Solo things.
Yeah, Solo that for sure. By the way, that's a Snake. Hopefully I drew it correctly. But of course,
Snake is Leafeon, by the way, in case people don't remember.
But of course, just want to keep track of you guys. Regieleki did manage. They were able to get a Regieleki. I believe this is the part where not only was Solo absolutely decimating the entire team, but I think this is the part where the team got really greedy to one point because Regieleki came in and there was like still 10 seconds left on the pointer. You want to try to get a couple more points in, right? So let's just quickly fast over this as we see what transpired here. So more teams coming in, and remember, while all of this fights was happening, right, we're talking about a guy, Solo, who was level 13. Level 13, he's a very big boy. Very happy big boy, a muscular boy with 6 packs.
He's justifying his name.
Yeah, absolutely, an absolute chat in this round, right? And he doesn't fear in the face of danger, right? He's already willing to take on 3 people, but why he didn't take into account there's going to be definitely a 4th person. The Blaster is getting ready to fly in to join into this fight, but guess what? This is a chat. Solo's a chat. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about the numbers. He keeps the fight on, and he makes sure he knows for a fact if he's going to go down, everyone goes down here. So more people is going to be coming into the mix as well. And unfortunately, Solo did manage to fail. Actually, no, I'm sorry.
He just escaped.
Yeah, he actually escapes. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, this is not the one he fell. This is the one he was able to run away while diverting so much attention. Not only is he a solo player, he's a very popular player. And but most importantly, while he's diverting 1, 2, 3, 4 players, all of his teams are securing so much EXP.
Securing farm, yes.
Everyone was just invading, getting the necessary amount of farm, while he's diverting the attention of not just okay, the 4th one, he's currently, you know, he's currently Danzo, like
this is
out of the picture, but he has diverted and created so much space.
And also the fact that he's providing a lot of intel to your team, right? Like if you know you have 3 Pokemon after you, you know that means that there's only very likely going to be 1 Pokemon in that bottom lane. Central area, probably nothing. If they wanted to invade, they absolutely could. But this was another play that we saw. I think we saw in the highlights as well. Solo just juking. Big attacks. Oh, gosh. Oh, Solo, 2 exclamation marks. All right, let's go.
Everyone just exonerated this man, just like praying to him, you know, just like, Solo, please, bless me. bless this match. You just have a church of solos, right? But of course, moving on for it. Again, Solo doing his actual thing, just diverting him on.
Juke.
I love it.
Oh my gosh, that
should. I
Juke.
could. Let me see if I can get that. Let me see if I can get that timing right.
The Juke. I think that there must have been multiple times that Solo has just juked Girl God.
Right. Okay, wait, hold on. Screen is loading. Okay, let's see if I can get that nice pause. Right. Oh, you see that beautiful.
Jeez, 2 attacks.
Absolute chat.
He got clipped, but that doesn't matter.
Oops, this is not the
That
one.
is white.
That is white, yes. This is yellow? Why are the colors changing, guys?
It's
I'm so
alright,
sorry.
Leonard.
By the way, so absolute chat. Dodged multiple skills doing this entire time, still buying time. And guess what? Talonflame is also on the way. Everybody wants to join in this party. Everyone wants this party. I'm sorry for my writing. This marker is not working for me. And then we have still 2 more players which has to defend the top goal post because they know for a fact Regieleki, the objective, is still around. 2 more players just also have to guard the goal post and have their respective points. So they see an opportunity to try to take down the Bustle because you take down Solo, you get a free access to goal post. And we're talking about 90 points coming in for both players respectively, right? So, but this guy, absolute Michael Jackson. Let me just draw a little happening.
I mean, a Chad.
Yeah, a Chad, a Michael Jackson. He's moonwalking, he's sidestepping all these guys. He's basically another. He was the first game. He was a Bruce Lee chicken, a fire chicken Bruce Lee. Now he's a Bruce. Now he's a Rock Lee Buzzwole here in this round. Okay.
Yes.
So moving to the mix.
Agreed.
More impacts, more pick-off. Talon tries to go for the dunk. Will succeed in that one, but eventually he gets out of this fight alive. He cannot die, just like Bruce Lee, just like water, be like water, absolutely glides his way out of the situation.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if I'm going to let Buzzwole, I'm going to have to start watching Solo up until this point. But again, congratulations to 2Easy. They do manage to secure 3 points from this series. But for Joe is Love Unite, they are done for the group stage. They've also got 1 point on that leaderboard, but unfortunately, that's going to be it for their run in the group stage for Group B. They are done and dusted, but we still have a couple matchups, or not a couple, we've got a lot of matchups left. So, on this leaderboard, we do have Joe is Love Unite. They only managed to get 1 point out of all 3 of their series. They did play the majority of them last week, so they are unfortunately going to be the bottom-seeded team in their group when we come to the group stage. But the remaining teams still have matches today. Zora Tigers Gaming, we've got 2 more games to go. And for 2Easy, they have 1 more. And MJK also has 1 more matchup to go for Group B. We've only just completed our first 2 best-of-3s of the day. We still have 4 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. So if you just joined us on the broadcast, welcome to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 East Asia League stage. It's day 2 of the group stage and the final day for group stage before we kick off playoffs next week. It's going to be super exciting. But I do want to welcome back Professor Flava to the desk. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. And of course, it is truly a pleasure to be back here. And then hopefully you guys have enjoyed the matches that have just concluded just a while ago.
Yes, very, very exciting. We are going to be moving on to the draft for our next series of the day, folks, and it's going to be none other than KS versus Unite Holic. This is going to be an exciting matchup, and the draft is actually really underway,
We missed
folks.
the whole thing.
We missed the whole thing, but we've got a couple things on the screen right now. So very quickly, we have Dodrio and Sableye making an appearance here on Unite Holic, but on the side of KS, it's pretty standard across the board here. They're actually stealing away the Dragonite from Unite Holic, as we have seen DIR playing this a lot. Dragonite has been a staple in the Japanese meta, so I think at some point you do have to respect pick or respect ban that Dragonite.
Kind of. I think it's come to a point where this is quite a comfort pick coming up from them, so I guess they're sniping us off from them this time about writing off quite something interesting here, because from their previous matches for Unite Holic, they haven't really been running most of these Pokemon here. I mean, like, where did all this come from? From the Mew to the Dodrio to the Urshifu to the Sableye, even the Sylveon as well, which is something that's actually a favorite on the opponent's side early on when he fought against Mosquitoes. So I guess we'll see how they're going to be running this draft against Team KS.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Team Kabi-chans versus Unite Holic. We have the 2nd place Japanese Open team going up against the 3rd place Japanese Open team. And I do know that a lot of us, we do love watching some Japanese Pokemon Unite. They have some pretty interesting metas, but at the same time, they have some really, really talented teams. Very respected amongst the scene. not just within the East Asia scene, but also Southeast Asia. A lot of the Southeast Asian teams really admire the Japanese representatives in the East Asia League. But we are jumping into game number 1 here, Flava. Let's see what's going to happen for these lanes.
Now, before we begin, now thoughts, Danelie, on what both teams has brought to the table here with the draft itself.
Look, I'm looking at the Sableye, and Kabi-chan's has got to look at this and think like, oh, hell nah, we're not going to let this happen in our central lane, because one of the great things about Sableye, he is a great central laner harasser, and look at the respect. Both lanes went to the central lane just to make sure Mame wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, all this pressure coming in. Now, Mame
didn't get the steal.
Almost.
No.
Almost. That's going to be a close one. Now, this is something that we get to see at this point into the game, just because in the previous one, when again against Mosquitoes, but before all that, it seems that we do see a little bit of pressure over here. A little bit of pressure coming on from the side of Team KS, pushing through on this other side. But coming back into all this, that with Team Sableye, it was being banned twice when during the first series of the day itself. And this time, when given the opportunity, Uniteholic is going to be running here in this particular game.
I know a lot of people that were tuning into the East Asia segment, they were kind of wondering, like, hang on a minute, what's up with these Sableye bans? And I think Mame is just about to prove to us why Sableye has been banned multiple times.
We're going to show you why they banned it. And of course, with KS allowing this to happen, probably they have their own ways of handling this Sableye.
Yeah. Now, one thing I am a little bit concerned about here is this Kubfu, right? Because Urshifu did receive a bit of a nerf, although let's just, on the other side of the map, we did see Dodrio actually getting a elimination off onto the Dragon Air on the side of Kabi-chan's, and we are seeing this double invade coming in from Uniteholic. Now, one of the disadvantages for Dragonite is this is a very EXP hungry Pokemon and is about to be knocked out yet again.
The Dragonair.
So one of the disadvantages, very EXP hungry Pokemon does need to be babysat a little or has to have a relatively free central lane. When you're up against a Sableye and a Dodrio, you kind of don't get those things. You need to babysit up until that Dragonite. And to answer some people's questions when it comes to Dragonite, what is it about Dragonite that makes it so popular in Japan right now? A couple of things. We do have the secure that comes in from the Hyper Beam. That was one of the major reasons why Dragonite was so popular when it first dropped. It also has access to a lot of mobility with its Unite move. If it needs to move across the map very quickly, it can Unite to make it over there. And those are the major aspects of Dragonite that makes it so popular, because teams are also running it with Hooper, right?
Yeah.
We had Uniteholic, Mame running that Hooper, also having that Dragonite, meaning that they would always be they would always have somebody at these fights.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times these teams really struggle to go for these little isolated pickoffs. DRR is just having so much fun on this Dodrio. It is hilarious.
It is going to hurt to be on side of KS here, where Uniteholic is putting loads and loads of pressure. We don't see much room going on here. There's so much rotations going on. There's not much space for people to go about and have an easy time here in the game. It is 6 minutes and 55 seconds around. 3 minutes has already run on. There was so much things happening from time to time. Meanwhile, much of our attention here is on the top lane itself. We're trying to actually take down on the Regieleki Dragonite. And of course, we talked a little bit on the Hyper Beam, securing things, a lot of things, in fact, for most things. But this gave an opportunity for Uniteholic, especially on the Urshifu, to actually take down that Registeel at the bottom lane.
Yes, this is also a Dark Urshifu as well, so it's going to be those wicked blows that might be a great comeback mechanism for Uniteholic. Another Pokemon that can actually outcompete Dragonite's Hyper Beam when it comes to secure. Mame, though, being an absolute pest here, drawing 3 Pokemon from Kabi-chan. He will get knocked out in the process, but because of what he's done, he's provided so much valuable intel to Uniteholic, allowing them to move around the map feeling relatively safe because, hey guys, these 3 Pokemon are chasing after me. You guys can do whatever you want. Just be careful of these last 2 Pokemon. I haven't seen them. Intel is so key when it comes to Pokemon Unite, and Dodrio and Sableye, they are the kings of getting it.
Yeah, and of course, this could be leaving a lot of opportunities here for Uniteholic to keep punishing the team members from Team KS from time to time. And of course, bottom, it does seem that there's going to be a little bit of action over here. Waiting itself. He knows that something is hot here, trying to actually hide a little bit here in the bushes. Dark Urshifu is just nearby, level 9 against level 8. But looking a little bit at the point, the be the equilibrium from both sides. 122-0. Meanwhile, at top lane, this is not going to be good right here. Forcing out the Sylveon here. Might make an escape.
That's fine. Healed up. All
Healed
good
up.
to go.
Yeah, all good to go. Survivability. Of course, this forces Dark Urshifu as well. Sable Eye here in the bottom lane to actually force into the
they got the
goalpost.
score.
Together with the Doji as well. Triple scoring here in the face. Doesn't matter. Ignores with Wigglytuff. But still surviving through, pushing it forward. It's going to be the Urshifu going from behind, but gets cleared out between 4 heroes from Team KS.
The rest of Unite Holic, though, able to get out of that fight. Looks like they will be able to dash out of there with the magical fire. But hang on a minute, though. Kabi-chan's looking to go for a big 5-man push here. Mew is still in that top lane. We do only have 3 Pokemon defending for Unite Holic, but I think they are just going to leave this be. They only have the Sableye and the Dodrio nearby. Just not the best composition to defend a goal zone in that current position, but they will try and go for the breakup here to get rid of that speed flux and remove that mobility for Kabi-chan's so that Unite Holic can go for a free Regieleki.
Wow. Unite Holic is on overdrive here in this game. They are going to be securing this Regieleki. There's not going to be in a contest from Team KS. KS once again gets a Regi on their hand, which is going to be the bottom lane one, but they have to defend this Regieleki at the top. But meanwhile, Unite Holic, they are definitely snowballing too here in this game. With 6 minutes into the game itself, they're currently leading with Dojo already at level 12. But does seem that Dragon Knight has gotten his space over here, is still holding on and managed to get himself level 12. Meanwhile, here in the bottom, look at that pressure. Dojo running in with his amazing speed away from all that trouble.
That man just commits crimes and runs on out of there. It's totally fine. It's definitely not a DUI. But oh my goodness. Unite Holics, they are essentially at this point running away with the game. They are not being contested when they're scoring these points. They have had a couple of KOs here and there, but Kabi-chan's really struggling to break these goal zones and force a full team fight because that's what Kabi-chan's want. KS wants a team fight. This might just be the opportunity to say, oh my goodness, Sylveon almost going down, almost managing to get caught, but the Unite move keeping it in this fight. We are seeing this big team fight, but hang on a minute, we do get the Unite there from the Wigglytuff. In the meantime, though, DIR is scoring in Kabi-chan's main base, but the rest of Unite Holic, though, they are falling as they try to defend that top goal zone.
Wow.
Bit of a trade there for both of the teams, but Kabi-chan's, they do get a big boost in points there.
And the thing about KS is they don't mind. I think that was a golden time for them to utilize their Unite, knowing that it was a 3-minute and 10 seconds mark over there. And they were expanding everything. It was obvious that they really wanted to win a team fight. They managed to clear out 2 of the Pokemons coming on from Team Unite Holic and ready for more. They're not happy with all the abuse that was going on at the start of the game all the way to mid-game, and they're ready to bring their own A-game here to the table and show you what they're all about it.
I'm still a little bit concerned here because DIR is level 14 on this Dodrio. If he can somehow get that level 15 before Rayquaza gets up on the field, he's going to cause a lot of issues because there is going to be the possibility of backcapping for Unite Holic. He's also going to be very fast, so if a fight does break out, he could actually make it back in to help his team. In the meantime, though, KS, they will try and take whatever objectives they can. They do have that Regieleki that's going to threaten that top lane, and very likely to just walk in. So if KS want to...
It's a sandwich here, but then they didn't realize it, but they're trying to actually get themselves together between everyone. Spawn movement, Wigglytuff from the left side still haven't come yet.
They revealed Mame, so Mame has been found out, but so far DIR, he is still currently hidden. Kabi-chan's don't know where he is at this point of time, so he is potentially going for a backstab. He does score 18 points though, and we are seeing a 4v4 in that central lane, and look at this though. Mame actually using the Unite though, but even then, Inteleon pops his Unite, does get immediately brought down. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto multiple Pokemon, but not quite enough for KS to get a hold on Unite Holic. They are still fighting within that Rayquaza pit. The last hit going to be secured by that Wicked Blow Urshifu. And Unite Holic looking to take this game clean up KS. Game number 1 going into the pockets of Unite Holic. This composition just ran away with the game.
Wow, what a commitment coming up from their end over the KS. It did look like they actually had the game on their end over here, but the position coming up for Unite Holic during the engagement at the middle here at the stadium made them having a great advantage over the opponents here from Team KS. And after scoring, looking at the points group here, roughly around close to 600-point gap. It's going to be hard for Team KS to actually get back on their feet with only 46 seconds on the clock.
Although to Mame.
Oh man, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Oh, it's so hard.
It's so hard to watch.
Too naughty for people to handle over here. And meanwhile, while all this is happening here at the bottom, looks all juicy and sweet for Team KS. That is not stopping Mame from actually doing stuff off his own.
Look, Unite Holek, they don't feel threatened at all. 20 seconds to go, and I mean, you've got to somehow get 600 points.
Sylveon as well as Mew over there on the other end. Hey guys, that's okay. It's okay. We'll let them score. It's okay.
I mean, we've got a lot to talk about after this game because I think at first Kabuchans, they probably thought that, all right, guys, I think we won the lottery with our draft. And then they saw the Dodrio. And then they saw the Sableye. And they just thought, wait a minute.
Okay, we now we get it. Now we get it. That's like okay. I mean, it's better late than never, which I think is already late to begin with. But
it's a little bit.
Okay, maybe we should have watched why the other people decided to ban the Sableye.
Okay.
Mame is a monster. I mean, like, not just referring to the Pokemon itself, how he looks, but Mame is a monster.
He is a monster. Not just Mame. I really think DIR carried his team on his back, on his shoulders, on his, I don't know, on his head. He had such a fantastic game. And I think one of the major reasons for this is that if you take a look at what Kabuchans had for their composition.
Yes.
Okay, they did not have any reliable way of catching Dodrio.
Yes, that's true.
DIR had nobody threaten him at all. I think at most we did see a couple times I Am Tomato try to catch him out with the sleep, but Wigglytuff sleep, I mean 99% of the times if you're playing against a really smart Dodrio, you're not going to catch that Pokemon regardless.
No way.
And so...
And there's no way Dodrio is going to jump straight up to Wigglytuff knowing that it might possibly happen as well.
Exactly. So going into the next game, I think, look, if I am KS, if I'm Kabuchans, I'm having a small panic attack right now because I'm trying to think, okay, there are so many issues that happened in that last game and I don't know if I can solve them. I think stealing the Dragonite, it was totally fine. We've seen DIR just wreck games with that Dragonite up until this point. But then after you see the Dodrio, it's like, maybe we should give that back. I think we need to get something else. They do need to consider the possibility of Sableye maybe making that comeback again. Although I do want to respect their very early game reaction to Mame, right? We saw both lanes rotating into their own central area to get their buffs, to deny Mame that experience. So that play, totally fine. I'm okay with it. But the mid-game, when DIR came online and was backcapping, was dancing on top of people, was unstoppable, that needs to be addressed. That's where you have to look at, okay, our core Pokemon, are we still comfortable running this? Do we need somebody to have that reliable source of lockdown? I do think you have to answer with a big fat yes with this one because you just can't let this man walk all over you and just get away with a crime.
I mean, if Dodrio's a trouble, and then there's also the Sableye as well. Like, Sableye enable Dodrio to actually get on run real fast in a game, because usually if in your end you want to make sure that you punish the Dodrio because you got your hands full trying to handle the Sableye throughout the whole process. So Dodrio was just streamrolling. He was just snowballing through the game itself, although not being able to actually get level 15 by the time of Rayquaza's segment, but he was actually doing wonders. I mean, look at him. He was able to actually score and actually make an escape despite all the commitments coming on from the team members from Team KS, and that speaks wonders. And I'm very sure it must have hurt on the end not being able to actually get him when he could have by just a nick of, I mean, like with just low HP, and letting all that slip through their fingers. So that's going to be very, very problematic. But I also want to highlight the point where you mentioned that you can't address all the problems that actually had, so you have to solve them one by one.
I think you have to solve the ones that you're going to have the most issues with.
Yes, that's true. Now, when we talk about most issues, I think leaving Mame with the Sableye, the thing is, I would rather have him has his hands on the Hoopa rather than a Sableye after witnessing all that.
I actually think I would leave him on the Sableye.
You're fine with the Sableye.
So I actually think one of the main reasons he actually picked up Sableye in that game in particular, because he was playing eyes and ears for DIR, right? We saw him, especially in that late game, he was scouting around for his teammates saying, okay, this is... The players are here. You can possibly go for a back cap up in that top lane. Middle lane's going to be free. He actually gave his team a lot of vision, especially in that late game as well, right? Both him and DIR was hiding in that top lane.
All of this are
bush.
information for the team.
And especially when it comes to DIR, like, he needs a lot of information to know that, is it safe for me to make this play?
Sure.
Can I get away with this? And the fact that Mame was able to give him that intel to say, this is in the clear, don't go this way, I've seen these Pokemon. And the fact that, like, I love that Mame revealed himself. Like, sure, I think he was actually trying to catch somebody, but he revealed himself. He lured them
Exactly.
back down into that bottom lane so that DIR had free reign to go wherever he wanted in that top to middle
Exactly.
lane.
It could have been part of the play as well because it's not just about him getting caught and you'll be like, oh, okay, he got caught and got taken out. At the same time as well, getting the attention of 3 Pokemon coming out from inside KS is a huge one as well, especially when pulling towards the far end on the left side of the stadium itself.
Yeah, so I think you kind of have to break down the composition and think about, okay, the Sableye, if it's a massive purpose for Dodrio, is there any other Pokemon that would benefit from this? Maybe Dragonite for DIR? I mean, he can still go for those back caps, but he doesn't have the same level of mobility as the Dodrio. I would still get a Pokemon that can threaten or slow down that Dodrio. You can't let DIR
Yes, that could
just
also
run
be a
away from
counter.
free.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that serves as a counter. Any form of lockdown, any form of slow could actually
It
disrupt.
has to be a reliable one as
It
well.
has to be a reliable one.
Reliable or AoE, because if you're looking for something like a telekinesis, that's like a tiny line.
That's
You are not
tough.
catching
That is tough. I mean, what are
Dodrio.
the odds of Dodrio just being there right in front of your
But,
face and allowing that
I
to
mean,
actually happen?
if you do catch a Dodrio, that's kind of the Dodrio's fault as well. So,
Yeah, it's either that or just that particular slow bro is just amazing.
sure.
Godlike movements, I'd say.
Yeah, I really want to know what's going to be the solution here for KS though, because there was a lot that happened.
A lot, yeah.
But I do think there are solutions to it. I know this team is much smarter than me, so they're probably going to come up with some creative stuff. They also have a deeper understanding of their pool of playable Pokemon because, again, as much as we might have some information, I mean, we don't get to
Exactly.
scrim against these players. They've been hiding stuff on like other accounts as well. So like,
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know everything. But I would love to see something crazy. I mean, to see Dodrio and how Dur piloted that
was
Pokemon
crazy.
so well.
That was
He-
crazy. In my textbook, that's crazy already, you know?
I could never play like that, man. He's
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
so
No, the
good.
thing is, I want to also highlight the thing about Unite Holic is that clearly they're able to run different kind of drafts. Like totally different draft. Whatever they brought early on when they went up against Mosquitoes, they brought in something totally different for this time around, which means that they're that flexible running on multiple Pokemons.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they're all learning under Mame, and he is like a god of Pokemon in Japan, so
I like how you say he's a god Pokemon and not a god Pokemon player.
he's a Pokemon.
Yeah, he's a Pokemon
god.
himself. Mame, if you're wondering if you're still human, no, you're not.
No,
Just saying it
this
here.
man is he's like beyond human up until this point.
Mame should be a Pokemon on its own in the game. But
Yeah.
anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the draft for this game number 2.
And we haven't missed it this
we
time.
didn't miss anything.
And look at Kavi-chans. They are still thinking about what to ban. They are so confused.
Respect. Oh, there are also Unite Holics comfortable trying to ban
It looks
out
like
the-
it's going to be the Sableye.
No, the thing, okay, I want to talk a little bit about this. I mean, you did mention that, okay, probably not priority towards Sableye being banned, but the thing is, it's not so much about pairing for Sableye, but information, with great information that Sableye is providing, you can do wonders in Unite Holic.
Yes.
I would say, not just for Dodrio, but also for any other Pokemons with it.
Ooh, so pretty good opening here for KS, picking up that Hooper.
They took the Hooper for themselves.
Okay, here's the thing. Hooper is really good. So back in the day, Hooper was considered a counter to Dodrio because Hooper has the mobility to actually keep up with this Pokemon. You have the hyperspace hole. If you need that backup, you pop it down there. You have a teammate come in. That's enough to actually scare off a Dodrio. So I do love this pick coming in from KS. This is a classic counter to Dodrio. And Mame's going to pick up the Goodra. I love this. I love to see myself some Goodra action. But for KS though, are they going to steal away that Dragonite yet again for DIR? Because DIR gets the last pick here. It looks like Urshifu might be the choice pick instead for KS. Great securing Pokemon if it's going to be that Dark Urshifu. Mew Solar Beam and that Wicked Blow going to be fantastic choices to potentially out-secure the Snipe Shot and the Hyper Beams coming out from Unite Holic. So I do like the changes coming in from KS. And also, I have to say, respect to picking up the Slowbro because I think they were afraid that it could be that Dodrio again.
But the thing is, they got last pick, so I don't think they were.
It was last. No. It was Unite Holic got last pick.
Yeah, so I think they were just holding on just in case if they want to play a little bit naughty, just like how they played out for this particular game. Again, a good idea, but we did have a short conversation on this as well. Was telekinesis not really, I mean, if you could really land it, it'll be great as well. But just needed some sort of a hole here. So I guess it works for them, and I'm liking this draft coming on from this particular summit. There's a good balance coming on from both ends as well, and we'll see if KS is able to actually get the win here. Force game number 3 upon Team Unite Holic.
Yes, kind of excited here. Although I have to say though, Unite Holic have gone for a bit of a late-ish game composition because you have gone for double dragons, Gudra and Dragonite, and then you have Inteleon, who is not so much a late bloomer, but he is a mid-game bloomer. So technically, looking at both teams, like, we're not really playing that fast. We're not seeing any Leafeons. We're not going to be seeing anything from the get-go that's going to cause a lot of issues. So I think we're looking at a bit of a slow mid-game here. Not too much action up until we see those first objectives. Then that's probably going to be the first time we might see some action here. So yeah, pretty interesting start for both of these Japanese teams. A lot of respect, but also these teams just making sure that they have that late game.
Yep, I do agree on this, which is something different compared to the first game itself, when everything was so fast-paced. It was from early to mid-game to late game. There's always constant action happening on from both sides. Bringing in on the action was left from Unite Holland's side. So this time they're running a double melee into the wild Pokemon area, which is going to be the Cupfu together with the Dratini. And of course, coming back to the top lane is going to be the Hooper joining on together with the Skirtle, which needs a little bit of space for him to actually get to level 8 to actually become that Blastoise. But this is an opportunity here for the Sylveon here on the side of Unite Holly to actually get online real fast and bringing in the
Sylveon.
action. Wow, and of course, stealing in that berry just behind Team KS from behind.
Yeah, so this is going to be one of the issues you have to deal with when you play against the Sylveon. This Pokemon not only evolves at level 4, but has a massive power spike at level 4, especially with Mystical Fire. Great at poking. This actual top lane matchup is almost perfect for that Sylveon because Squirtle, not really going to be an issue. You're going to be doing a lot of damage. And then, I mean, what are you really going to do as a Hooper? You kind of just poke at the Sylveon. You actually need to be a little bit careful.
It will not be a fair trade-off between the two, I'd say.
No.
I mean, while it's top lane,
Mommy.
making it a 3v2 situation here.
They can't
putting on
finish
pressure. Now this is going to be a little bit troublesome, but unfortunately there, the Gumi is going to get taken out here at the top lane from Team Unite. Holly putting on the pressure.
But we do see a swap in the lanes here, so Dragonair has opted to assist that top lane instead. So both of these teams respecting one another, kind of swapping their lanes, trying to secure the farm in their lanes for their lane matchup. Seeing a little bit of poke here onto that Urshifu, but we have a wraparound as well. Do need to be a little bit careful here for the Sylveon, who actually gets the KO onto the Urshifu. So Sylveon, you have to be careful of this Pokemon in the early game.
Oh no, man, he lured the Urshifu, but he knew that there were actually two of teammates here from behind as well.
KO.
Oh man, that is just snowballing through. Now the thing is, earlier on, he basically Urshifu didn't have information that there were actually two more Pokemon from Team Unite Holic, so basically Sylveon just poked him in. Urshifu dived in, and quite unfortunately, he got caught off guard in between three heroes from Unite Holic. Meantime, over here, now it's gotta be quite some things going on here through the middle segment, and we do see Wafu here trying to get a little bit spacing for him to actually go into the final evolution. Meanwhile, we do see the Sliggoo getting a little bit of trouble here, but gotta be careful. It might just
Nice block.
Yeah, nice
Great block.
Now, body blocks is going to be very, very important over here. Now, here comes the cavalry. It's going to be the Cliffable, putting a little bit of recovery and shield for his teammate.
Yeah, DIR just trying to get into that level 8 just so he can get that evolution into Dragonite. So we're now going to see DIR play a little more active role for his team, going to that bottom lane here, going to put some pressure onto that Slowbro. They are slowly chipping away, not quite enough damage to finish him off as of yet, but we do see the Hyperspace Hole coming into play here. So we do have a big rotation coming in for Kabi-Chans for this bottom objective. Now who's the play going to be? They're going to jump immediately onto that poor little Mame. I think he might almost go down. He's still alive though. He will have to regenerate in the bush, but look at this though. Big Wicked Blow being charged. Won't connect onto Betchin at all. He actually got pushed back. Now going back onto the Urshifu. The Sylveon is just causing havoc in this team fight.
Wow.
DIR locking in the objective for his team. Oh my gosh, great pushback there from the Blastoise. Excuse me. I'm getting lost.
Holy moly! Here
Remember to breathe.
Man, oh man, that was insane win for Unite Holics, clearing out Slowbro, getting the objectives in together with taking down the Urshifu there in that particular moment. That was a big win for Unite Holic. And
Betchin is such a great zoner. He is so good at zoning into Kabi-Chans. It is insane flavor.
Yeah, while all that zoning was happening, Slowbro was in trouble. He was actually trying to reach out for help, but then it's a little bit too hard for them to actually react to all this. And meanwhile, also securing the Regieleki here at the top is going to be a big one. And all this pushing power coming on from Unite Holic's side. Now, they have to defend this.
They're just giving it up.
Yeah,
leave it at full. Just put in
okay.
the 20 points. It's okay, just the 3-point overcap. But we are seeing a fight. Great reset, though, just to prevent the Slowbro from being eliminated. by Unite Holic. So smart plays across the board, but I have to say Betchin is a huge issue here for Kabuchans. They just can't get rid of this Sylveon. The poke potential that comes out from this Pokemon and the fact that it can actually just zip away with its Unite move if it feels like it's in danger.
Exactly.
This is such a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can expand all those damage on him and you just make an escape for it. Meanwhile, we do see that potentially there's quite some action going to be happening over here. Leading charge is going to be the Blastoise. Hitting off with this little bit. Didn't hit on anyone. Dragonite makes an escape over here, but gets taken down here by the Urshifu. Direct throat.
Typhoon.
Typhoon hitting off on 2 as well. Is the damage going to be there? We do see Inteleon coming up from Silence, dealing off a little bit damage. Here comes the jump in as well, but it does seem that they're going to survive injury. They're going to be losing the Urshifu. They're going to jump. Oh no, they're losing up 4 and chasing down to the Mew. And it's going to be a full-on team-wide Danelie here at the bottom lane for the side of Team KS.
KS just couldn't finish the fight on that goal zone. Unite Holic being able to sit on top of there, the regeneration and reinforcements coming in. It was just enough time for Unite Holic to turn that fight around. And KS, they stuck around for a long time. They needed to back out much earlier than that, but I think at some point they realized they've gone too deep. It's too late. You fully commit to the fight, and to lose their entire lineup there, I mean, that's a really big loss. The experience gap between these two teams, it's getting pretty big, and especially with how late game focused Unite Holic's composition is.
This is something that you don't want from there, and you know,
this is the last thing you
it's
want.
supposed to be the other way around, but you're giving this opportunity to Unite Holic with the Pokemons like Dragonite. Oh man, so this is going to be very, very painful for them, and with the level cap level 12 right now currently on the Sylveon, so level 10 here minimum and level 9 minimum coming up from the side of Team KS.
And you can see as well, the top objective has spawned, and Unite Holic are not afraid at all. They've got Dragonite scoring in that bottom lane. They've got Betchin coming in as well. I mean, as long as they have their team down there scoring points, they don't care. And KS are not defending it. They're more concerned about getting this Alecki in that top lane.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that they have different objectives over here, but if you look at the map, in terms of the map control, now Team KS have already lost 3 of the goalposts, 1 on the top side and 2 on the bottom side already. Now this is not going to be a problem for Team Unite Holic to defend. They have plenty of time on their hands here with being at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. They are currently in the lead, so there's no problem for
they
them.
found Betchin. This is actually going to be the Slowbro Unite as well, so that's a big KO. This is a level 13 Sylveon, highest level Pokemon on the map, and KS looking for this big push in that bottom lane. Massive overcap. Oh, actually, no, they're not going to commit the big overcap. Just a 25-pointer. Maybe a little bit afraid that they'd stick around a bit too long to try and go for that really long charge. Mew did sit on those 48 points just now, but Unite Holic, they are thinking about it. But both teams, I think you kind of want to prep for that late game. 50 seconds to go before Rayquaza is up on that field, and if you're KS, you want to lessen this experience gap as much as possible.
Yeah, especially on this far end late game segment, you want to make sure that you're good to go here into the Rayquaza timer, which is going to be 30 seconds away. Meanwhile, it is going to be Team Unite Holic trying to secure this Regice at the bottom lane in the hands of this Dragonite, putting him at currently at level 12, minimum level 11 here by the people. Wow, this is going to be tough fight coming on from Team KS. How are they going to be competitive? This? Lucky enough, Urshifu currently at level 13 together with the Mew. They do have their damage dealers here being the forefront in terms of levels.
We do have Mame fighting up with that Slowbro in the middle, though. Oh my gosh, this is such a dangerous skirmish. 3 seconds till Rayquaza spawns in. If Slowbro doesn't get out of here, this could be really problematic. They do have the Hooper nearby. Looks like Mew, though, being chased up by this Sylveon. Has to pop the Unite move, but cannot outrun Betchin. Betchin is after him. Actually went for the Sweet Kiss onto the wild Pokemon. This Mew just gets out of there. Slowbro is nearby. The Unite being popped by Mame. The Skull's going to slow him down. Hydro Typhoon, though, being used by that Blastoise. Unite Holic still looking pretty healthy here. They do go for the Unite onto Mame. Looks like Goodra, first Pokemon to go down. Slowbro might be out of there. No, he gets the Amnesia off the healers there. We're seeing a big hit coming in from that Urshifu. Unite Holic are down 2 Pokemon. Urshifu, though, does get shot down by this Inteleon. Now, KS, they do have to get rid of Inteleon. He is a big threat in these fights. Mew getting really close, boosted attacks, and that Electro Ball. This is such a delicate fight for both teams. Anything can happen, and Betchin trying to zero in on that Mew. Tries to juke it into the bush. Betchin gets eliminated. Mew is still sticking around. The fight is still going. Hooper there coming in with the Unite move as well. Rings unbound. Pokemon coming in. It's going to come down to that Rayquaza though. Who gets that final hit? It's going to be the Urshifu. KS getting the buff for their team, and Unite Holic, they have to stop these pushes clues from being scored. Break those shields. This might still be a winnable game for them, but it's 298 to 299, 350 points now. Unite Holic on the back foot. 30 seconds to go, Flava. If they can figure out how to score these points, they still have to break this shield. Urshifu wants to go for that middle goal zone, and there's no one to stop him. Oh, Betchin was a second too late.
Oh, that's going to be a huge one over here. Looking at the points at the current moment, 20 seconds on the clock with 550 against 299 on what KS is offering here on the table. I believe that is a little bit too late for Unite Holic to come back in anyway, which means that we might potentially be looking at a game number 3 here in this particular series. Now, there is something big I want to highlight over here, but before all that, we're going to see to the end of this particular match. What a match!
Oh my gosh, that end game was intense, Flava. It came down to the wire. Truthfully, I actually think everything came down to that one-on-one between Betchin and Mew. The fact that we saw these two duking it out 1v1 at the beginning of the fight, we saw Unites being committed, we saw Sylveon hot on the heels of that Mew who had to use the Mystical Mirage to get out.
Yes.
Tried to go for
that
final
was a huge rotation anyways. I mean, think about it. If you remember that particular engagement, Mew had to use the Mystical Mirage all the way from top lane, go through the middle segment to the wild central area, and then go back to his side on the left side and still survive. I mean, Danny was ready to call it as knowing he can actually outrun the Pokemon members from Team Unite. But he was able. He almost, yeah. So most definitely over there. And that's something big. Now I want to highlight again once on Mew. Later on, I believe that we'll get the opportunity to actually have a look at the highlights itself. But he actually surfed away 2 to 3 members from Team Unite Holic away from the Rayquaza pit when he was almost getting taken down by any of the team members itself, which could be a big factor in why KS actually got that last hit in.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, it was away from Mame as well. And unfortunately for Mame, Gudra isn't really the best Pokemon to chase after Mew. Mew is one of the most elusive attackers in the game, especially having access to agility and to surf. So, I mean, if only Betchin was just able to get the damage in and to finish off the Mew, it actually might have gone in the way of Unite Holic, but I want to see that dance again. We will see a little bit later on here in the highlight, but I do want to mention Unite Holic. I think they played a really great game. Betchin being a massive player on this team from start to finish, just dishing out so much damage for his team and drawing a lot of attention away from his teammates as well. He was the primary target for a lot of these Unites, and because he was able to just dance on through most of them because he had access to an incredible Unite move, it just made it so difficult to lock him down like multiple times. And just seeing this man dodging all these big Unite moves.
Yeah, I think this is a very good thing to actually be played out. If you have players like this who actually utilize your mons really, really well, you're able, the ability to dodge benefits you so much because people are expanding so much on you, and you'll be able to actually elude all that is definitely something big. And you're also soaking up some of the damage here coming up from opponent's side, giving a little bit room, a little bit breathing room for your team members as well to excel here in the game. Now, quite unfortunate, despite Unite Holic having a good run here in the game from early game to the mid game segment, which shouldn't be the case looking at the draft, but I guess that Team KS allowed that to actually happen by the end of the day. Looking at this is one of the main highlights we actually do see. It was a very long team fight happening between these two sides, Danny, and it was truly enjoyable to see as well. Look at that chop dive in coming up from the Urshifu. It was like clearing the Dragonite, making a way back to the bottom side already. Now this is going to be a big one.
Now
look
this
at this
was the fight.
Now this was the fight that we're looking at right here. Now look at all these jumps trying to push out everyone away. It could be anyone's game, truth to be honest, by looking about this. Even Unbound utilizes by the Hoopa as well on the top right side as well. Now here it comes. Look at that serve pushing out the team members coming on from Team Unite Holic away, hitting off on the Clefable together with the Dragonite, and that was definitely something big.
Oh man, I mean the Urshifu pick definitely paid off as well. The fact that the Wicked Blow is such a reliable ability when it comes to locking in those objectives. Look, I think there are a lot of Pokemon that you're looking at here and you're like, okay, who's more ban-worthy? Was it the Urshifu that was problematic? Do we need to keep the Dragonite? Is the Dragonite going to be beneficial for us? Do we need to maybe change the Pokemon that Mame was on, right? Because we saw, I think, a couple things that sort of happened here for Unite Holic where they had an amazing late game composition, But again, I think they sort of ran into a similar issue that I think it was Joe in that last game, or one of the games in the past, right?
one of them.
Lack of lockdown, just being able to just latch onto somebody and finish them off. Like, okay, Mame is great for just slowing people down and chasing after them, but in a lot of these cases, they just sort of ran away from him.
Yeah,
Mame was just kind of there. Like, that was
like you
that
kind
was really
of
it.
ignored him there, and I was like, okay, that was, I guess he's not able to contribute much.
So I kind of wonder if things may have been a little bit different if he was maybe on something like his signature Mamoswine, right? At least if he's on that Mamoswine, he'd have a lot more, he'd be a much more threatening Pokemon.
Exactly.
Because you would freeze, you would have the chance to either go for high horsepower or Earthquake, really formidable disables as well, just catching out those Pokemon. Even your basic attacks go for the freeze. So just having like that level of control, much more threatening than what a Goodra would have had.
Yeah, exactly. He could contribute a lot more to what he could actually offer to the playfield here compared to what Goodra can actually bring. But I guess that's the draft they actually ran with and outcome from it. So now, you know what that means, Danny? That
Game
means
number 3.
Game number 3. And I think people are very much happy to see a game 3 here between these two teams. Now, they have been going up against one another very, very hard in both games itself.
Look, I mean, they're both from the same region, right? I'm pretty sure these teams like scrim each other frequently.
Second place and third place winner from the Japan Winter going up against one another. This looks more or less like a rematch between these two to prove that who's the better team.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing that happened in the Taiwan head-to-head, right? So now we're looking at the Japanese head-to-head. And I mean, for Mame and co, they kind of want to prove that, hey guys, we should have actually been in second place.
It should have been us.
It should have been us.
I'm just saying. I mean,
look, anything goes.
Anything goes, yeah.
Anything goes. It's going to come down to team execution, your lineup of Pokemon that you decide to go for, and I'm kind of wondering, are we now going to head into cheese territory? Because when you're coming down to that final game, it's essentially a best of one now.
Yep, that's true. I mean, like now it's a full-on reset. Now the winner for this one game will decide who's going to be the winner for the series. Now they have secured at least 1 point for just winning one match each here. Now, obviously, they want
more.
They want to amplify it by 3 by getting 3 points by becoming the winner for the series itself. So, giving me the heebie-jeebies on this.
I mean, I haven't had coffee for a while now, but I'm like actually just like shaking in my chair waiting for this next game.
Probably a good time to get Danny some coffee over here.
No, but is there an opposite for coffee? Like, is there something that reverses the effect of adrenaline?
I don't think so. If you guys do know something that exists.
I think that's called sleep. I don't want to do that on broadcast. So, look, I'm just thinking, what kind of cheese can we look at? Because we kind of already saw the cheese, right? Like
exactly,
the
yeah, we kind of saw
and
it, yeah.
Sableye was the cheese strat that came out from Uniteholic. So, what are we going to look at for this game number 3? I kind of feel like the Mamoswine's coming out. I kind of think it's going to come out.
Now, Danny, this...
But hang on. Might be the Hooper as well, because it should be first pick for Uniteholic.
Yeah, but they didn't run it this time, so...
Well, it depends. If Hooper gets banned, which it might actually happen here, but if Hooper's not banned, I kind of suspect it'll be a first pick for Mame here. Because that has been a very big trend, and it looks like it's going to be banned here. So
yeah, so it's going to be banned here. KS not allowing the Hooper getting picked since he's maybe saying you're not Holic having the first pick. Sometimes I was going to read who's getting first pick.
So no Umbreon, no Hooper for this game.
Yeah.
Sableye can make an appearance, although I kind of don't think that is really on the table because KS know about the Dodrio strat. So it's not something that they're going to consider unless Uniteholic have something else up their sleeve. And I would love it if they did, but I don't think they will.
But running it once again, it's going to be a Sylveon first pick here for, not sure whether Betchan's going to be running it, but Uniteholic already secured him. Mew getting locked here for Team KS as together with it. Wow, so they're going to be...
What is this? Oh, okay. I was about to have a heart attack.
I mean, sure. Offense is the best defense, I guess.
Sure.
I mean,
just match their energy.
I mean, it's worked before, and I don't wanna have conversations about questioning why they have double attackers. We've been proven wrong multiple times on it. But
it's coming back.
Mame running the Sableye for this game, and they're comfortable with getting that Urshifu in their hands.
Yes, I do think keeping that Urshifu out of the hands of KS was a really great move because it was a big Pokemon.
No
Uniteholic though are thinking of going back.
They're thinking about it.
I actually think they will go for it, but this will be a slightly more difficult Cramorant. Wafu, don't you play with me, sir. Are you actually going to pick Cramorant? We are going to see a Cramorant in Unite Holic's final game going up against
What's the synergy
KS.
here? Wait. Do enlighten me here, having this Cramorant in here. Like, okay, since everyone's bringing offense, like, why not we bring offense too, right? So, wow. I mean,
Don't ask me. I don't know.
we don't, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know. We
Okay,
don't have
we
the
don't.
answers. We don't know.
Okay, so I'm just trying to look at this, like just the overall idea behind the composition. So pretty interesting. We're not seeing any defenders across the
exactly,
board.
no defenders.
Very, very squishy, but we are seeing a lot of mobility. So Unite Holic, we actually have 3 Pokemon with a lot of mobility here. The most being in the form of that Dodrio. You have the Sylveon that's going to be able to bounce around in these team fights. And now we have Wafu on the Cramorant, very likely to go for the dive build.
Yeah.
Dive Cramorant is really annoying to go up against because it's just going to dive around all over the place. The fact that his passive is also going to maybe apply a slow, this could be problematic for some of these squishies on the side of KS because they are all very squishy. You don't want to be caught with any kind of disable, any kind of slow. The Gatling gun could be a really big team fight move as well. But there is a lot of snipes available on KS. Like they have so many ranged Pokemon that's just gonna snipe Wafu, who's gonna sit there in the middle of his like Gatling Gold missile.
Gatling Gold with the Unite,
So
and
it's
you're
like-
getting sniped by the enemy sniper.
Yeah, I'm just like, not gonna lie, guys. I have a really big question mark around this Cram. But I mean, if this man is gonna pick Cram in this game-deciding match, like he has to be pretty dang good. But it's a support Cramorant.
Yeah, so, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is going to be game number 3 between this two, the second place and the third place winner at the
Such a
Japan
big question
Winter
mark.
Open. But we're going to see who's going to become the winner here. The winner for this game will become the winner for the series itself. Let's go. Now, of course, from laning here, we do say Sableye. As usual, we do see this happening. Trying to do a little bit invasion, giving a little bit trouble for the Zoroark. Now, of course, trying to get that last snipe in. It's going to be in the hands of the Zoroark. Good attempt coming out from the Sableye. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane over here, now we do see this Doduo over here. We might be seeing this Doduo plus Sableye combo happening once again in game number 1. If you guys remember that, we'll see if Unite Holic is able to make all that happen once again.
And actually, we do see a KO happening. So Sableye getting KO'd by the Zora. So very unexpected. But hang on a minute. We have a Kupfu invading the central area as well, pushing out the Zora from that lane. Pretty interesting rotations here across the board for Unite Holic to really slow down their Zero Aura evolution, but he does hit that level 5, so we are going to see some aggression coming in from this Zoroark in the lane. Going to guarantee that farm in that bottom lane. Going to try and catch out some of the squishies down here as well, and unfortunately for Mame, a squishy Sableye is a very juicy target, and unfortunately for Cram, not going to be able to provide too much assistance here. They do have the Urshifu, but no knockouts, just defending their goal zone, almost cashing out the Inteleon there.
Yeah, I mean, Talio was actually caught off guard a little bit over there, so there's not much that the Drizzle can actually do over here as well. Now, this time about, it's going to be Urshifu getting taken out in the hands of 3 here. 3 Pokemons coming out from the side of Team KS, as well as Zoroark getting caught off guard here in the hands of the Doduo, as well as the Sableye on the central area. Loads and loads unpacking action here coming out from both ends, but it does look like they are able to actually find the middle ground here. But in terms of score, slightly above is going to be from team side, from Team KS.
Yeah, both teams prioritizing the central laners so far, but I have to say, like, the fact that we're looking at a support Mew this game is pretty insane here. Mame, they're going to set up for the team. They do get the Surf connection there onto Mame, going to take a big boosted attack. We have the Inteleon still chasing, but unfortunately, they just don't have that lockdown. KS going to end the battle right there, but my goodness, this game is moving really fast, and Mame's back in that bottom lane, really low as well. DIR by himself, great Pokemon for soloing Batcat, but when it comes to defending, not quite the best Pokemon for this. And look at this Urshifu being chased down, KS zeroing in, preventing a potential backstab coming in for Unite Holic. I have to say, KS, they are respectfully responding to everything Unite Holic is throwing at them.
Yeah, and both teams do have a good read on what each other are actually putting here on the table for this particular matchup. We do see some backups trying to actually happen. Urshifu didn't mark out so well. Meanwhile, we do see another takedown here in central area in the hands of the Dodrio together with the Sableye as well, rotating back to the bottom lane, and they're going to be meeting up together with Inteleon as well as Zoroark as they're about to commit on this Registeel at the bottom lane here. here, but of course, Urshifu's not going to be allowing any of this to actually happen.
They're
Snipe
waiting.
coming in hard. Look at that. Oh! Until he gets the last hit in, and Urshifu's going to be cleared out as well in between
Oh
that.
my gosh, I love how patient they were with that as well. Like both of them just staring each other in the
I
eye,
was like,
charging their attacks. You go first. No, you go first.
There you go. You go first. Like,
We do have a fight though happening in that top lane. Looks like Lucario unfortunately will go down. He does launch a Unite move in the process though. Sylveon sitting there with the Mystical Fire. It looks like the Dodrio will be caught out by the Zorak. But my gosh, what a chaotic game flavor.
Oh, this is not
Oh,
going to be the same as we
Sylveon!
were as well, but this time about yet another gets cleared out. It is going to be the Sylveon on side of Team Unite in hands of this Inteleon from Team KS, giving them a clean opportunity to actually clear out this Regieleki at the top lane. Meanwhile, trying to screen out this Kramer is definitely
On the
in trouble to
dive!
drive, make his escape to the bottom lane. But is it going to be enough for him to actually make an escape? Yes, it will be. Meanwhile, leaving on Sylveon all alone here at top lane. Zora putting on the pressure.
Ooh.
It is not going to be enough to actually clear him out as well, which could be opening
Oh.
here.
The
for-
Dastardly duo, they're here, but it looks like they might not have actually found the best opening. Both of them KO'd.
Oh, no.
KS, they are running away with this game, picking
And
up
Sylveon.
Uniteholic one by one, and they're looking to take more here. Although, I have to say though, KS, they are overextending a little bit. Gatling Golf going to be used, and this will force KS back. No KOs, but oh my goodness, KS, they are on fire this game. But look at this little Cramorant. He's chasing him down, giving vision for his team. He gets the dive off there, off onto the Mew, forcing out a Surf. Marmade's there to catch the Zorak. Can they get this locked down though? The Night Slash. Oh, he pops the Unite, but look at the Jukes. They don't manage to connect, and it's going to be the Zorak that goes down. Uniteholic, they put their dancing shoes on tonight.
It felt like all that was just a bait for this Dodrio to make his move on that Zorak over there, and it all worked out oh well. So basically a small comeback that Uniteholic is definitely looking for in this particular game, but both of them are very close to one another
Oh,
over
Ajax.
here. Lucario almost there, not being able to clear out on the Dodrio. He's able to actually make his way, make an escape with those two little feet with 3 hits. Meanwhile, jumping it back again, Lucario gets a takedown on the Dodrio.
Outplayed.
But bottom lane, it seems that once again, Inteleon getting the last hit in on the Registeel, clearing out in, and also clearing out the Urshifu once again. Probably a signal that probably not a good idea to commit to that Reggie on the bottom lane.
And we are seeing this Sylveon, unfortunately, under siege by 3 Pokemon. Going to try and juke it into the bush using the Mystical
does have a
Fire.
Unite.
Dashes, has the Unite, has to use it. It's 4 minutes, so it's still a pretty safe window. He's still trying to get away from 4 Pokemon. And there's a Zorak who runs into the Mystical Fire.
Dance, Sylveon, dance!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, dodging us the snipe as well.
Oh,
Oh, no!
gets
But he's not
caught.
going to miss the second one.
Oh my gosh, we're seeing a
About
game
time.
of Twister.
Oh man, this guy's like, no, guys.
Jeez.
Jeez. Oh, that was...
Look, Flava, I don't think anyone practices to go up against a composition like this, because this is a wacky game of Unite, and I am loving it. Japan, give us more of this. Regieleki pushing up in that top lane. We only have 2 so far for Uniteholic, but in the central area, we do have the Dastardly duo working their magic. Unfortunately, though, Marmade not able to find that opening. Dodrio coming in from that top lane. Got to be careful of that Zorak. Dodrio is incredibly squishy.
Sylveon,
Follow
no
me.
Unite.
Does not connect. They are still defending. Urshifu is here, charging up, using that damage reduction. Does go down anyway, though. And the Regieleki almost going into that goal zone. They're still defending. How many more bodies can they throw into this fight? I think they might just have enough. Dodrio buying time for his team, but Uniteholic dropping 1 by 1. And this might just be it, the fight of
Stop
the
it!
century.
Stop it!
Oh,
No,
KS.
there was
It ends.
there was a point I was like, stop it! It's not working. Stop it! And I was like, they keep diving over and over and over again. Even with all that, it was a full-on team wipe, and they got the Reggie go inside the goalpost, and they're gonna clear that one out. Yeah, they didn't get it. They didn't got it.
The game is not over yet, and I do think there is still an opportunity for Uniteholic to turn things around. There is a bit of a level gap between the two teams, but it is very doable still up until this point. Mistakes can still be made, and we have seen some wacky plays happen, and the craziness, don't count anything out until the Sableye is gone, okay? When you're dealing with Sableye, that Pokemon can very well turn those winnable games into an unwinnable one if you're playing up against it. But so far, again, another chase happening here. Dodrio trying to get out, but gets shot down by the Inteleon. Oh my goodness. Got to be so careful in that late game. And even Marmade getting caught out, and they're both gone.
Oh, this is
The
not...
Danelie duo are out of the game for the next 5 seconds, and this might just be it. An opportunity for KS to just burn into that Rayquaza. There's no way to steal though. Sylveon just gets out of there, does not get caught with the snipe. The
little bit more.
Rayquaza, he's very low.
Rayquaza,
Urshifu is there.
he's gonna
Wicked
get
blow.
sniped.
No,
No.
Wicked blow. It's going to be down to that Mew. And KS may have just broken through Unite Holic's defense, getting rid of Mame as well as DIR right before the Rayquaza being the winning recipe to this game.
Oh man, I still feel that if you had to point out something that went wrong here for Unite Holic was definitely that commitment trying to defend that top goalpost from the Reggie Lucky together with the 5 team members from Team KS. There's nothing to stop them here from scoring in front of the faces here at the middle goalpost from Team Unite Holic. So this is going to be basically massacre here coming up from Team KS, and despite being at their own base, they're not able to hold on. They're not able to stop themselves from getting cleared out by Team KS here. So because 50 seconds on the clock, they can't even escape their own base to actually go for any form of scorings, and even if they do, they don't have the points to actually score as well. 202 to 719, best case scenario, dunking off 500 points, and they got yet another additional 25, basically, 13 points to make it 26 to actually get over them, which is highly unlikely.
Oh my goodness. KS, what a game this team had to play. The shenanigans they had to deal with as well. I have to say, Unite Holic, the way that they play, I think a lot of people are just not going to be expecting this. But they were met with an incredible matchup here. Kabi-chan's just proving that they are a team that can adapt to these playstyles, and maybe, just maybe, Unite Holic playing this composition earlier today, maybe that is what set things up for them, because in that particular game, you could tell the KS were not prepared to go up against the Dodrio.
No, they were not. And I think that this particular run out, it definitely shows that they have their own ways of handling this team composition coming off Unite Holic. Giving them Simple Eye, no issue. If you want to run together with the Dodrio, they have their own means of actually handling itself. Yeah, it became a full-on assault game between Unite Holic, between KS. It's literally a full-on Japan game here.
I mean, I don't know if I want to call this a Japan game, because I didn't realize Japan games look like this. Because
Yes, it's not your usual Japan game.
No, I was expecting to see some Dragonite, to see some Buzzball, but I mean, no Buzzball, no Dragonite. I'm okay with that too. Get some Urshifu, get some Dodrio, Sableye.
I have to admit, it is very entertaining. It was very refreshing to see so many things happening here in this game. There's too many things to address as well, but there's so many good moments as well. I mean, like, from the Sylveon dancing around, trying to evade, trying to juke around, make an escape away from the team members in Team KS, but still get sniped off. Or you still want to highlight on some of the great snipes that this Intalion actually did in this particular game itself.
Yeah, look, if we're going to highlight anybody, it's the snipes coming out from Intalion in that final game. He was spot on. I think, like, who would you say would be your MVP?
Ooh, early on we used to see some good action from Unite Holic itself. Like, remember that when we give an MVP, we don't care much about who the winner is, but based on the whole game, I mean, Intalion played
hard.
great.
I mean,
it's very hard.
Had great games.
Oh, we haven't put much thought into this. I mean, like, this game number 3, like, everybody had their own fair share of spotlights as well. Intalion played great in this game.
And we had Yupono play a really... Was it Yupono actually? We had a great Urshifu game as well.
Yes,
I mean,
that was
no, that was KS, wasn't it?
That was KS, yes. Game number 2.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know who I would nominate for my MVP. Like, the games are just great. Everyone was performing in multiple different games. Like, we had Bechin have great games on his Sylveon. We had Mami and DIR playing on the Sableye as well as that Dodrio. And then we had Intalion in game number 3. Like, I don't know. It's so tough.
Can we just put 3 people there?
Can we put 3
Let's just 3 people there. I mean, like,
Oh,
but before that, let's have a look at the highlights, shall we, ladies and gentlemen, on that game number 3. Now, of course, there's a lot to unravel here on what happened in this particular game. Of course, this is actually the Urshifu that she got a little bit too far on the side of Team KS. And meanwhile, of course, now if you guys remember this, twice that the Intalion actually sniped out the Reggie at the bottom lane. It was the Reggie route together with Reggie Steel and getting the Urshifu. And if I had to highlight a good moment, it was definitely the Mexican standoff.
Yes,
I think that was amazing. We don't see that much.
No. It would have been a different story if there was no Zorak there, but thankfully for Intalion, Zorak was there as the backup, and he was like, all right, buddy, I'm going to back you up here. 2v1, we'll win this, no problems at all. But maybe, I guess we could maybe put for the MVP in this game, I guess we just put Mame because he did set up for the team quite a lot in all 3 games, right?
Yeah,
like
so game number 1, number 2, he didn't actually really had a good game for himself.
It was
but game
pretty
number
tough.
3, yeah.
I mean, game number 3 was also really tough for him. Like, we have to respect everybody. And even though it may be like a difficult game for some of these players,
Exactly, yeah.
they had to do whatever they could with what resources were left.
Oh yeah, this is actually one of the top ones at the top lane where they were trying to stop this Reggie. He was so close to actually go in for the dunk, but still not enough. And there was bodies being thrown into the goalpost, even with this Dodrio building up speed from the back and dishing out damage. All that is not enough. And I believe that all that is futile as they were not able to take out...
It was because of Clefable. If Clefable wasn't there just constantly chucking out those moonlights, look, they would have run out of gas much, much sooner. They would have had to abandon the Regieleki, and I think the defense would have actually been there for Unite Holic. But Clefable is one of the best sieging supports if it's left uncontested.
Exactly, and during that scenario here at top as well, I mean, like, who do you give attention to? You want to clear Clefable because he's annoying. He's actually healing up all the team members from Team Unite, Team KS. But then at the same time as well, you need to clear out some of the squishies coming on, the attackers coming on from Team KS. So you've got your hands full over here, and if you're not able to actually do a focus fire on anyone, you're not be able to take out anyone at all. I mean, they got the Lucario, great, that's one, but still at the cost of how many bodies coming on from the side of Team Unite Holic, and that is going to be quite a painful one for them.
Yeah. I do believe we're going to have our very fun drawing segment coming up in just a second, so I'm looking forward to that one. But the next game, though, I think that's going to be really exciting. But before that, though, Flava, please, would you like to do some drawing for us
okay,
today?
drawing time. Okay, great.
Love to see Mr. Picasso here. Give us
man,
a...
please don't make fun of me on this one. I'll be looking at clip
you're
1.
brilliant.
Okay.
It's
All right,
fine.
so I believe that, I don't think this is actually the real Quasar segment itself. Let me see, is it clip 1, 2?
This
Yeah, I'm just still waiting
is-
for the clips here.
I think you might need to refresh the clips here. Right. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, give us 1 second as we prepare these clips. But they might still be coming right up soon. So hopefully we get that going, and
Yeah,
we
so
go.
I think, yeah, you're not to get a cast. Now, this is going to be game number 1 during the Rayquaza segment itself. Now, playing on this, we do have a vision over here. Meanwhile, while all this is actually happening, at the top lane, we do see the Dodrio together with Wigglytuff actually holding on. Now, this is going to be very, very crucial. I believe that I need to take a note of this a little bit more. Yeah. So here at the top segment, so which is very, very important in itself. While all this is happening, we do have the remaining members here on both ends here at the Rayquaza pit. So this time we're playing out. Actually, this is very, very important as we see all the screening. Look at that. All the Sable Eye putting a little bit of pressure coming on from the back end. While all this is happening, look at the positions. Now, if you see Team Unite Holic, they've already got themselves all the team members over here pushing out. They have the Mew on the back end as well. Meanwhile, if you look at the team members from Team KS, they only have all the remaining members on this side. Now remember, at this point itself, they already lost out one of the team members already.
it was, it was their sniper as well. Like,
Exactly.
this was their securer.
It's definitely a very non-favorable area where you need that sniper to actually snipe out the team members and dish out damage at the same time as well. So this is going to be a problem for them. So if they're keeping it on over here, so even with actually utilizing the basically Blastoise using his Unite as well, wasn't able to latch out to anyone. There's no follow-up from team members.
And Dragonite's gone too, so that's the second potential Rayquaza stealer.
This is a horrible situation to actually be in as well. So when you're in such a scenario, now coming on from the team of basically from Team Unite, like the easiest way to actually do this is very simple. They just clear out everyone here and they get the last hit in as well for them and clear out the remaining team members from Team KS. So meaning it was literally a full-on team wipe from Team Unite Holic. And I believe the next one should be this match here for game number 2.
Yes, we're going to clear the map here, Flava, because it is still got your thingy here. So we have... sorry, folks. So coming up into this next clip here, we're just going to play this clip. This is from game number 2. So as you can see right now, the teams, they are currently fighting now the big stars of the show. I'm going to pause it right here. I don't think we actually saw it, but we just saw the Sylveon getting eliminated. So I think I may have broken the thing again. I am very good. There we go. So this was the battle between Sylveon and Mew, right? So these two Pokemon had been fighting for a minute leading up into this fight. Mew, a massive Pokemon on the side of KS, Betchin, dead set on eliminating that Mew. But as they got into that choke point, we're going to replay this clip here as soon as I clear this segment. This is clip number 2. There we go. So we're going to replay this clip. We're going to pause it right here. So as you can see, Betchin right after that, chasing after Mew. Mew looking to juke into the bush. His team is in position to defend him as well. You've got I Am Tomato as well as the Blastoise hiding in the bush as well. KS, I'm not sure if these guys have vision on these two players at this point of time. I've got Slowbro in the back as well. Everyone realizing Mew is in danger, we have to protect our teammates. So at this point of time, they had to back up. They had to protect their teammate. We saw the hyperspace hole being deployed on the ground. Blastoise is turned around. We do have a follow me being used to actually draw attention away from the Slowbro, who is actually trying to pick up the Hooper. Betchin still going after the Mew. He's actually dashed away with his agility. And in just a fraction of a second, this fight is going to end.
Yeah.
So we're going to play the fight here. Betchin goes for the dive, gets caught, immediately gone. Mew is still there, surfs Mame away.
Yeah, so I think that's a great play itself. I mean, like, at this point, most of the people will actually look into offense abilities, but he's trying to put the Gudra away from the match itself. So yeah, I think that's a very good call as well. Now,
and it was I think it was really big to lose Betchin there as well, right? Because he was carrying KS in this game.
Yeah, and of course, one main important thing that Danelie has to highlight early on in that game number 2 is that Urshifu, the ability, the wake-up blow, the ability to actually get that last hit in, to actually clear that Rayquaza, putting them on edge right here. So it was a 4v3 situation. They also lost out one of the members, which is Slowbro. No problem, it's itself, as long as they actually have the Urshifu. Now, of course, coming up from next itself, now this is going to be this...
There's no more clips.
Yeah, there's no more clips. Yeah,
so we are done with our drawing segment today.
Yeah,
so thank you for joining our Pokemon Unite.
Thank you for supporting our hobbies. And
yes, our drawing hobbies. And we hope you visit our art exhibition. Thank you so much. So we've finished up 3 games of the day already, Flava.
Yes.
So we've done Mosquitoes versus Unite Holic, Too Easy versus Joe's Love Unite, and then we've just finished up KS versus Unite Holic, which means we have 3 more best of 3s lined up today. Let's take a look at the groups to see where some of these teams are, because some of these teams are done for today. So, as we can see on the board right now, Unite Holic have completed all of their games. Mosquitoes have completed all of their games, leaving KS and Shin and Rude to complete their final matchup today against each other.
Wow. Now, this tells a lot, Danny, which means that Unite Holic, since they don't have any more games today, they get to sit back, relax, and enjoy. And of course, they're definitely not going to be that comfy yet, because they know that Team KS still has one more game, which they have to fight against Team Shin and Rude, who has not won a single series yet at the current moment, and is definitely looking for one. Now, the situation is KS is looking for definitely looking for a win to maximize 9 points.
So yeah, KS, if they win the series, they will top their bracket, no problem.
No problem.
If KS end up with no points, they will end up behind Unite Holic in second place.
Second seeding, yeah.
If they get 7 points, what would be, I think the tiebreaker is their head-to-head matchup. So
I see.
So KS up against Unite Holic. KS, I believe, won that matchup, so KS would actually end up ahead of Unite Holic.
That means that they only required to actually win 1 game. But of course, I'm not telling them to just win 1 game and then that's it.
Well,
but
ideally, they win the game. But at the same time, though, for Shin and Rude, this is their last game for the groups. They want to win, but I think even if they win, they would actually still end up in last place because they lose the head-to-head against
Mosquitoes. Yes.
So this team is unfortunately kind of stuck regardless.
Yeah, I have to bet on that. And now we look at Group B over here. Now, top of the group is Team MJK, who so happens to be the only team that actually gets a clean 2-0 over their 2 opponents, followed by Zora Tigers and Too Easy with 3 points, and Joe is Love Unite managed to actually win 1 match here and got themselves 1 point.
Yeah, so depending on Zora Tigers gaming, I actually think MJK are projected to just basically win this group without a doubt, because I think Joe's Love is out of the picture. They finished all their games. Too Easy can't really catch up unless MJK completely fumble their last game and don't get any points, which It's unlikely, but then again, we kind of don't know what the matchup is going to be up against Zora Tigers Gaming, because there's always a chance for an upset to happen.
That's it, yeah.
But to be fair, MJK is considered the strongest team in Japan right now.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, coming in hot as their champions and stuff, they're definitely not going to let up and allow anyone to actually get the top seeding over there.
No.
Now, remember, if you're top seeding in respective groups, you go straight to the semifinals.
I think so. So
Yeah.
you play the least amount of games, but the team that gets the bottom seeding, you have to play every single game and you have to win.
Exactly. So you have to go up against, if you're last seeding, you have to go up against the third place winner in the other group itself. And then you go up against the third seeding and then the second seeding as well as the first seeding itself. A much longer route. Now, of course, we're going to be taking a short break before we come back with more Pokemon Unite action. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Trying to get that level 9, trying to get that Unite moves, but most importantly, trying to get this Matan to get that.
With the back, which lists as a little bit opportunity to do a little bit of scoring. Will they be able to make it?
Oh, nice timing with the deny as well. They commit everybody for the hyperspace portal to try to get this dunked in and try to get a nice KO.
It was a trap.
Completely! Because they know for a fact, with both the Lapras Express and also with the hyperspace portal, it's very quick for them to go bring in reinforcements here. Very staggy, very solid, but not for too long though. Now the rest of the squad comes in. They need to go for a couple of KOs as quickly as possible. But the snipe shot came in, reinforcements was absolutely nicely timed. But now comes for the revenge pickup. By this disparity, there's definitely not too far behind. So you can trying to find a prime update, but beautiful timing with the basketball itself. Able to pull the medical, completely isolated from the rest of his team, and no one was there to back him up. Maybe as well tried to save him, but once again, every one of them individually picked off, removed, assassinated away, and literally no one there to contest with the Rayquaza.
This is all in the hands of Unite Harlick. There's no way.
A Blaziken, so yeah, things are getting really tough up here. I mean, and so far we're seeing some Unites. We actually saw the Miascarada Unite being used. They only get one KO though on that Clefable. They're still trying to buy that time, and here comes that Leafeon. This might just be the turnaround. We see the Thunderstorm coming in from that Pikachu. No knockout though, does manage to get the retreat off. Blastoise still spinning, but gets sent back to base. Miascarada, some people get knocked out, unfortunately, but Blaziken jumping into the back lines. Blastoise just staying in the front lines for the team, but when you don't have any follow-up, there's not really much you're going to be able to do. Miascarada, though, with the Unite, not catching anything. 3 Pokemon, that Blaziken and the Inteleon. These are their 2 main late-game Pokemon, and beautiful secure there from that Leafeon. No steal this time for Joe's Love. That Solo has soloed him. Although we are seeing a push happen in that bottom lane. We have the Umbreon on the goal zone. It looks like Clefable does get the Moonlight healing up and will survive him going for the Unite. Catches a fly. Very lucky there. Umbreon still sticking around. The Berry keeping it in this fight. And here comes that Leafeon. Unite gets dropped as well. Solar Blade will KO the support, but Leafeon goes down in the process. We are seeing a spin from this Blastoise. They're going to stay on the goal zone here, so too easy. Enough regeneration to into their pod.
The thing is, I knew what they were trying to go for as well. They got intel that both Pokemon, both the Leafeon and the Blaziken was taking the objective
Oh
to
my
the top
goodness,
side, but more KOs.
Soloing!
He's still keeping himself up.
Oh
What
my
is
gosh,
that
that
damage?
snipe shot. That was just a scouting snipe shot, but to connect onto the Miascarada, and oh my gosh, they lost their defender. No Blastoise. This is big because now you have no frontliner on the
There's
side
still
of
more.
Joe's Love Unite, and they're still going. I mean, you've lost your Pikachu, that's your attacker. You're left with Miascarada, Mimikyu, Eldegoss. Blastoise will come back into this fight, and we are still seeing a few Unites here, but Blaziken locking in that Rayquaza here for too easy. Looks like that Rayquaza might have been too easy for this team, and now Joe is low down. So now we've got the squishies left for too easy. Clefable is here, so they do have that sustain. And look at this, though, Z-Ray far forward. He did try to go for the combo. He does manage to eject out, but 2 KOs. We do have the Psychic Solaire, though, connecting onto Z-Ray, and will get KO'd by that Espeon. 2 Pokemon are still down here on the side of Joe, but looks like Umbreon coming back into that fray, threatening to steal the Regirock here, and every time they delay the steal, he actually gets it with the foul play. 77, saving that bottom. They are not focusing him down, and looks like the Hyperspace Hole is going to pay off. Buzzwole coming to that bottom lane to help out. The Snow Globe gets popped, and look at that Buzzwole.
They managed to get a nice knockdown, but here comes Psychic Solare, was able to displace a couple of them, trying to buy the necessary amount of time. Lapras Express comes in, but that's just a defender. There's not a lot of damage coming to the mix, and Buzzwole again, cold, hard, frozen heart. Our dear friend completely broken up in pieces here.
Looks like this Water Pulse should be enough to take out that lead.
Difference here, but I spoke a little bit too soon. As Fable
Oh my
again,
goodness.
more
What?
points, and even broke the second goal post.
Interesting play. Actually committing the Unite there for the Hooper, but it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Right? Like 30 seconds to Rayquaza too.
That was a very bizarre play. Maybe really wanting to get the cancel off, but just not realizing how quickly
Oh, no!
Froggy was going to be able to get the scores off. Now, remember, this is a Clefable with Follow Me that does have a way to...
Be quite the move.
He's actually
going to
use it right now, though, so they're going to bring the entire team into Rayquaza. But look at this, though. Solo was guarding the Rayquaza. He is ready to go if he needs to. Rayquaza down to half health. Leafeon going to be sitting at the top. Snake waiting to try and go for that steal, but who gets a Buzzwole? Securing the last hit there onto the Rayquaza, and it looks like now it's Joe is Love's turn to score their points.
Out of time for the bottom. However, good central rotation
Oh,
coming
no,
to the
Winston
back. It's not a 3v3, it's a 3v4. But the Lucario is so mobile, and the solo play is just so good and so painful. But they were able to return back the KOs. The Esper comes in with the stored power here, trying to get a couple of more. They won't get one. They got two, possibly a three. Can the Lucario get out of it?
Instantly blew up. It's back in the fight here though, but yeah, very interesting decision at that top lane. I kind of wonder if they just backed off and let it be. I don't think they would have lost all those Pokemon, but look at this though, the burst of the Talonflame and that Leafeon just deleting the
So
it's actually
no Unite move.
Yeah, no Unite proof. That's not something I'm worried about though. Look at that though, Psychic Solaire being committed, and oh my goodness, it looks like Joe is Love gonna be super happy.
But instantly gets cancelled out. They're trying to look for to get a couple more as they want to try to secure the Altaria family for the necessary EXP. But Basu Solo was able to get to the back
The
line.
telekinesis,
and
though,
telekinesis
oh my
slowed
gosh.
again. Lockdown mob control. That's exactly what they're trying to look for here. And they have the adrenaline to try to come in for a couple of more.
Shao?
Orion comes in, solo
Shao?
blade. But then again, there's the Psychic Solari not going to be able to connect on anyone at all as they all try to fall back. Leaf Blade, Solar Blade, secure the EXP by selling Clefable twice too, by the way.
Yeah, so if Too Easy cannot take the Slowbro out in that fight, oh, Shao! Big mistake there, getting caught up by Too Easy. Oh my goodness, the Meeluk's causing a lot of issues here. Regieleki, though, still pushing Windstart, pushing the entirety of Too Easy into the wall, but he's got no follow-up. And Joe is Love. The entire team gets eliminated. They're going to have to try and defend this, but Eleki has gone in and so many points can be scored right now. They want to stack as many as they can, but hang on a minute. Girlgod coming in with a double KO, and Buzzwole looking to be the next one. The Fly locking that in. And Umbreon, the last remaining Pokemon, tries to score. Really tough if Too Easy do decide to group up. They're going to try and go for the KO onto Solo, but they can't quite get the connections in. He's totally fine. It looks like he's going to be able to 2v1 Windstar. They're going for a score instead. Umbreon here with the mean look. Looks like Buzzwole still surviving. He has health. Oh my goodness.
They bait out any commitment coming off from the side of Too Easy, but they're not going to fall for it. The bait may be juicy, but it's not juicy enough for the KO. They got really wanted to support him, and even got the second one in the process. Now the whole team is in complete disarray. Slowly to try to lock down the Bustle, but no, the team was there to back him up just in time for him to commit the big Unite move for the massive smack down the bell here, but not enough time. Either way, Talonflame, they left Golgod in the midst to fall prey. All commits in futile. The Psychic Solari was trying to bind it out one time, but he managed to secure the Rayquaza regardless here.
The disadvantage for Dragonite is this is a very EXP hungry Pokemon and is about to be knocked out yet again.
The Dragonair.
So one of the disadvantages, very EXP hungry Pokemon does need to be babysat a little or
Loads and loads of pressure. We don't see much room going on here. There's so much rotations going on. Actually forced into the
they got the
post.
score.
Together with the Dojo as well. Triple scoring here in their face. Doesn't matter. Ignores with Wigglytuff. But still surviving through, pushing it forward. It's going to be the Urshifu going from behind, but gets cleared out between four heroes. From does seem that Dragonite has gotten his space over here, still holding on and managed to get himself level 12. Meanwhile, here the bottom. Look at,
because that's what Kabi-chan's wants. KS wants a team fight. This might just be the opportunity to say, oh my goodness, Sylveon almost going down, almost managing to get caught, but the Unite move keeping it in this fight. We are seeing this big team fight, but hang on a minute, we do get the Unite there from the Wigglytuff. In the meantime, though, DIR is scoring. So he is potentially going for a backstab. He does score 18 points, though, and we are seeing a 4v4 in that central lane, and look at this, though. Mame actually using the Unite, though, but even then, Inteleon pops his Unite, does get immediately brought down. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto multiple Pokemon, but not quite enough for KS to get a hold on Unite Holic. They are still fighting within that Rayquaza pit. The last hit going to be secured by that Wicked Blow Urshifu. And Unite Holic looking to take this game clean. Secure the farm in their lanes for their lane matchup. Seeing a little bit of poke here onto that Urshifu. but we have a wraparound as well. Do we need to be a little bit careful here for the Sylveon, who actually gets early game?
Oh no, man, he alerted Shifu, but he knew that there were actually two of teammates
Again,
here from behind
another
as
KO.
well.
Might almost go down. He's still alive though. He will have to regenerate in the bush, but look at this though. Big Wicked Blow being charged. Won't connect onto Betchin at all. He actually got pushed back. Now going back onto the Urshifu. The Sylveon is just causing havoc in this team fight.
Wow.
DIR locking in the objective for his team. Great
By the Urshifu, direct throat
Typhoon.
And then the Typhoon
the
hitting off on
dodge.
2 as well. But is the damage going to be there? We do see the Italian coming up from Silence, dealing off a little bit damage. Here comes the jump in as well. But it does seem that they're going to survive. They're going to be
They've
losing the Urshifu. They're
overstayed.
going to jump. Oh no, they'll be losing up 4 and chasing down to the Mew. And it's going to be a full-on team wipe.
Tori in that bottom lane. They've got Betchin coming in as well. I mean, as long as they have their team down there scoring points, they don't care. And KS are not defending it. They're more concerned about has to pop the Might move, but cannot outrun Betchin. Betchin is after him. Actually went for the sweet kiss onto the wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. This is the regionals for East Asia. My name is Flava, together with my good buddy over here, Yololee. And we're back again with more Pokémon Unite actions.
I mean, of course, glad to be back. We saw some really great games, unique comps, like you said, very fresh, very different from the pool here. But I think they're just having a little bit of fun for themselves. But if it works, it works. Of course, that's great. If it doesn't, then hey, you know, that just doesn't happen. I love the fact that both the Sableye Dodrio was being and the camera being picked up, while at the same time we see Team KS also bringing their own unique gimmick here, as bringing in the support Mew as well.
Yes,
you know? That really the definition of, you know, there's more than one way to support is by damage. I guess you could say, in other words, I really wanted to say it, but I wasn't lying. It was you and Daddy. I really wanted to say it, like it was a really great suppressing fire.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely not me.
That's a form of support too, you know.
That's definitely Danny over there. Now, first, if you guys have been enjoying that, wait till what we have for you coming up next. It's going to be Zora Tigers Gaming, the Korea Open champions, against Team 2 Easy, Taiwan's second place winner. Now, starting off with Zora Tigers Gaming, we have Bort, Jejong, we have Subin, Mule, and Chobo.
Honestly, I'm really excited for this game, but of course they're going toe-to-toe with the final player. It's going to be 2 Easy here with Triple Z Ray, Snake, Solo, 7-7 Shin, and Froggy. I'm going to be flat honest with you, we saw some really great Buzzwole play coming from Solo, right? However, we have seen Jong play Buzzwole. He's literally off the chain with the Buzzwole. So I'm really curious to see. Now we're seeing a real head-to-head between the two. Sadly, there's no mirror match, so we can see who's the
better
Buzzwole.
Who's a better brawler here?
We don't see we don't get to see that SmackDown fiesta, right? But we'll just settle it. Who is able to take that for themselves? I don't think it is a problem for either Solo or Jong if they don't get the Buzzwole.
Yep.
But I feel Solo in particular, if he doesn't get the Buzzwole, if he goes for the Mimikyu, I feel that somewhat restricts him a little bit for some reason.
Yeah, I think we will see who's going to be grabbing the hands here on the Buzzwole, or if we're going to see any of them grabbing it for themselves, or probably any form of respect bans happening here in this game. Now, during the breaks itself, we had the opportunity to actually have a short conversation in regards to how we don't see much Metagrossing being played in any of the matchups we have today. We did see one, but I'm guessing that because of the nerf being applied to Metagross to allow it to actually be played out here in the ACL regionals, which also serves as a good reason why it's not actually being a hot pick here in any of the teams at the current moment.
True, but in other words, we're slowly coming back to what we were discussing initially before our first series.
Yes.
Where it's more like what the team want to utilize it with their composition, or they just want to stick with what they have already been doing best, right?
Exactly. You don't want to destroy that.
Right?
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing where you don't, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right? That kind of thing. Sure, it is a great addition and an additional selection if the opportunity does arise. But I don't think we'll ever reach that situation, right? Because especially now, today it is the last day before we hit to day 3, which is literally the main bracket as it is, right? So pretty high stake, high risk. So I don't think anyone's going to be trying anything else except that last game, which the last game that you casted with Danelie as well, with the Crammer and the Sableye and everything popping up. So I think that's possibly the last thing we'll be seeing here for now.
Yeah, probably. That's probably
know?
the last time we'll be seeing something like that itself. We'll see, or probably people just want to play it.
Felt like it was like kind of like a last hoorah. It was like, hey, it's our last round of the group stage. Let's go out with a flashy,
let's go down in style.
It doesn't feel like style, but it's just more like, like let's just be different.
No, of course they have to remember, but of course knowing that this is actually the group stage itself, which allows them to actually do such things.
Right.
I guess this could be the last opportunity for them to pull off something like that in a tournament setting, as I don't think it's a wise idea for them to actually pull off in day number 3, which is the main bracket itself, and knowing that it's no longer a round robin group stage, and it is going to be a single elimination bracket.
But then again, I am particularly excited for this because seriously, Zora Tigers was one of the few games, few Korean teams which I'm actually looking out for here as well. They had a really massive impact for me from the last week, and the best about it, they only played one game. They only played one series.
Yep.
One series alone, and that's enough to steal most of the hearts of the players and viewers, right? So they still have 2 more games to play today. And I'm really excited to see how far they can actually go alongside with this because they have been very aggressive, very coordinated. I think that's the most scary thing. And knowing Korean players, Korean teams as well as Korean players, they love control is really the name of the game for them, right?
Yep.
And the crazy thing about it as well is like no matter how aggressive their playstyle is, they still have that sense of control. They know how to hold themselves back.
Exactly.
Really know how to keep that excitement in, right? Not go too far beyond the kind of thing. You know, I get it sometimes when you're in that moment when the blood is boiling, adrenaline is running, and you feel like your team is currently winning some of these clashes, even though it's so flashy, it's so high impact with all the Unite moves being popped up at the same time. You tend to be like, I'm just gonna go in, just gonna fat finger one of my abilities. But no, not this guys. This doesn't happen.
These guys' discipline is definitely in the game over here. Not beyond the hard work and effort they put into preparing themselves for the competition over here. Now, basically being patient, being very disciplined is also very, very key, because if you ignore those kind of things, you tend to actually make mistakes, which is something that you don't want in a tournament setting over here. And of course, you want to give the utmost respect to your opponents and give them their very, very best itself. And that's definitely what we're seeing here at the regionals for Pokemon Unite. For most of them, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah, for most of them.
But you know, surprisingly, here's the fun fact, right? Like, here's the fun fact. Of all the support, Clefable has been one of the few top tiers, has been one of the few go-tos, all banned. However, it's a little bit different for Zora Tigers. Zora Tigers, Chobo, their supporter in particular, I wouldn't say not a really big fan. I believe he can play it, but I don't think he's really up to go for it. It has always been the Elder Gods or the Blissey.
Yes.
Blissey has always been his go-to, alongside with the Hoopa and the Elder Gods. Even Mr. Mime was in the
This part of the mix, yeah.
Pretty much he played every support, like recently, within the recent months. He has been playing every support, even the Comfey, but haven't really touched the Clefable.
He's a rebel. You have to understand this, Leonard. As he doesn't want to go with what the usual. If people like Clefable, I mean, I'm gonna play something else. I want to show to people that these other support tiers available in the game are more viable compared to what Clefable has to offer, or probably he can just run them better than anybody else here in the competition itself, which makes it. I mean, for us, it's entertaining. I mean, we tend to get bored sometimes when we tend to see more or less the same thing, and he brings this new mix into the table, and we're definitely entertained.
Yep. And the crazy thing about it, you do need to take it into account, especially for Team 2 Easy. They need to take into account the fact that they are about to fight a team who loves to be bruisers.
Exactly.
I think this is the only team who has been quite consistent with their whole lineup for now, which is literally having a double all-rounder. They're fine with one attacker. They don't have. I haven't seen them gone 2 yet.
Yes.
Like I said, yet.
Yes.
But they have been very solidified in having only one defender. They don't need 2. They felt like 1 is just enough.
What's this enough? We just need one guy to become a ragdoll, and that's it.
Correct. Because in their logic, it's more like, if I want to have another defender, I would just have another all-rounder who's just as durable.
As durable as well,
and also doing a lot of damage.
Which serves both things, but you don't excel really at defending, but you're able to somehow soak up a little bit of damage, sustain in team fights.
I mean, this is pretty much what all-round is about, right? A little bit more durable than most, not as durable as defenders, but just right up there. But also they're able to dish just the right amount.
You can contribute damage too as well, which I also want to take back to my conversation before. I feel that Lapras should become an all-rounder because it doesn't feel like he feels like an offensive defender.
Flava, Lapras has been hit with all kinds of patch stalls, and let's be honest, it's been brutally. At this point, you could even say mutilated, right? He's been mutilated from so many patches for absolutely no reason. From damage nerfs, from healing, from sustain. He's pretty much hit like almost every single time. And guess who hasn't been hit yet? one of the few top tier defenders who hasn't been touched at all in the patch, and that's Umbreon. Umbreon has not been touched at all.
I think people
Absolutely
probably give
flawless.
developers a thought that, hey, Umbreon is okay as it is, all right? Lapras needs something. Lapras is like, what is going on?
Well, you want to whack the Lapras a lot more?
Think about it. If I was Lapras, I was extremely confused.
You just get a signboard that just says like nerf, and they just like absolutely whack
Whack the Lapras.
Whack the poor Lapras. Are you
like,
kidding? It's such a beautiful Pokemon. Even in back
yes,
in
you have to admit,
games.
one of the best Pokemons I would say in the first gen
And yet
series.
here
is-
you are trying to beat him down even further.
No, the thing is, I'm trying to get them to stop beating down further as well, because at one point,
Yeah, but you make it sound otherwise.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what
I
mean?
get it. I'm a big Lapras fan. Now it has come to a point where people were like, what else can we do to this Pokemon? Lapras is like, stop, I'm okay.
Oh my god. But you know, speaking of Lapras as well, which is also a water Pokemon, I hope you guys don't forget to keep yourself hydrated. We have a lot of big games coming towards you guys, so stay hydrated, because you know, a healthy body is a healthy mind, and a healthy mind is, of course, a happy person. Of course, either way, we are finally here in the drafting once again. Zoro Tigers will be getting that priority pick for themselves, alongside following up is Team Too Easy. Interestingly, going with the Leafeon ban, which actually has been one of their few go-to bans. Even when they were playing against Joe Is Love Unite, which was last week, they also opt for the exact same ban.
Yeah, I guess they really don't want to go up against any Leafeon from any teams at all. And it's going to be a Hooper ban from the side of Team Easy over here. Now this allows first pick to start with Team Zora Tigers Gaming, and let's see how they're gonna start things off. Now, from the looks of it, they are looking into locking in this Inteleon for the end as the first pick,
Yeah, I expected
which still leaves a lot of room for there's so many priority picks over here.
This is expected as well, right? Because the thing is, it's more like what's going to be the priority. Is the Umbreon the priority for them, or is it actually going to be for their attacker team? If they locked in that Inteleon, it's definitely going to be dedicated towards Subin already. They are fine with letting the Umbreon go because they still have the Blastoise in the pool for them, which will be locked in by Ward.
Yeah, but knowing Too Easy, I mean, no surprise from them coming that they actually locked out the Umbreon for them together with Alagos as the first two picks, and now they're following up with a little bit of damage from the end. So they're going with the Glaceon together with the Alolan Ninetales as the third and fourth pick. Meanwhile, Zora Tigers Gaming, they have some big bulky Pokemons here in their end. They have the Buzzwole, they have the Blastoise, and they are running the Clefable. Now they need a little bit of speed, and the speed that they're bringing is going to be the Dugtrio here for the side of Team Zora Tigers Gaming.
We're seeing a lot of first time coming for Zora Tigers as well, bringing in the Global, bringing in the Clefable for this help. But I actually love the fact that they decide to adapt, rechange their drafting here, because the minute they locked in both the Glaceon and the Alolan Ninetales, they understand, okay, we're going to be dealing with a lot of range attackers. If I bring in
Fragile range attack.
yeah, sure, yes, fragile range attacker, but at the same time, pretty difficult to get to those backlines as well.
Right.
So, especially with the mean look, it's pretty difficult too. So now, the fact that they already locked in the Buzzwole, right? And this is not a Buzzwole into the Glaceon and the Alolan Ninetales. This was after. Sorry, this was way before that. So now they understand, okay, we do not want to have another sluggish all-rounder walking into getting poked out by these range attackers. We're going to bring in something a little bit more, with a little bit more speed, at least a little bit more dashing ability to really get to that back line. What were the few options left for themselves? However, with the Umbreon also being selected, that's somewhat restricted a little bit more because of the mean look, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm
just
definitely going for the main log, but by just looking at the opponent's draft here.
Correct. So they decided the optical for the Dodrio. It seems a little bit more flexible compared to the Zoroark. However, do take it into account as well, there was a nerf for the Unite move and also for the Drill Pack as well. Not to say that it's not viable, but it's probably not as strong as any of you remembered, if you guys recall as well. But it is going to be a pretty difficult wall because not only are they dealing with the Alolan Ninetales and the Glaceon, they're coming in with a double supporter as well as the Mr. Mime alongside with
What is it together with
Eldegoss,
Eldegoss? Yeah. So the thing is about running it, I don't think Too Easy is going to be having any trouble as they have ample amount of supports from their end. They have ways to handle Dodrio, but do they have enough ways to handle both the Dodrio and the Buzzwole? At the same time as well, we will see. But meanwhile, looking at the laning phase coming from both ends, we do have here the Squirtle together at the bottom lane. But now this is going to be a little bit tough for the Squirtle. Both of them needs double evolutions, meaning that to get the Inteleon together with the Blastoise, it's going to take a little bit of time. Meanwhile, they're going up against the Vulpix, Lone Vulpix together with the Eevee, where it's an evolution. So it's not going to take that long, as level 4 is going to be going into the evolution already together with the Alolan Ninetales. Meanwhile, we do see this takedown over here inside. Mr. Mime getting cleared up by the almighty Buzzwole in this game.
Yeah, with a couple of rotation coming in as well. Finally gets the Dodrio form, but he was not able to find that necessary amount of opening. At the same time, we have the Glaceon currently hitting that level 5. He's getting ready to dish out some form of damage if they were to try to come in even more. Dodrio trying to see if he can get Mew in particular, who usually plays the Mimikyu central area. Decide to go with a little bit of a speedster here. Dives in as they want to try to get control the Artillery family for that additional EXP, because let's be honest, Inteleon and Squirrel, they definitely need both that EXP to get to that final stage.
Yes, they definitely need this space. Now, of course, is Team 2 Easy going to allow this? No, they're not. Now, they're going to be going up against literally, I'm going to tell you this, it's literally 2 Ice Pokemons on the side of 2 Easy going up against 2 Water Pokemon from Team Zora Tigers Gaming. Meanwhile, here the top lane, putting a little bit of pressure, is going to be the Clefable over here. Still be able to actually dunk in some points, not be able to have any form of clearance here from the team members from 2 Easy. Meanwhile, Sensation here on the Umbreon together with the Glaceon here waiting for this appearance on the middle of the stadium. Here comes the engagement coming up from together with Clefable, but is it going to be enough over here? Glaceon dishing out damage by dispersing between multiple targets over here. Dodrio making his way in escape. Now they manage Glaceon getting the last hit in on the Clefable, and they're going to be getting another, and it's going to be on that War Turtle, slowing down his progress here in the game. But meanwhile, they're going to be losing out that Mr. Mime from the end in the hands of the Dodrio. Things are not done yet here. Going off at the top lane is going to be the Buzzwole, bringing on the action, trading off with himself together with Eldegoss. 1-to-1 trade-off at the top lane between Zora Tigers Gaming and 2 Easy.
Oh, Jong just knows how to equal the scoreboard here. He knows he's going to go down for sure with the mean look with the Umbreon being present. So he just decided, like, you know what, if I'm going to go down,
you're going to go down.
Yeah, you're going to go down with me. He goes down swinging absolute lad. Well, what a snipe, but of course we didn't get to see that fight towards the top side as they were just trying to find more contentions here. The thing is, towards that central area, I think it was relatively hard in the first place because they didn't really have all the majority of the members there. Melook is, of course, such a nuisance to deal with as they try to get a couple of points in and will be able to break the first goalpost here. Of course, yes, Glaceon is definitely quite the threat here, but Buzzwole, on the other hand, is definitely keeping up in terms of the level race here. Look at the level difference as well. Somewhat even, but suddenly out of the blue, you see the Dodrio and the Inteleon level 9 already. They're slowly catching up, despite a couple of KO losses in the first place.
Yeah, and of course, things are not done yet over here. Leonard, of course, in top lane, getting the secure. It's going to be the Dodrio with all the packing here on that Reggie. Lecky's going to be getting it over here, and of course, still not enough. It's going to be the snipe here. Is it going to be enough? Trying to get the last hit in. Gets body block here by the team members from Team 2 Easy.
It's really a battle between can they output enough damage to bypass all that heals, or will the heal be able to sustain it out of all the damage output?
Yes.
It's going to be really crazy too.
Yeah, even the body block was actually a smart move as well, because I think Eldegoss was actually a little bit low in HP as well, so they needed some of the fragile Pokemons on the side Easy to just stop that damage from straight going through. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, they are getting themselves ready for this Reggie steal attempt at the bottom segment. They have the Blastoise. Here comes the Inteleon as well. It looks like a 2v4 situation here on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. Are they able to actually hold this down before the cavalry arriving from the top side, which is going to be the Buzzwole together with the Clefable. It looks like down to half HP already. It's going to be a close one over here. The snipe is going to be enough. Oh, that drive, but the Glaceon still gets that last hit in, hitting off on the Reggie. Still sniping coming on from the Inteleon. Still not doing enough here to actually take on anyone. Buzzwole bringing on all the action. They managed to actually clear it out on together with the Mr. Mime here from the side of 2 Easy. Now, are they going on for more? They do have the buff over here, but Umbreon together with the Alolan Ninetales and, of course, the Glaceon from the backhand defending this bottom lane goalpost.
The thing is, it was totally fine for them. They're totally fine giving on the objective. They were fine letting it go. If they could try to snipe it, which is what the Blaster was trying to, or what was trying to attempt to, it would have been great. But if they didn't, then it's fine. It was somewhat of a bonus. Their main goal was to try to get any of those KOs after the objective, because they know for a fact that 2 Easy might be pressured to commit quite the amount of skills to secure that objective. That's pretty much why you see Zora Tigers was a lot more passive in that round. Only for Ward was just trying to see if he could force out anything out for that. And that just gave them, allowed them an opportunity to get 2 KOs. However, those 2 KOs will be on those supports, but it's still totally fine because it's still a form of EXP for them.
Yeah, I would definitely take that. I think things would have been horrible if, I mean, like, I like how the Blastoise decided to actually use the Surf to ride away the Surf and ride away some of the team members from Too Easy. Quite unfortunate they were not able to actually get the last hit. If not, that would have been insane if Zora Tigers Gaming was able to actually secure that Reggie steal. Meanwhile, here, the top lane here, so clearing off this Alderia family. At the top side, of course, they managed to also secure this Reggie, lucky for the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. And here comes coming up from behind. I did not see that Eldegoss is going to get cleared out in the hands of the Dodrio. A little bit too much to handle. No regeneration is going to save him over here. Here comes the snipe. Oh, hitting off on here. It's going to cause a little bit of damage over here. Does have a little bit of barrier for himself.
That's
is
so
that going to be
damage.
enough as well?
Ridiculous.
But holds on with the Unite as well, but still Glaceon goes down together with his teammate over here. This is not going to be enough to get Eldegoss. He just arrived and then he was gone.
No, just look at Jong. It's just him, like, smacking around every player, and then you just hear the Intellion just trying to do his best to do the snipe shot. Happening towards the bottom lane, quick transitioning right after breaking the second goal post. They instantly lead up to the second one as well. They are still keeping the ball going, piling on the damage, finding more opportunity, getting that EXP. Now it looks like the level racing doesn't really matter anymore because currently Zora Tiger has currently surpassed them, not just in points, but in terms of levels as well. Some are still pretty even, but look at that Dodrio, look at the Basu, look at the Intellion, both level 13 and 12 respectively.
Yeah, and I feel that Too Easy, they need to regroup back because they're a little bit all over the place, which gives a lot of opportunity for Zora Tigers Gaming to just catch them out one by one in multiple locations already. Now, I think getting grouped up together now is definitely the idea for them. They needed this to happen. If not, they get caught up. But when you do this, this leaves a lot of opportunity for Zora Tigers Gaming to get, separate, get themselves in position to just, all they need to do is not really to clear out any of the team members from Too Easy. All we need to do is just screen you out. That's it. I mean, the burden is on your playfield and not for ours. So this is definitely what they're doing. Very smart move from Zora Tigers Gaming. And of course, we're only 26 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the stadium itself on the central area, and that's definitely going to be a very huge team fight happening as Too Easy doesn't have a choice. They have to force the team fight happening in Rayquaza to attempt to actually get it.
The problem is Zora Tigers will always have the initiation because they have better catch potential. They have a lot of damage as well.
Exactly.
Too Easy is currently in the spot where they don't really have the confidence
to
really
enter,
to really take these fights head on. Their win condition for Too Easy is very conditional for them. It's very situational and conditional compared to Zora Tigers. Any one of them has the damage to literally take on any player. We have seen so many times that we see Ward just like 1v1 and always comes out of the fight as the victor. Same goes for Jong, and even if he doesn't able to one-shot anybody in the combo, it's still massive amount of damage. And of course his positioning is getting a lot of information, but he does manage to try to zone on this Mr. Mind.
Yeah, at the current moment, you see everyone is... I mean, Zora Tigers Gaming don't have to commit to anything. Georgia is holding on the bottom lane. Event 1 is happening right here. So they have to start chipping in on this Rayquaza. They don't have a choice. But remember, there's a few things here. Now, you have the Moonlight. You do have the Hydro Typhoon coming on from the Blastoise wall. You have the Buzzwole from the outside perimeter to catch off anyone who's actually all the way. Look at this. They can't go face and head on at all.
Yeah, they're pretty much fighting on ice at this point. At any point, you can just break it anytime. Anyway, he goes to summon to the Hydro Typhoon, almost able to catch a beautiful 4-man, but then again, Eldegoss was able to put the ultimate, was able to mitigate as much damage as much as possible. However, time to back end. Jong, not even focusing on the team fight, was more like focusing towards the Rayquaza. Finds a little light, but the Avalanche was able to push him all the way back, denying him the movement forward here to close the gaps. Couple of fights here, but then again with the Intellion, who's being so careful at the back line, was able to secure the Rayquaza, and now they have the points. They have the opportunity. 4 KOs, selling on a full 5-man wipe. But Mr. Mime, you gotta do what you gotta do to keep them at bay. It looks like they don't care if they want to go to the central gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, like, Intellion had a good idea over there. His main focus is not to snipe down anyone. His main focus definitely on the Rayquaza. I mean, like, best case scenario for them was actually for the Rayquaza to be untouched, but since Too Easy was committed. He needed to make sure he secured them so that nothing funny actually happens here on the side. And Zora Tigers Gaming wins game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
It's a really good call for the Blasters. They actually went for the surface when instead of the rapid spin. Although yes, you can do a lot of damage with the rapid spin, but I felt the serve was much more needed because he really needs to close the gap between those two, between some of those players as well.
I mean, he closed up gap 2 ways. He went with eject. He also used up the surf as well. I mean, even if you actually use the other abilities, Kalbash, I mean, you can screen out the. I mean, you can sustain and also screen out team members in a different mean, I would say. But I get it. Like if you use the surf, you can actually traverse further because you can ride on the surf.
Correct.
To this side as well. But I guess both of them works in different ways.
It's definitely allows him with a lot more options and variety. Right?
Yeah.
Like he's not. Like if he didn't go for the serve, he would have been solely dependent on either positioning himself well, or the fact
at
that
a much further location.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you take Skull Bash, it requires you to actually be here at the front, sustain, and also then if you want to use the jack or if you just go straight in.
Although I still think it was really well drafted coming from Mew as well. Like I said, like usually they don't really like to go with the speedsters lineup. They usually have played with this double all-rounder between both Mew and Jong. But because the minute like they spotted both the Alolan Ninetales
together with the
Glaceon,
Glaceon, yeah.
He just instantly like, yeah, I can't go with another melee Pokemon here. It's not gonna have a tough time. Like look at Jong. So many times, right? He will have to do he had to really position himself to really get on top of them. There was one time that he even tried to use a Smackdown on Ray, and instantly just one skill, Avalanche, and everything was just reset for him. He just couldn't do much with it when he just trying to close that gap. So really well decision coming from Mew. But I think at the same time also there was just a lot more damage being outputted from Team Zora Tigers. They had everyone was literally a threat here. It wasn't a situation where just the Inteleon. It was just him. We just need to focus him. It didn't happen. It wasn't like that at all. Everyone was delivering. Everyone was picking off. Everyone was getting those KOs by themselves. However, during the early game, I think it was pretty great coming out from Team Too Easy. They were getting a majority of this central area, especially a lot of these Pokemon, getting a couple of KOs from themselves. The level race between the two was actually pretty even out. It was just only like once we get towards that mid game and when they start grouping up, right?
Yeah.
That's where you saw Jong and Dodrio started going for those individual pick-offs, and I think that was put them quite the mix as well, because they were just trying to figure out like how can we play around this.
I mean, it all made it even better for them. Like I said, I think the team members from DZ was just all over the place, which enables this Dodrio to actually do wonders to catch them. If they were all grouped up, it's not going to be that easy for him to jump in as well. He can actually just chip in an enemy, but still need to retract and not continuously try to deal sort of damage as well. So right now, at this point on, I think Too Easy realized that it's not really a good idea for them to just be all over the place. They just needed to actually be together here. Glaceon even committed together with the Unite, but still not be able to actually survive all that. And look at this. I mean, going in for more for Team Zora Tigers Gaming. A little bit too much, yeah. So easy snipe there. Covering Thailand also on the last second on that Rayquaza. So I think it was a very clean win coming on from Team Zora Tigers Gaming. If I had to say something on how to improve the whole situation, I think that it's probably not a great idea for Team Too Easy to actually run that kind of draft, because you gave up a lot of room for the opponent team to actually just counter you in terms of how to play it as well.
I mean, it's like I said, it's a very conditional.
It's a very conditional kind of
game when you go with that kind of lineup. It's not to say that it was really hard to pull it off. They definitely had a general idea on how they want to play it. It's just that I think when it comes to drafting, like who I think they just got outdrafted here. Outdrafted for sure, but I won't say nothing. I won't say it's entirely the draft's fault. Exactly. I believe they definitely can try to pull it off. But the problem is Zora Tigers, they just know this game too well. I feel like they play this game a little bit too much, had a much more experience compared to Too Easy here. They just knew like, oh, you want to run this comp, that means your winning condition must be this. So
yeah, exactly, sure. So
we will just play around.
If you want that, then we're not going to give you that. It's very simple as well. I mean, it's clear when during the Rayquaza time also, they didn't have a choice. Like, they have to fight head on, because if they don't go inside, Zora Tigers game is just going to stay there. It's like, hey, we're waiting for you. I mean, like if you don't do anything, we're not going to do anything, because the burden's on you right now. As points, we're good on our end. Meanwhile, you have to get this Rayquaza and force it to actually happen. For us, we just have to screen you out. Buzzwole holding on the top, Dodrio holding on the bottom as well. It was tough. And do they really have the ability to actually jump inside and survive, in that Rayquaza pit? I don't think so.
It was difficult because, like I said, they didn't really have the damage, and they didn't really have enough people to really control them. They don't really, in other words, they don't really have a lot of team fighting Pokemon in that situation. It wasn't like they had a Blasters or anything. The minute the Blasters surf in, I already knew everyone's gonna panic, and that's exactly what happened. Everyone just committed Unite moves. Mr. Mime just flew in. Everyone's just trying to save their Glaceon and the Yololee Ninetales as much as possible. And by the way, it was just only 3 people jumping into that group of 5.
Yes.
Jong was still playing
exactly.
Jong
So
went in once and just came back out and focused on the Rayquaza. The Inteleon Ward, by the way, was still playing at the backline.
Exactly. So basically,
he was just using snipe shots. That's pretty much all he was doing.
it's not even a 5v5 situation at that point. Everybody just needed to be in position. The thing about Zora Tigers Gaming is that since they have defenders on the end, they have people who can actually sustain and soak in all this damage. So there's no problem for them to actually jump in. They are able to tank up all those damage that you can actually bring. Meanwhile, for your end, you don't really have somebody on your end who can actually do that.
It really just came down to that. They had a lot more options compared to the side for Team 2EZ. However, I think they are very quick to adapt to this, knowing we have seen their games already. We've seen 2 of their series so far.
Exactly.
They've been really quick to change up the lineup and understand what was wrong, and was quick to just switch things up to meet that requirement. Right now they understand, okay, we're going against Zora Tigers. They mean business for sure. So we cannot really reveal all our cards too much. But at the same time, they also need to secure as many of those cards as they want for themselves. I love the fact that they locked in the Umbreon. They did steal that Umbreon away from Ward here, I believe. I think he was pretty happy. They were really happy about it.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, you give him Blastoise, and they're just like, oh great, hey, you went with Mr. Mime, you didn't go with Traveler, you didn't go with any other controllers, defenders, or any other heroes here, or Pokemons here for themselves. But that's pretty much just game 1. Game 2, I believe they'll be very quick to adapt to this. I'm really excited to see what can they bring, what else they can really turn up, because they did ban the Hoopa. They cannot give the Hoopa, but they can try to opt to go for the Hoopa themselves. Because remember, Flava, I believe game 2 will be their turn for priority pick. So Inteleon's open for them if they want to go for it. If it's not banned by Zora Tigers, of course.
Exactly, yeah. So if they're gonna allow it, I mean, Zora Tigers Gaming is already banning the Leafeon, if I'm not mistaken, from the end, right?
Yeah, no, they banned it because they had priority pick. So in their mind, they were like, okay, we can lock in the Inteleon for ourselves and deny them the Inteleon, and we can also ban the Leafeon just in case if they want to try to opt to go for the Leafeon.
Yeah. So if you want to go frontal,
it was like 2 birds with 1 stone for them.
I think Leafeon would have been huge impact for that team over there at one point as well. But still need a good point of entry as well, because the thing about Leafeon, quite fragile. I mean, you're an amazing attacker, but even though you need to be able to enter and also escape at the same time as well.
I actually thought that their last pick wouldn't. I didn't expect Mr. Mime to be their last pick. I actually thought they will actually try to go for Sylveon or another attacker to fit for our dear friend Solo here. Because Solo the entire round, we've been seeing Solo playing all-rounders and attackers. Like suddenly out of the blue, he's playing Mr. Mime, which was relatively, not to say unique, but it's definitely off the books for us.
I mean, there could be other options as well other than Mr. Mime. I don't see the impact that actually brought it into the table as well for this particular game. But probably there's also other options you can actually consider here for this next game for him. But I guess all this and more, we'll be seeing it. We'll see whether or not Team 2EZ is able to actually win this upcoming game number 2 and force game number 3 upon their opponents from Zora Tigers Gaming, or Team Zora Tigers Gaming is going to be having that clean win here in the series. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Zora Tigers Gaming, how many points do they have?
Currently 3 points.
Currently 3 points, and
they won their first series last week. Today, today they will be they have 2 series from themselves here, and it seems like from the game we have seen, like I said, assumingly of course, and how they've been performing, feels like going to be another additional 3 points from themselves, unless 2EZ has something to say about this. They did overcome Unite Holic for themselves here.
Yes.
So now it's see whether they can at least steal 1 game. Either steal 1 game or at least win it all. Although trying to win the whole thing is definitely going to be quite the tall order, because we have seen their gameplay, and definitely I had to be honest as well. I believe in terms of experience, Zora Tigers definitely
has it better.
Is definitely the head of the curve for sure.
Yeah, so I think this experience really reflects and shows here in this particular game itself. And I'm really curious. I believe that 2EZ also has the opportunity. They've already shown before this they are a formidable team, and deserves to actually be here itself. But can they overcome Zora Tigers Gaming? We'll get to see all this and more in the next draft itself. Now, of course, also have to remember, we're currently here in the group stages itself. All these teams are definitely looking to actually maximize the amount of points they can actually scavenge around in the group stage, and their placements in the group will definitely determine their placements or where they'll start their journey in the main bracket, which is going to be day number 3 itself. So the better your placements, the shorter your route towards the finals and making it to the ACL finals.
And the craziest part about it as well is like we don't really have like a lower bracket. It's just straight up to the semifinals only. If you're able to get to that quarterfinal matches, at least in this case here. Because like seriously, if you think about it, right, it's like there's so much like road to climb for some of these teams as well. Because no one is backing out, no one is falling out from this.
Yes,
group
nobody's
stage.
falling out.
Everyone gets to go to the day three main bracket. It's just a matter of which is the better spot for you, which is the easiest route for you. Because I know for a fact.
What do you mean? Which is the easiest route?
Because seriously, think of it this way, right? Like, it's gonna be an entire day event, right? It's gonna be an entire day event. The team is gonna be playing like, especially the team who got the last place in the group stages.
Yes.
They will have to play from the very beginning. So in other words, they'll be playing. If I do the math right, they have to go through 3 to 4 teams.
Yes.
3 to 4 teams to get to that final spots. It is mentally exhausting. I mean,
They have to fight 3 teams to make it to the finals.
Yeah, 3 teams, and that's of course on the condition where you don't go through all 3 games in each of those series, right?
Yes.
So because on the day 3, it's going to be a best of 3 series. There's no best of 5 for the finals. It's all best of 3. But that's what I'm saying, right? I know these guys are professional players. They definitely know how to pace themselves. They already knew what they were going to be signing up for. It's definitely going to be a long run. However, it is definitely more ideal. You can start your game with a very fresh mind and fresh body, right? It's not after battered and bruised. And then you're
you have battle scars.
Like it will be a great Cinderella story, right? Like you start from the beginning. You fought all the teams until you reach to the final. You're like,
you won it all.
yeah, exactly. It's just like I bested everyone.
Everyone. Being in the lower seeding, was part of the plan.
Oh my lord, no! I have a lot of like caster friends who also tell me the same thing. Like, some teams they actually purposely place themselves in the worst possible spot because they are the strongest when they're at the lowest. I'm like, dude, no. I'm like, dude, no.
The strongest at their lowest.
That is, I'm fine with my line, which was, when the game's on the line, they're in their prime. I'm fine with that line, But you tell me lines like they're the strongest when they're at their lowest. I was like, dude, no, that sounds so terribly wrong. Can you imagine the manager just constantly just wailing on them? It's like, you're the worst. Just trying to put them at their lowest just so they can be their strongest. It's absolutely horrendous. I told my friend that.
I'm surprised you have to come. I'm surprised you have to come to that point to actually, show that you're the strongest. So whatever happens to those who get first seeding, they're the weakest then. I mean, all you have to do is just fight one match and making it to the finals.
Yeah,
like the finals. Oh, come on.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Yeah, it's terrible. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you, amazing viewers, for all your time, for supporting your favorite teams as well, and sticking it out whether for day 1 or not. But of course, just while we're waiting for our second drafting, we're going to be pulling up the drawing board here to see what else we can have to show for you guys. I believe this is going to be clip 1. I think this is during our. Oh, you know, Flava, I didn't get to see you draw.
Oh no, man, my drawing is horrible. That's why
No. I've been drawing for 2 series. I would like to see.
I love your drawing line. Okay, please do not answer.
This is not a debate.
Yes, it's not a debate. So, anyways.
God, fine, all right.
I mean, me and Danny, we've had this conversation, and we have to agree.
But you see, that's the thing. That's with
all
you
3
and
of us.
That's you and
amongst
Danny,
all 3 of us,
okay?
you are the best drawer, and I believe that we're entertained.
Oh my lord. Okay, so just a quick update. This is definitely one of the few fights where they actually managed to secure the second goal post, right?
I think at this point, Eldegoss actually went down twice. When the time he jumped in, he actually got taken out before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, hold on, let me see if we can reset the whole thing, right? Hold on. All right, I think this is the prime moment. Nope.
I think you broke it. Okay.
No, I did not break this. We're totally fine. We're Gucci.
Yeah, we're Gucci.
We're Gucci.
I mean, you say it's Gucci. I mean, I think it's Gucci.
Okay, got it. All right. So now, just gonna be a quick replay, right? Instantly, right? The Basel, he has been positioning. He's been positioning. Where is my? Nope. This is. Oh wait, that is the one. Wait, hold on. This is.
Yeah, so it's a reset.
Red.
Yeah, it's okay. Bigger. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah. All right, got it. So initially the Basel was here, right? Our dear friend Jong was here. He was well seated. He's getting a lot of vision on the side here before he actually flew in, right? And the Regieleki was pretty much his prime information talent. This is where he was getting his visual intel from. He's seeing a lot of players here. And of course, not too far behind, we see Ward also well positioned in this push. He's getting ready to jump in to literally follow over the necessary amount of damage. Jong is very confident he can get that damage on. He's very confident he can dish out a lot of damage, but he wasn't too sure whether he can get those finish out. That's pretty much where Ward comes in. He's pretty confident. He's just like, bro, back to back. He's like, bro, I got you. Okay, I got you. He's getting ready to jump in at any time, so I'm just gonna quickly remove this whole drawing, and then we're gonna play the clip. So instantly jump in, boom, one smackdown, and everyone is sad. Everyone is so sad because they just can't believe the amount of damage. Just absolutely baffled. Question marks, exclamations as well. Like, look at the amount of damage is this. Flava, you tell me this. This is Jong. This is a level 11 boss wolf smacking down on,
basically
on
the
another
Glaceon,
level 10.
And Alola 9 kills, yeah.
You couldn't ask for a more better follow-up amount of damage when you get two of the main backliners as well.
And two of the main damage dealers for the team, which is like a big bonus, I would say.
And the best part about this, while Jong was somewhat doubting himself whether he could get the finisher, Dodrio hasn't even put the damage in yet. He's like on the way. He was like, I'm on the way. But whether it was he needed to get the finisher, wasn't too sure. But Jong had the adrenaline to keep the fight going. And instantly, they were able to use the eject button to get out of the situation, but guess what? Another repositioning coming from the Blastoise here.
Yeah.
He was already making his rotation, you can see from the minimap, he was already making his rotation from the bottom side, while at the same time the Clefable was keeping one of the members at bay. So in other words, there's not enough support to really come to support in, and at the same time Umbreon had no choice but to back off so he can take the take the launch pad to jump into those fight, but I believe it was far too late. The damage has been done, and instantly the point also has been broken apart. And Jong, by the way, while the fight was still going, Jong understands his role in this whole thing as the top laner. He understands his positioning. He's got a man up. He's got to fight with not just one player, but two at the same time. So pretty great. He did a lot of damage. By the way, that was an instant clear. This is Umbreon. Umbreon had no choice but to run away from that fight.
Yeah, I mean, at that moment, you see your team members just disappear one by one, especially when 3 in the hands of the boss wall itself. That's got to be very, very scary as well. You do see the level gap at the same time, so there's not much you can actually do. So that was actually one of the top highlights we see here in the recent game between Zora Tigers Gaming and 2EZ.
But you see, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, can you imagine if they had another option? If they had another all-rounder, like pretty much solo. If they had solo with another all-rounder, I think that that game probably would have gone slightly more different. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and of course and your patience. But we're back with our second drafting here. And of course, once again,
ooh, they are
instantly.
So the Buzzwole banned by 2EZ. Zora Tigers Gaming is like, no, you're not getting
Ray said, literally just said it plainly in the drafting. If my teammate Solo can't get Buzzwole, you can't get Buzzwole. No one gets Buzzwole.
No way they're gonna let that happen twice, I would say. So I'm guessing this time they're locking in the Umbreon again.
Which is fine because this sends a message, right? Saying the fact that you're gonna play a speedster, you gotta take into account that there's gonna be a mean loot that's gonna be locking you down. However, think about it this way. Now Hoopa is still in the pool. Hoopa's not banned yet, by the way. Hoopa's not banned. He's still available for them to go for it if Zora Tigers choose to go for it. But then again, I believe he will still, but they have already locked down the Clefable, so that will be their main support, which means Hoopa is going to be an option for Team 2EZ, and that's going to be Froggy's pick here, who has been pretty happy with the Hoopa pick so far.
Yeah. Now Clefable, and they have quite some sturdy Pokemons here on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. They are going to be running double defenders, probably silver.
Stop it, Meal. Okay.
Okay.
It's
So,
a lot better.
okay. So
it's a lot better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah. So they're running the Leafeon here. Slowbro together with the Blastoise over here. Now, does 2EZ have enough to handle what Zora Tigers Gaming has to offer? Now, it does look like they were about to actually go with the I think they were about to actually go with Metagross, but unfortunately they are going with the Mimikyu and the Goodra. We'll see. But man, Zora Tigers Gaming quite a lot on their end over here because they got the damage, they got the support, healing coming from Clefable, they got the 2 defenders on the front line.
Come
yeah,
on.
I mean, you can go with more damage if you want. I mean, if you run this Glaceon, sure, you can actually, I mean, since Espeon's already on the end, continue to run the Espeon. I don't even mind if they actually run a Sylveon as well. But yeah, so Glaceon's going to be the final pick here for Team Zora Tigers Gaming.
Oh, this is really fantastic, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally seeing a little bit more different calls coming in from Zora Tigers besides the norm. We're seeing speedsters, we're seeing definitely a new attack is coming from the side. I believe that's going to be the enhanced of Subin, unless Subin is going to be sticking with the Leafeon, and I believe that might have been the call. That means Mule, the all-rounder, is going to be playing the attacking role this side. Definitely out of the zone, and Zhong will be the defender, the second defender, alongside with Ward.
I think this is... I think they're gonna be okay with it. I think it's a little bit out of the norm what you usually play around, but I think it's still okay. It looks like a very well balanced draft coming from and too easy. So they are running this Umbreon together with Espeon, so we assume that the Espeon together with Mimikyu is going to be a main damage dealers here from the end. But Goodra, we didn't see so much on the Goodra side, especially when we see on the previous series. So we'll see if Goodra is going to work out well for them for this time about.
I can guarantee you this is actually more of an all-rounder blaster. Not because it's in the hands of Zhong, but I just saw the idea that he was bringing. Right, he's bringing Slick Spoon and also a Muscle Band as well. He's definitely looking to be a lot more frontal assault, not as a frontal shield. He's gonna be in a frontal assault for the rest of the squad.
Which is fine, since they already have a Slowbro already.
Does that mean it's gonna be a rapid spin Blastoise?
I'm guessing so, since you're not running a Surface Spoon. So yeah, it's probably gonna be a rapid.
That's gonna be so fun, man. I think I think it's totally fun because you're gonna be fighting into both the Goodra and the Mimikyu. So I don't think he has to worry about people coming towards him. He's gonna be having that contact play already with some of his members as well, and he's totally satisfied with that. And plus, he's a top player. And so is Squirtle. So I think that totally somewhat fits the bill for him.
Yeah, I think Clefairy is going to be providing a little bit of support for him as well for anything, so he's going to be fine right here. Meanwhile, Gumi together with Hoopa with screening out this Squirtle away. Meanwhile, Clefairy a little bit in a pinch right now, trying to go for a little bit scoring down on less than HP here. Does he have the eject still from his head? But he is able to actually just run with his two cute little feet. Yes, Squirtle still a bit to hold on as well, getting the last hit in on the wild Pokemon as well. Things are looking fine. I can't believe they just ran away with just normal.
No, it's totally fine because like you have 3 Pokemon in their in Zora Tigers gaming lineup where they're so good at securing the wild Pokemon. So you have Water Gun, you also have the Solar Blade, which by the way, since they already hit level 5 for the counter, but same goes for the Mimikyu. It really does come down to how does the rotation round comes in, because that rotation really somewhat determines, especially during the Altera family. Those side rotation is going to be a lot more focused towards the bottom side. We're not seeing much happening. However, a KO has been secured, a well engagement coming from the bottom side. However, from the top, remember this is the Hooper as well. So anytime he can bring in reinforcement if necessary, if they want to decide to overcommit. But they are going to focus a little bit towards the bottom lane since they do have that early advantage with both the Espeon, the Umbreon, and the Mimikyu as it is, who has no other additional evolution stage.
Yeah, meanwhile, top Glaceon taking on the Hooper. I mean, that's a 1-to-1 trade-off since they already took out their Leafeon on the bottom side over there. I would assume that the main look coming up from the Umbreon. Meanwhile, Fairy here getting cleared out from the side of Team Zora Tigers Gaming. Damage shot coming up from the Leafeon, but it's not going to be enough over now. So we'll see how this is going to be transpired. They are going to be losing Goodra at the same time as well. Mimikyu is still pushing forward despite in the midst of it. Oh, but makes an escape away.
No, that's fine, because the goal wasn't really to try to fight that water, to try to get the KO. It's just to reset, to secure that central camp. They needed the EXP. They wanted to try to deny as much EXP away from Zora Tigers game. They do have, especially particularly for the War Turtle here, or Zhong in this case here, they need Zhong to get that Blastoise around level 8 here, but he's just not there yet. So they try to slow things down as much as possible, especially since the objective is going to be spawning in a couple of 30 seconds.
I thought they could be giving basically the Water Turtle a little bit space, but him being here at the
no way. 2 easy C's, Zhong playing War Turtle, especially with 2 evolution stages. They're like, nah, we're just going to take all the XP here. Able to secure, thankfully, as well. The priority is trying to get that Blastoise right before the objective, before the Regispawn, and I think that's fantastic. Now they have some kind of fight to really, and a little bit more durability to take this fight head on here. But there is still the Psychic Solare here to really displace them here. Especially when it comes to both the EV evolution Pokemons, they do need that positioning. Telekinesis was able to pull him back here, but he does use the portal to get out of those tight spots.
Yeah, no problem for him in there. Of course, everybody's gathered up, hurdle up here at the Reggie Rock segment at the bottom lane. Now, of course, they're going to be rooting back together with interdimensional Whole damage holes here coming off from the Hoopa. Meanwhile, all this and more coming off from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. They still have the Umbreon on the back line, but it's going to be the Espeon snatching out, sliding out the Regirock, and they're also going to be losing out the Leafeon as well. Now, a little bit too late, I believe, here coming from the side, but 2 kill streak here coming from the side of Espeon at the same time as well, and Mimikyu clears the Clefairy. This Espeon.
That was so good. Coming from it, that was so fantastic because let's be honest, they didn't really expect that at all. However, they did overstay their welcoming a little bit too much to allow them to get some KO trades back. They did manage to secure the first goal post, and I think that's really fantastic.
And not just that, they also got the Espeon together with the Mimikyu, which is one of the main cores coming on from Team 2 Easy over here. That's definitely a big win coming up from Zora Tigers Gaming. A little bit of recovery, I would say, from the Regirock segment.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because like literally, I think they misjudged the amount of damage they were outputting because they thought that Solar Blade will be the finisher here, but it left it so low, just enough for Raid to really just pick off that last pick-off. And the worst part about it, not only did they secure the Regirock, it still lead to them to try to get additional 2 more KOs.
Yes.
Which gave them some really good form of XP. It literally bumped them a lot in the leveling race here. Look at them now, all level 10, level 11. We only have Leafeon, who's been farming by himself, the only one to hit the double-digit scoreline first.
If only they didn't actually overextend to go into the goalpost, I think Espeon together with Mimikyu would have progressed slightly more compared to what they have right now. But meanwhile, in the top lane, we don't want to fret too much about it. Big utilized as well, but it's going to be damage on hit together with the Hydro Typhoon coming up from Blast Punch. But where is the follow-up here? But Surf driving team members here on towards the right side. It is going to be the Goodra. Goodra just will not be surviving all those damage in between 5 heroes being sandwiched between team members of Team Zora Tigers. Meanwhile, even with the Unbound, gets killed out here in the hands of the Leafeon. It's going to be the Hooper as well, and it's going to be a 3 hero streak. That is a return comeback here coming off from side Zora Tigers Gaming with 3 takedowns from Glaceon and 2 from the Leafeon, the main damage dealers from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming.
This is really well played. Like, even though he didn't opt to go for the rapid play, he decided to use the Surf as a displacement ability here. He was able to isolate one Pokemon and just blur him into the rest of the team.
And it was the good draw,
And it was, especially when they lose the defender lineup, they just couldn't do anything else. Now, towards the bottom lane, a couple more clashes, another more displays. They didn't manage to find the Goodra, but they were able to get on top of the Clefairy. They want to look for a couple of more. They want to look for a couple of more Pokemon here. It looks like it's going to be seeming for Jong, but he has the Surf. He's able to get out of it and 2 KOs, but they were able to get 1 in the process. 1 for 2.
1 for 3, actually. They actually lost the Cleavable together with Glaceon and the Slowbro as well. One at the cost of 3. That is, I mean, if math serves me right, that's not good.
Definitely not good. And this is without the Umbreon, right? I think he's just been holding this Regileggy all the entire time. So.
Exactly. Like, hey, you guys do your thing. Let me handle this top lane here, Regileggy. Yeah, you need someone to do it. Goodra over here has been a victim to Team Zora Tigers in multiple occasions due to the Surf from these Blastoise. Like as you mentioned, it's a displacement ability, which is great. I mean, like if you displace 1 team members from Team 2 Easy to their side, and when you have the Glaceon and you also have the Leafeon as well, that's going to be very troublesome. Now Moonlight providing recovery over here for the team members from Zora Tigers Gaming. Get up on the Umbreon. This damage is going to be enough over here, and it seems that the Ice Shards. It's gonna hurt. Long range attack here from the Glaceon. It's 1 down, 4 more to go. Psychic Solaris utilized here, but the damage going enough. Yes, they get themselves Espeon instead. And they managed to displace the Mimikyu towards the top right side. This time about making it in a 5v3 situation. And they're still putting on a little bit of pressure. Surf did not manage to latch on to the Umbreon, pushing him to the other side, holding in position. That Clefable, not really a priority target, I would say, coming from 2T Easy.
The thing is, I'm a little bit concerned. You're ditching out a lot of Unite's moves, and this is like a couple of seconds before the record response as well. So now they're trying to get the Unite move off cooldown as much as possible. I did see the intention of why the Espeon Ray was really trying to eject button himself into the Psychic Solari because he wanted to try to push them further back into his team. But what happened was like instantly counterback with his own Unite move, which is the Hydro Typhoon, and that just somewhat resets the whole fight, leaving our different Espeon to fend for themselves alone.
Man, it was such a horrible position. I wouldn't want to be the Espeon in that particular situation.
It was an attempt, right?
Yeah, it was an attempt. I think things just didn't work out for Team Easy.
I think he just didn't take it. I think he just didn't expect like they would actually counter Unite moves. Right when it's so close to Rayquaza, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, I'm willing to do so. Are you willing to do so? Yes, I am. I can do it. But of course, speaking of Rayquaza has appeared here at the stadium itself and the central area. Now, what is going to be played over here? Zora Tigers Gaming, they know. They're currently in the lead here by roughly around 73 points. So meaning that they don't have nothing to rush. We have the Leafeon here at the top. At the bottom side, which is holding on to that goalpost. We have the Blastoise also holding on the top side as well.
Which is fine for them, right? Because like their goal is not really Rayquaza. They already are in the lead in terms of points. They just need to ensure that none of the points being from too easy was able to. They can't show any like a gap in their defense to allow them to actually dunk some of those points to that goal post. That's pretty much what you see. You see Solar doing this really huge wraparound to see if he has that opportunity. But guess what? No. A little bit too aware, a little bit too good at this game. Zoro Tiger members has already ensured their positioning well enough to get that visual intel, but also ensure to guard their goal post at the same time.
This is going to be a tough one here. Less than a minute left in the game. Here's the final stretch coming up from both ends. Now they have to commit. So Too Easy have to commit to this. How is their entry going to be? They have the Blastoise on the top side here for Team Zoro game, ready with the Hydro Typhoon at any point right now. Moonlight Beetlejuice as well, holding on everybody in position. Here comes the ride in as well. Where's Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 2, but is there for any follow-up from behind? Did miss out on the little bit coming on from the Leafeon over here, but he gets taken out instead. Mimikyu doing loads of damage over here. But then Blastoise getting up with 2. Now scenario is 3v2 situation at the current moment, but Rayquaza is still there. Objectives, where are you? Now how are they going to go in for the score? And he managed to hold it in. Try to go for but it's too big. It's 50 points, but there's no one there. And it's going to be 200. No, it's going to be 100 because basically you can't score anymore.
No, it's still fine.
Oh no, it's going to be... Oh man, this is going to be close, and I think it's going to hurt Zoro Tigers Gaming a lot over here. With the score for the Humpa, I believe that it should be too easy for the win here.
Yes, it is. They had ample amount of points. They found the opportune moment, and the best about it as well, they decided to take advantage of the isolated positioning that was coming up from Zoro Tigers Gaming. They understand for the fact the Blastoise was playing to John was playing towards the top side, Subin was playing towards the bottom as well. That gave an opportunity for them to just completely overwhelm the 3 members that was currently grouped up together here. Yeah. And especially with the mean look as well, to completely isolate. And on top of that, even though Ward tried to do his best with the slow bin to try to lock down one player as much as possible, but it's still a singular target. It isn't really a good group effect here. And Jong, of course, popping the Hydro Typhoon didn't really work out too well because there's still the Psychic Solari as well. There's so much damage coming out of it. And Snake, he didn't really care about the defenders. He just went straight for Mew. He just went straight for the Glaceon. And after transitioning towards Subin as well, no one stood a chance.
Yeah, I think this is all just priority targeting coming out from Team Too Easy. They knew the conditions they needed to actually win on this, to win focus fire on this. Look at all that plays coming in. Despite a really good set, I would say, come from Zhang. Unfortunately, the follow-up coming in, even with Subin during that final encounters with Leaf Blade, was not able to connect as the opponents, which was quite unfortunate, and instead he got traded off as well. So with all that engagements coming on from the enemy team, it was a little bit too much to handle, and yeah, I think they got dropped here on this game number 2.
You know, honestly, I'm really surprised seeing Subin wasn't really attempting to try to drop in some points. Because usually, like, you see him trying to sneak around to the back line and whenever the opportunity arises. But I think at that time, Ward just made the call. He said, like, you know what?
Commit to this.
Commit to the defense here. We just keep them at place. We are currently in the lead. We don't have to attempt to try anything else. Because I think he just was looking from a bigger picture where he saw that everyone had a lot of points. Everyone had like 50 points, 40 plus points on each of those members here. So I think he just didn't want to take the risk where there's a gap in the defense and then someone just start putting in the goalpost and they just can't do anything.
There was a lot of what if situation, like what if he wasn't there, and probably that was one of the key reasons on why they were not able to actually win that particular team fight as well. But of course, let's have a look at the highlights here we see on this game now. There's a lot to unpack over here because both ends had a good fair share of trade-offs from both ends. I don't think the other team had better than the other. There was always a counter happening. At one point, we do see that Espeon was just ruling here at the bottom lane, especially during the Reggie attempt. Now, meanwhile, there was also comebacks coming on from the side of Team Zoro Tigers Gaming with the Leafeon together with the Glaceon as well. It feels like it's a battle of the evolutions, if I were to be honest. And then plus Mimikyu coming on from the side from T-Easy.
Yeah, the thing is, I think they didn't have anyone to really keep that Mimikyu at play. Like I saw, like I'm pretty sure like Ward was trying to do his best to keep the Mimikyu away from Subin and the rest of the squad, but he just was able to just bypass the whole thing. Because he just didn't care. He's just like, you know, I'm just gonna walk right in. And let's be honest, while yes, they do have better range when it comes to the Solar Blade and even from, I believe they went for Icicle Spears as well. But it's still within the range for them to really close the gap here with the eject button as well. So as you can see from the backline, he just went straight in alongside with the Umbreon. They just didn't care about the rest of the people. They're just like, you know what, we want them. And don't get me wrong, Jong playing the Blasters was really cool.
Yeah.
But I feel like it didn't feel, I feel like it was really restricting him, like for his true potential. Like the amount of damage that he can really bring it around. Because you saw the Blaster, he's just popping up with the Hydro Pump, popping in with the Surf to just try to set up for the rest of the squad. But I felt like it wasn't really him in essence. Like it felt like just really you really just chained him down. I felt like if you had given him maybe like another all-round, like give him back the Mimikyu, give him back something else, right, to really contest in those fights, I think we might have seen like a little bit more back and forth compared to that one.
I think in his situation it's very tough. I think the team kind of called like how they're gonna approach and play this particular game and stuff. And the thing about Pokemon Unite is you can't take back. So all this
exactly. That's why we're like that's why we're theory crafting now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's quite unfortunate it was come to that situation. It has to play it as is. I think it would have been something different if he actually played it differently as well. But if I were to look at the game, I think honestly it could have been anyone's game. Looking at the circumstances as well, I mean, from one end you wanna go with one side because one side has a good entry where they have the Kudra, and the other side also has a Blastoise coming in as well. But even with all that, it's not really. It's all boiled down to all the small details, I would say. Mimikyu making great entry because he was able to actually screen out like the Clefable away from the team members. So basically he can actually clean up alone. So when the team doesn't really have the healing, I mean like they would like begging for the Clefable to actually be nearby them. Unfortunately, because of the screening coming on from the side of Too Easy, all that was not able to actually happen, which is a very good call coming on from the teammates anyways, and how they actually approach that particular team fight. Not easy to execute, I'll be honest.
Which is why I'm really interested to see how the next draft is going to be like for both this team, because I feel like now the mindset for both these team captains in the third gauge drafting is going to be a lot more focused on what is not more like what we need. It's what's the counter node. I don't think both two captains for this third draft is going to have that kind of mindset anymore. I think they're going to be a lot more focused on in that very last round, in that very last Rayquaza pit fight. Who was the one that we need to really eliminate first? Who do we require to eliminate the other opponent team? Like what's going to be that Pokemon? I think that mindset is going to be centered around that kind of thought when it comes to the next drafting between the two teams, because I believe both sides is pretty credible when it comes to utilizing their Pokemon already. I think comms is great, team execution is pretty great between both sides. I think this really comes down to who's going to be the finisher, which Pokemon is going to be that finisher for their side, which one was more flexible, which one gives them a lot more confidence to do this as well. I think that's going to be the main focus in their next drafting here, not about who we're going to be countering who. I mean, there'll be some a bit. There's going to be a bit of that, but we'll just have to see how.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see how. Of course, before we jump into our third and final game here for this best of 3 series, we're going to be doing a little bit of illustration here from our end on what has transpired in that recent game over here. Now, this is going to be a very fun one.
Which is, by the way, it is going to be hand-drawn by Artiste Flava.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you very much.
It's fair, right?
Yeah, I think it's very much fair. Yeah, I thought I wanted to give it to the better Picasso, amongst all of us. But anyways, yeah.
No, but we had the cuter Picasso. That's Danelie.
Oh yeah, that's very very true. But it's time consuming. I don't think we have time to actually wait for all that to actually happen. Now, of course, this is actually the time of fight happening here on the regular key at the top side as well. Now you do see a lot of commitments coming on from the side of Too Easy. They have the Unbound, even together with the Glaceon. So already utilized here from Team Zora Tigers Gaming, but all this still not enough. But if you keep playing on here, you see all the commitments coming in and manage to screen off from the back over here. We see it on this side as well. We do have team members here, but still getting chased down. If you play this a little bit more, still getting chased down is going to be the Glaceon, and we do have the Slowbro here on the end trying to just hold on in position here away from the team members from Team Too Easy. So yeah, even look at all this drive. Gudra was definitely in a bad position over here. That small drive managed to put Gudra in this. Let me just throw this away. So Gudra is all in this position, and you see the team members for Team. So I mean, I think this was Clip 4, right? 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, so from this segment again, my apologies, I think I accidentally clicked on it. Yeah, yeah. So I think we just look at this drive coming on from the Slowbro. from the Blastoise coming all the way here. So Gudra was definitely going to be in trouble over here. So he's actually all alone over here. Now, meanwhile, while all this is happening, you also have the team members from Team Zoro Tigers. You have 1, 2, 3, as well as 4 here on behind as well. He's definitely in trouble. There's no way he can actually save himself. Plus, these guys are actually benefiting from the shields from their own goalposts. At the same time as well, there's not much attention being given here on the left side, because the team members from Team 2 Easy is just too occupied here, just handling the enemy members from Team Zoro Tigers Gaming. So from here, you can actually just keep playing on as well. Gudra is just in the tight spot. There's no way he can actually make an escape over here. Giving it 2 kills for the Glaceon as well. And of course, managed to also clear this Hooper from the side as well. And I believe that this one is going to be in the hands of this Leafeon. There's no way he can actually make escape, because Unbound has already been completed as well, and leaves a very big opening for Team Zoro Tigers to actually just go in for cleanup. And Umbreon is just off position right now. Big rotation all the way from here, the team fight, and they push it all the way back. So putting Umbreon in a really sandwich position, I'd say. Yeah. So that's all coming up from us for this one. Thank you very much to the production team.
Alright, but of course, with that being said, now we're coming down to our last game to really decide which of these two will be securing their 3-pointers for their group side here. Because Zoro Tigers, it's their turn to get their priority pick, and this time they switch up the bands flavor. They decide to go for the Umbreon blend this time. They felt like it was a nuisance. It wasn't the speedsters anymore. It was just that one defender with the mean look here. Same band coverage for 2 Easy, but they will secure the Blastoise instead.
Yeah, I thought they were going with the Duraludon, but instead they were actually going with the Sylveon together with the Lapras here for the side of 2 Easy. Loads and loads of healing. Wait, no.
Venusaur!
No.
What's wrong with Venusaur?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. How I wish, if you want to run a Venusaur, you better run with Acid Spray together with Solar Beam on your end. I think that would be more fun. Of course, the most normal one.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Petal Dance.
That's what I'm saying, because like we did see Petal Dance and Giga Drain for the last time, right?
Exactly.
Because it was to meet a certain conditioning, right? The reason why I say Venusaur, because I was gambling on the fact that there was a potential last-minute Leafeon pickup if they want to go for it as well, because it wasn't really banned, but it was definitely something that one of their players, Snake particularly, likes to play Leafeon. So I thought that could have been an opportunity. That's why I thought, like, if you want to play, since Leafeon is a range poker, I thought that you want to try to match up that range damage by bringing the Venusaur with the Solar Beam. And let's be honest, if you also went with like his items, the items also he has somewhat prepped for himself, somewhat fits for the Venusaur Solar Beam as well. But you know, enough about Venusaur, he's not been selected. Now
I don't think they're going to run it when you have an Inteleon already. Anyways, it's like, wow,
it's never enough.
That's greedy.
It's never enough.
But anyways, the draft is complete, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game number 3, deciding match to decide which one of these 2 teams, Team Zoro Tigers Gaming, the champions of the South Korea Open, up against Team 2 Easy, Taiwan's Open, second place winner in this 4th match of the day. And of course, the winner will get themselves 3 points in their respective group, whereas the other will just go home with just 1 point from this particular series. Draft is complete. Now, this is definitely going to be something, and I'm definitely excited by just looking at draft itself. The opponent side is running the Lapras. They are riding with 2 Evolutions. Meanwhile, quite bulky coming up from the side of Zoro Tigers Gaming. They're also running with their own Evolution here for their end, as well as running Inteleon and the Slowbro. Quite sturdy drafts.
Yeah, it is. And especially since they're going to be sending the Lapras to the top side and hopefully try to out-poke the Buzzwool as well. It still has the Water Gun, which is pretty much one of the best secure for some of these small Pokemon, and also decent amount of harass. Hopefully that will try, and it's, you know Lapras as well as the defender, pretty durable against the Buzzwool pretty early as well. So I think in hopes, I think they were just trying to see if they could just try to either out damage or out tank the damage that's going to be delivered by Buzzwool.
The thing about Lapras is early game, like for the first few levels, you're a horrible Pokemon. Secure, horrible. You just have sustain. You just have to wait until you can actually get yourself either Mummy Beam, you get a Water Pulse, and you can actually really do something. Because Whirlpool doesn't really do much, and now uses up the XP, tries to make an escape, grabs himself with the berry itself, and possibly dealing on damage. Look at that. Now, because it's an AoE ability, yes, you can dish out damage to multiple units, but the damage is not really that good at the early stages. That's why you really need someone to actually help too. So when you go in for secure and all this, hopefully all those go to your end and not towards the enemy side. So we do see a rotation coming in here from the Espeon from the side of Too Easy to the sub side. Lapras gets taken down, low in HP from the Gossifleur here, trying to actually make an escape, potentially some scoring potential here coming out from the Glaceon, which is currently level 6 and gets a last hit in, gets on the Gossifleur, and also clearing out together with the Glaceon. Not looking good here for the teams Too Easy as the score is 65-0 here in 1 minute and 40 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, a little bit invasion here by the Glaceon, clearing out one of the wild Pokemons here on the side of Too Easy on the wild Pokemon segment, and more coming on from there, and it's not done yet. Oh, Espeon.
Oh, man. You also need to take into account as well, this Sylveon is not playing Mythical Fire. I believe he's trying to run that Calm Mind with the Hyper Voice as well.
Yes.
So like, especially for close race Pokemon like the Boss it's definitely going to have to be quite aware about it and be pretty careful. Sylveon also has that nice buff and a patch.
Wow.
And a beautiful KO secure on the Lapras as well.
Oh no, this is bad. I mean, a 2-level gap. This Glaceon currently at level 8, Buzzwole at 7, and own Espeon only reaching level 7 at this point. This Glaceon is snowballing here in this game and putting on a lot of pressure to the members of Too Easy. He does have the range, he does have the damage at the same time as well, and definitely key time for these team members, both the Espeon to get yet another member in there, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Glaceon trying to defend this bottom lane. Meanwhile, here the top lane, we have some muscle binding here, but it's a bite. He doesn't realize this. It's going to be the Lapras together with this one chasing up from behind. He's able to actually get himself the shield. Even if he does, it's not going to be enough to hold on all that damage output coming on from the members of Team Too Easy. But bottom lane, problems of their own. Zora Tigers Gaming putting on the pressure and also scoring in the goalpost. Not enough, 12 more to actually clear it out.
Oh, quite the surprise for the Buzzwole as well, because I think he didn't expect that the whole team would try to contest for that top side to get that, not only to get that K on the Buzzwole, but also try to secure the Regieleki instead, because the entire time and the entire flow of the things, it has always been Too Easy and members of Zora Tigers trying to contest for that bottom objective instead. So it's definitely a little bit quite the situation, quite the surprise for Jong. But then again, it's definitely not something he cannot come back from. But it did give an opportunity for Too Easy to boost some of their members in terms of levels. Now pretty similar to the Buzzwole currently at this moment here, but I think the Buzzwole is going to be slightly higher eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And now Glaceon, level 10, still keeping this 2-level gap between the team members from Team Too Easy. Somebody has to stop him, which could actually benefit a lot for Team Too Easy if they're able to actually do this. Meanwhile, the snipe hitting off on but not going to be enough, I'd say, hitting off on the Eldegoss. Quite sturdy, quite durable as well. Meanwhile, level 9 on Lapras, which is actually a very good thing compared to this level 7 Blastoise here at the bottom lane. Now, you do have some great things. You can actually utilize the Lapras Express to be your teammate. You can actually dish out damage and so soak up some of the damage coming on from Team Zora Tigers Gaming. But will it be enough? We will see. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, Glaceon together with Buzzwole, putting on a little pressure, clearing out this Altera family at the top side as well. Lapras can't afford to actually take the risk, actually move forward, and has to be close enough to the goalpost. And of course, Sylveon here going up mano a mano against the Slowbro. And bottom lane has a party of his own as Too Easy, dunking on some points on Zora Tigers Gaming's goalpost.
It's going to be pretty quick. I'm more concerned on later when the team fight, when we actually try to fight towards the Rayquaza side. But then again, a little bit too early to talk about it because we're still like halfway through here. Big damage, but it's still leading the Teleports the ultimate, and here comes the Psychic Solar and trying to display as much as possible. Don't forget, we still have the ultimate coming from the Sylveon, so massive damage as well. And especially with this patch, he has also more special attacks as well to try to melt down a lot of these beefy players and try to zone them out as much as possible. Clefable can barely sustain, can barely hold. I don't think the same can be said for our dear friend Ward as well. All will fall to the might of pure damage. But speaking of damage here, Jong comes in to deal a couple himself. But then again, he did bit a little bit more than he can chew. Yeah. Barely got salvaged for the quick push from the Hydro Pump, but he's still fine with it. He's still alive.
He got away.
He's still fine.
He got away. Yeah, the Buzzwole, man, he was manning up. And no problemo. 4 heroes, big sandwich in between. He thought he jumped in like literally a superhero over there. But no contest here coming up. Zora Tigers Gaming on that Reggie still at the bottom lane, which leaves Vegito Too Easy to easily secure it for themselves and having but of course, no contest coming from Too Easy instead on top here on this Regieleki. But no problem, creating an opportunity for Too Easy. They do have the buff here for attack and special attack, so it gives them a little bit extra in this next engagement. Meanwhile, Clefable, what is the idea over here? Is Zenfall from behind? Water Pulse being utilized, but not enough damage to actually do much here from his end. And of course, we do see here Intelligence trying to chip on a little bit of damage from his end. The buff is still there on Too Easy. Can do anything about it. Hydro Typhoon gonna get ripped off, maybe not. still holding on as much as possible
that's so
over
much
here.
damage.
Oh, look at this assault coming up from the Buzzball from the side as well. Lapras charging him in between, but not enough. He's going to be cleared out instead in the hands of the Glaceon. But it's going to be a trade-off. Buzzball still gets taken out by the members of Too Easy in the hands of this Sylveon.
Oh, dude, Blastoise just melted like butter in the face of Mule, man. Just completely eviscerated him.
Which is
entirely.
Which is not supposed to be normal.
I mean,
not supposed to be
that's what
normal.
I'm saying, right? Like, it's like, of course, yes, he is like, okay, before the fight he was like 2 levels ahead, but that doesn't mean like a defender should just melt that quickly, right? That kind of thing. I mean, there was a lot of people also on top of Mew as well, but either way, they are now starting to group up. I think just slowly understanding like, all right, we need to try to get some form of head already. We did lose. We're not. They don't really have the advantage anymore now. It's pretty even out between both sides here. Now it's just a matter of can we get those unites back off cooldowns before Rayquaza comes. It's still 50 seconds, still pretty a decent amount of time for them to really get it back out, but it was there enough wild Pokemon to secure that here.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be enough for them to actually reach to that point itself. I think, well, Zora Tigers Gaming right now, I'm still quite surprised. This Glaceon, nobody's still been able to actually handle him in this game. Currently at level 14, just moments away from Rayquaza. I believe that he should be able, if not close enough to actually get into level 15 for this game itself. And definitely going for the Reggie at the bottom.
I think that's pretty much where the Psychic Solari really comes in, right? The point that the ability, I mean, of course not doing the damage, but it's just mainly to try to displace them in really awkward positioning, allowing two members of Too Easy to try to get those isolation pickers, because I think that's the only way they can really try to get towards that backline. They really need to gamble out in terms of positioning. Of course, that's going to be thrown out by the Espeon, but you can't forget about the Fairy Foric, which the Unite move for Sylveon here. That patch, that gave it so much additional damage here. And literally last time previously, Silver's Ultimate Unite used to be a get out of jail free card, but now it's a lot more different, it's a lot more dangerous as well. But that snipe shot, that blaster is definitely not having a field day at all. Causing it to chip down, and John comes into the mix. Get a couple of smackdown here, but here comes forcing out the Esper ultimate to try to disarray, but instantly your Unite move was committed as well. Inteleon, all that was hidden shall be revealed. They see them all, and they will pick them all one by one here. 3 out of the picture here. Blastoise, of course, will be coming back shortly for sure. He still has the Unite move as well, but can he come back before the damage has been outputted towards Rayquaza?
Oh no, even if he did, he is losing out some of the key members here from the side as well. So even if he comes back, he does have the Espeon. He's going to be having Eldegoss. With damage output being going to be enough? No, it's not. Inteleon's going to be the one getting that last shot in on the Rayquaza. And Glaceon once again takes out the Blastoise. It was quite unfortunate because the thing is the amount of lockdown hitting off on the Blastoise, he was not able to rip off his Unite during that particular encounter. It was tough. And even when he came back, he doesn't have the he doesn't write the members who can actually dish out enough damage to actually become a follow-up to all that what the team can actually offer. So it was a very problematic area over there. It was quite unfortunate. Out of all mons that can actually be taken out from Too Easy, it had to be the Blastoise in that particular encounter where the Unite move is something very crucial and very much needed.
Yeah, there was also the situation where the Esper actually dropped in the Psychic Solari a little bit early to try to displace the Buzzwell, but I think it's a little bit too late. The damage has been done. It's pretty deep into the backlines as well. And without the Blastoise to try to reinitiate into that team fight as well, everyone just slowly gets picked up one by one.
Zora Tigers
They're just keeping them.
Down.
They're spawn picking up anybody who comes out of it.
Calm down, guys.
They're having fun, Flava. They are having a field day here today.
Oh man, somebody stop them, man. Zora Tigers Gaming winning this game number 3 together with the first game itself. And it does look like Too Easy was able to make an equalizer, forcing this game number 3. But Zora Tigers is still bringing back home the win for this series.
Honestly, I'm actually pretty happy with the fact that Team Too Easy was able to take 1 point for themselves here. I think a lot of people had a lot of the expectation, or at least a different picture of the thing. But honestly, man of the match still has to be Jong. I think he just does too much damage. I think he just sets up too much plays for the team, and he just diverts too much attention to himself. Like, it reaches a point where usually when you play some of this game, like in the hype of the moment, you usually still your team captain or usually everyone's still saying, we gotta pick up the Inteleon, we gotta find Inteleon, we gotta find Sabine, you know. But when you have Jong present, he just somewhat just naturally just attracts people out of respect, but also out of fear at
Out
the
of
same time.
respect and fear at the same time,
Yeah,
really?
because they're like, yo, that's a really great all-rounder. But at the same time, yeah, he's too good. He needs to be put down.
Yeah, exactly. He understood what he had to do here in this game. His job is not really to dish out damage, it's just to displace the team members coming on from
Which
team
is
too
what-
easy.
yeah.
And basically enabling your teammates. Like, I'll hold them off. I'll jump in. Don't worry. It's either whether I get taken out or not is a different story. There were a few instances where he was able to escape at the same time as well.
Which is why Too Easy wasn't too worried when Jong picked up the Blastoise in the first place. Like when that second game when he went Blastoise with the double defenders, I think they were a little bit more relaxed. They were just
Yes.
like, woo, like, all right. That's like one person, like they're like, you know, going through that checklist, you know. That's like one person off the board. Just gotta focus on 2 people now. But of course, we have some highlights prep for you guys regarding what happened in that previous round. Let's quickly check that out.
Now, of course, it has been a very exciting game number 3. Yeah, this was
the one he got surprised.
Yeah, I think he just didn't anticipate it's going to be basically the whole village coming on towards him as well. In the meantime, top lane, that was quite an unfortunate one. But he ripped off the Hydro Typhoon. He was not able to connect and to anyone at all. And they were just surviving through new loot, all that, and the follow-up behind it. But still, it is still enough for them to actually hold on and basically win over their opponents despite being under their goalpost, it said. Too much to handle. Too much to handle.
I think Snake did a phenomenal job with this, but I think there's so many times I saw him utilize the Psyche Solari, and instantly like the team captain was able to like pick their targets accordingly. Right? They're like, all right, he's gonna go to the top side. Everyone picks him off. There were so many fights I felt like they had a lot of control during the goalpost defense or goalpost sieging here with the Psyche Solari. But I think towards the end, you see what I mean? Jong was able to get a nice smackdown, right? He pops the ultimate here, but instantly it was not able to mitigate a lot of this Pokemon. There was even committed the Fairy Frolic, but it still wasn't enough to give Jong that scare. He still wants to get back to the fight, and with the Moonlight as well, gave him a little bit more confidence and trust to stick to that fight.
Yeah, and I think all this leads up to this particular team fight here at the Rayquaza pit. Now, really, like, it's so sad to just talk about this because it was such an unfortunate situation for the members of Too Easy when they lose out that Blastoise. Man, I mean, like, the Blastoise was just begging to just rip up that Unite move during that goal encounter. It was like, I can't, guys, I can't. I really can't. And it was just got so... Yeah, and of course, we do have our illustration segment over here together with my good buddy Yololee.
No, I put my hand on you. You know what that means.
What do you mean you have to do?
It's naturally means it's your time.
Okay, it is going to be my time.
It's your moment.
Sure, of course. Anything for my good buddy over here.
Show me. I know it's not the right word, but patissier. I know it's definitely not related to anything artistic.
I couldn't draw the emojis and emoticons. My apologies on this. But anyways, this is going to be this commitment over here. Now, be mindful of the position for everyone, right? Now, you can't see everything here from this big fracture, but if you look at the minimap itself, Lapras is actually doing a little bit screening over here for the bottom lane to prevent anything to happen. We have Glaceon also rotating from the top to the bottom as he's trying to prevent any form of scoring aside, and everybody's just jumbled up here from team members from Team 2 Easy together, Zoroark's Gaming. So it's 4v4 situation on the central area. So we're gonna play this one out. Now, looking at this position, here comes a jump. The Buzzwole over here, catching off on one from Team 2 Easy. Meanwhile, this tree has been displaced here by the Slowbro. So if you move forward from this point on, you're going to see that I have to be very, very careful. Look at this map. Hitting off on multiple units come from 2 Easy. So this looks all well coordinated. And of course, you see this jump in come from Slowbro also getting in position himself as well. I believe he already used up most of his abilities over here, but he's just going to be in the middle. Now, while all this is happening, you see here that these two team members here, we also have the Aspeon, we also have the Buzzwole over here just screening off these two team members. 3 of them, in fact. So if you actually clear this, right, there's actually 3 members from Team 2 Easy screening off on this side. Buzzwole is like, don't worry, I will settle, like, I will basically settle all this. Meanwhile, you guys can actually handle all this happening on this side. So here you can actually just see Zolo is just alone here with everybody else. So he just had to do all this while the teammates is mostly on the right side. So all this happening. Yeah, he gonna get displaced. So force out Lapras away towards this side. So now control is, you see the team members from Zoroark's Gaming is on this side. And while these guys are giving a little bit of attention towards this Buzzwole, which is actually literally screaming for help to actually make an escape. And then You see this how it combines. So now this makes an opportunity for this guy. If you're going down here, this guy's gonna make his way inside and clear out these team members on this. So in this point, this instance, they already got the slow ball previously, so they already got the XP on here, and now they're gonna be chasing down the Eldegoss and go in for more cleanup. Yeah, and that's definitely what's going to be happening over here. Now, at this point forward, it's a 5v2 situation. They have the Lapras. They have the basically, they also have the Sylveon as well. Blastoise has just only recently returned as well. It's going to take a little bit while for him to actually get in position into between all this. And even if he did, what can he actually do?
Exactly, and like, can you imagine, right? Like, one player force out 3 Unite moves, and he still got out of that fight.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And
he still lured like the rest of the squad away from his team members. Like, he was such a good bait, right? He had so much presence in that round. The whole team was like, guys, we lost too much. We committed too much. We have to get this guy.
We already signed the papers and we can't back down, you know?
Yeah.
But anyways, we're coming to the juicy part here of the day, which is showcasing to you guys the standings for East Asia Look Day 1 Group B. Now, of course, due to honors, Leonard?
Yep, definitely for sure. Of course, with every ending of each series, we are of course going to update this, our group stage brackets, which of course gives you guys a quick update if you guys had missed out initially, or maybe you guys kind of forget, to take that screenshots or take that photo. Don't worry, you guys have an opportunity to retake it again. This is currently the update right after Zoro Tigers Gaming. They still have one more series to go, but they are still having a decent lead here with 6 points respectively. However, too easy. Pretty happy for them for the fact that they were able to at least snap in 1 additional point for themselves. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we'd like to welcome back the fabulous Danelie.
I'm not ready, guys. 1 second.
She's trying to prep. No, she doesn't need to prep. She's already prepped. She says she's trying to prep, but she's already prepped.
I'm trying. So
she's fabulous. She gets to say whatever she wants.
Look, I am ready for one thing, and that is the next game. So game number 5. This is the 5th series of today, and I'm really excited too because we've got 2 more series left, and I get to do both of them. Let's go. It's KS versus Shin and Rude, and for both of these teams, this is going to be their last match for the entirety of the tournament. So it's their last opportunity to grab those points, last hurrah. But I think we've already spoken about the fates of both of these teams, in particular for Shin and Rude. Even if this team wins this series, it's not going to bring them up in that leaderboard, unfortunately. Right. I do believe they will still be at the bottom of their seedings, which means Shin and Rude going into the playoffs, they're going to have to play the maximum amount of games possible if they want to qualify for the offline finals.
Definitely for sure. It's really not the end of the world for them. Like, there's still an opportunity for them to climb. It's just,
oh yeah, they'll still play. It's just a really long path.
Yeah, it's really like the Mount Everest for them to climb, right? But of course, with that being said, we're finally into the drafting here. Starting things hot, we had a Blastoise priority ban.
Okay, I'm not looking at the Blastoise. I'm looking at the Metagross here. I was really excited to cast some Metagross, and I was super jealous that you and Flava managed to get Metagross. But Kabi-chan is going to pull up the Metagross.
But if I remember, Metagross was trying to wrestle for life because the boss was just constantly tossing him around.
Yes, but I still would like to see Metagross in action. And this is a team that is proven, right? I do think this is going to be a pretty interesting game. On the other hand, Shin and Rude, they have also picked up a lot of Pokemon that these players are very comfortable with. And in particular, some people are scratching their heads. BKZ picking up Garchomp. This is actually a Pokemon that this man is really, really familiar with. So this is not the first time he's played it. He has played it last year at the ACL 2023. But I'm just looking at the composition here. So what would be the idea behind this Garchomp for BKZ? Because back in the day, the idea for BKZ was he was pretty much the initiator for the team. He had to come in with the Dragon Rush. He was there to sort of be that frontline threat because realistically, there are very few Pokemon that can 1v1 a Garchomp head-to-head. His basic attacks really hurt if he gets to Garchomp. That's the first challenge. And in the late game, the threat that Garchomp can pose is actually on Rayquaza. So if you don't engage this team that has the Garchomp and he's just whacking away at Rayquaza, he is actually one of the fastest Pokemon to shred a Rayquaza solo. So this might be a challenge. But at the end of the day, it also depends on that lead up, because one of the issues that I am going to see with BKZ's Garchomp here is whether or not he's going to get to Garchomp at a reasonable time, because we're talking about Kabuchans here as well.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the few newer teams that we were not too sure in the first place in the very beginning, but then they started showing their strides, started showing their stripes as well, which was really fantastic so far.
And if I'm not mistaken here as well, Leonard, we're looking at a Garchomp Metagross matchup in that top lane, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's going to be so slow too.
Well, not necessarily. I actually think both teams will be sending their central laners into that top lane to try and secure their top laner's farm. And I'm wondering who's going to come out on top of that engagement.
The thing is, the reason why I made that statement is because I'm really picturing the fact that the minute they start fighting for that bottom objective, that first Reggie, they're going to leave these two players alone at the top, and it's going to be the slowest fight that we're going to be experiencing for both sides as they are trying to hit that level 8 death max evolution here.
Okay, so we're just going to go for some quick scores here on the Beldum. So yeah, trying to get those stacks up. He's going to try and score, but he is taking...
already?
Yeah, this is Glaceon. This is a Pokemon that levels up really fast. So Beldum straight away off the map. And this is good too, because BKZ's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get some farm, going to get some stacks. Life is good. He's got 13 points though, so it'll be a little bit difficult to score. But with a Glaceon here, they might be able to zone out this Snorlax. But for now, they're just going to play it safe, take all of the wild Pokemon, get as much experience as they can on BKZ. And hopefully for Shinnarude, this is going to be enough for them to hit that late game, the mid game pretty comfortably, because Beldum is still Beldum. Yep.
But also, at the same time, with that intel being communicated quite well and clean, that gives an opportunity for them to do a couple of central area invasion. Beautiful timing with the ultimate, drops it down, instantly melts it with the Gabite. Here, and then be the first kill from their side. Matang, of course, finally hitting the level 5. We're going to be seeing the evolution coming from Matang, but they're not out of this fight just yet. They want to see if they can get a couple of more, but they do have the hyperspace portal. They're trying to see if they can bring in any form of reinforcement, and they are here. Team Chaos definitely read that situation like a book, decided to play a little bit more safer and fall back. But that also means without the Umbra towards the bottom lane, we see a little bit more aggression coming in from the Clefable here. As you know, this Mew doesn't really like that contact play.
Well, I mean, Wushuan's going to be fine down here. He shouldn't really go down to this matchup anyway. It's just going to be up against that Inteleon. Up the top, though, I think this is where most of the action is going to be, as these two teams wrestle for their top laner's farm. I mean, Mew's a pretty self-sustainable solo laner, and I don't see Inteleon going down, but who knows? Sometimes you do get a couple of cheeky plays, or maybe someone gets a little overconfident. But both teams just trying to secure that farm from one another, trying to get that experience lead before we do get those first round of objectives. And with the mean look, this is going to be pretty problematic, especially for this very squishy attacker. But the Zorak has come into play, tried to go for the Mew, but did think twice after seeing that Glaceon. Electro Ball does connect, but beautiful change into the Umbreon there, and great turnaround. Trying to connect them to Umbreon, trying to go for the zone. The Snarl stun is actually going to be enough. Perfect timing for that Snarl. And the Solar Beam almost getting the Inteleon. So close for the Drizzile, but it's going to be okay just for now. But don't get too close. Sometimes you just get clipped.
True, very true. But then again, at the same time, to the top side, looks like that 1v2, they were able to find that chink in that Metagross and then Matang's armor there, and be able to bring it down through that iron defense. Happening towards the bottom side, they don't have to worry about this while they're trying to contest for this first raid, because this is a reinforcement. Repositioning themselves is not too surprising for them. Big Solar Beam was able to connect on all three of them as well, and they're trying to get a couple more. But then a quick secure on the Reggie Steel here, and they were trying to look for a couple more fights. They're definitely ravished about this and angered about this situation. They want to get a couple of KOs here, but then again, that literally backfired upon them because they have no one to control this Zoroark. He's on a complete tear, and of course, Inteleon is completely finishing off with the necessary snipe shot. 4 KOs in the process, could be the 5th one. But sadly, he will be able to eject button out to safety.
My goodness, the piloting on this Zoroark, his footwork is absolutely fantastic. He knows when to step back. He knows when he's able to go in to get all those knockouts. It's just a testament to how strong Kabi-chan is as a team, and the players understanding the limitations of their Pokemon and also having a deep understanding of the Pokemon they're playing against. Let's be realistic. I think everyone's played up against an Umbreon. You know its skill set. You know what it's capable of doing. So a lot of Zoroark players having to practice playing up against that really pesky defender. Just those sidesteps, I'm super impressed.
I think that's why he was pretty much smiling with glee, right? Because the minute you see the Umbreon overextending himself away from the backliner, you're just like, no, I can jump in at any time. And speaking of jumping in, Garchomp finally getting the max evolution. He wanted to get a piece of that Clefable as well. Flies up, but not for too long. Trying to see if he can get a hand on the Metagross, but then so much shielding coming in. But they can't stick around for too long. They know the impending doom is coming in. Blood is currently in the water, and the Sharpedo is currently making its way in. The team playing a lot more safe, commits the mean look at the Metagross, try to keep him away and say like, nope, calm down. Keeps an arm's length, and no lie, will be lost in this fight.
For now, I mean, we could be seeing a couple more Pokemon dropping really soon.
Danelie just signing the death certificate for all these guys for now.
I mean, Kalichan's pretty aggressive, although I have to say we could be looking at the fight here. It looks like BKZ being that primary target there for the Zoroark, and they do get the pick off. It's a 1-for-1 though, top laner for a support. And they have found the Zoroark here. They do start off with that Umbreon, and beautiful play, denying that mean look. Got to be so careful playing as a Zoroark into that Umbreon. If the mean look does get that connection, it's game over for you. They're going to go into this fight yet again. We do have the Metagross coming into play. He is caught with the mean look though. Umbreon coming in with the Unite as well, starting onto 2 Pokemon. And it looks like, again, the objective going in the way of Kabi-chan's. And Shinarude, they're going to have to leave this alone with those buffs. It just makes it too risky to fight into this. But in the meantime, BKZ doing his own thing. He was actually thinking of soloing that Regieleki, but he has actually decided to go back and farm instead. Both of these teams, they are rotating into that central area, and we get a KO onto that Zoroark, a very important one as well. But Hooper caught by that Metagross and just basic attack down.
He got stomped to the ground for sure. Metagross able to get to the back line, so able to zone out the Umbreon. Won't be able to get the first pick off. It's going to be 2 KOs straight for sure. But guess what? Zoroark is currently back into the scene. Massive amount of damage. Was able to pick up the berry. Just trying to go for the reset here, but just too much people just piling upon him. I could barely see him with the amount of bodies that was currently on stacking on top of him. Without the Garchomp though, but it's currently going to be back in a couple of 7 seconds at least here. Trying to see if they can try to delay this Regieleki for as long as they can.
They have to be so careful. We've seen what happens if Kabi-chan gets right on top of Shin and Rude, and so far Zoroark, beautiful snipe there from the Inteleon just to make sure that they actually get that top objective. So Regieleki bouncing towards that top goal zone. Shin and Rude going to be on the defense. What's going to be the play here? They do have to back up because of that jump in. Again, Zoroark just causing a lot of mayhem here for Kabi-chan's, consistently forcing Shin and Rude back onto the speed flux. They do break that top goal zone, and now they're looking to invade their central area. They have changed into that Umbreon. I have to say, this Zoroark player is playing spectacularly. He is just so difficult to catch with that mean look. It's down to the snarl, but he does get caught this time, so a little overconfident here. And even the Rings Unbound popped on that Hooper. But even with this chase, there's just no way to catch Kabi-chan's. They just retreat.
Everyone's just playing. Everyone's just being calm as much as possible, especially particularly since Rayquaza going to be spawning in a couple of seconds as well. So not much overcommitment here as well. They were trying to address the situation to see if the...
It's the bottom Reggie. It's going to be the bottom Reggie here.
It's going to be the one.
And look at this. Shin and Rude, they are going to try and go for the rip. They are changing their priorities, but no, they're going to give it away. It's just a Regice. It's just the health bonus. It's not the defense or attack bonus. I think Kabi-chan's, they were thinking a bit too risky. You don't want to lose a fight this close to Rayquaza, especially with this level gap. But I have to say though, BKZ sitting on level 14, this man is going to be a hot target for Kabi-chan's. They know how big of a threat he is, especially with the experience funneled into this Garchomp. He is the late game objective on the side of Shinarude. If they can keep him up and he can do his basic attacks on Kabi-chan's, he could be the win condition here for Shin and Rude.
Still trying to find an opportunity just managed to get enhanced to the Hooper, but not going to be overzealous about it, not going to be committing what they don't have a lot of intel. And I think that's pretty much why they decided to fall back, right? They saw the Garchomp getting ready to come from the back line. It's a lot of points, but they're still having the lead in terms of points. A couple of barriers are being set from the Mew here, but look at the Metagross just taking out the amount of Icicle Spears too.
Look at the map. We have a big wraparound. BKZ is getting ready to go in from that Rayquaza pick. Connects onto nobody. His team is there though. It's him and the Umbreon Solar Beam connecting.
But the damage is good.
The Fairy down. That's going to be the healer down on Kabi-chan's. They're going to have to fight with no sustain. The computer crash does absolutely nothing. The arena is not going to help if there's no damage source. Inteleon, the last attacker remaining for Kabi-chan's, gets served by Wuxuan, Shin, and Rude. Even though they may have messed up the initial initiation with BKZ, the confusion on the side of Kabuchans. It was just enough for Shinarude to fix the initiation and catch them off guard. What a backstab.
It was a fantastic one as well. It did definitely put for a second that everyone was in a complete disarray and a complete panic mode. But that 1 second was enough for them to really capitalize on it and get that damage output out. And I can't believe Wuhan was able to get out of it. Oh!
It's Wushuan. He's played a lot of
He
music.
is so mobile.
Oh, he is actually really scared.
They want him. They're like, you know, we can't get anything else. We're gonna get your life for this at least. That's the one consolation prize. We'll walk out for this for sure.
They have to defend this though. They can't get too overconfident on the side of Shinarude. This final push might be enough for Kabuchans, but with 10 seconds to go, it was 50 points from the Hooper. I think this might just be guaranteed here. Shin and Rude taking this first game away from Kabuchans. And it all came down to that Rayquaza fight.
Oh man, that's what I was talking to Flava about, right? Like most of the drafting that we noticed for some of the team now is slowly transitioning from, instead of trying to figure out counters or trying to deny certain picks nowadays, it's more focused on towards that Rayquaza fight. Like, who is the damage dealer here? Who's going to be the one that's doing the final blow here? And BKZ,
Look,
that positioning was ridiculous.
Don't underestimate Livid Outrage. That is such a scary Unite move, especially if it's coming from a level 14 Garchomp. And I think one of the biggest unfortunate circumstances here for Kabuchans as well is that they lost the Clefable right away in that fight.
It was so much damage.
Yeah, exactly. It was the first Pokemon KO'd, and look at the healing. Imagine how much more healing we could have seen from this Clefable. But to be removed from the fight so soon, that Clefable was a key component for Kabuchan's lineup because it was a massive help in that sustainer, allowed Kabuchan to survive those team fights for much longer than you usually would with a standard support.
Which is why I was concerned, right? Because like when BKZ like missed the first ultimate, the first whack on Kokoda when he dodged away,
yes.
I thought like, okay, you know what, Kokoda is still fine. But when he transitioned it towards Wajiro, who was the Clefable, I'm like, no, that's not fine. That guy is gone because he just popped the Moonlight. He popped the Moonlight quite early as well. So by the time the Garchomp continues secret transitioning his ultimate to the Clefable, that Moonlight just ran down. I'm like, yeah, you are so gone, Wajiro.
And also, I want to say props to Sanshin. I feel like he did, even though he really struggled to catch out the Zoroark in a lot of these fights, like the fact that he was able to catch out some really important Snarls in those team fights to get stuns on particular Pokemon and also, of course, the debuff. He really set up a lot of these KOs for his team.
Yes.
I mean, it's a testament to why Umbreon is just consistently banned across the board, right? It's just so much utility, super flexible, sometimes can be played as a support, sometimes as a defender. Mean Look is obnoxious.
It's always obnoxious.
Snarl is just annoying to go up against. Foul play sometimes is just unfair. So
and the worst part about Snarl is that sometimes you tend to forget about it when there's so much abilities being popped up in a fight. You tend to forget like this one small AoE circle that suddenly out of the blue you just stun for a second, and that can be the fall. It can be the reason of why some teams end up losing some of those fights.
In some of those fights too, I've seen a lot of defender mains. They love playing up against Zoroark as a Umbreon, not because of Mean Look, but the fact that if you played it against enough games against Zoroark, you will learn the timing for Snarl so that your Snarl ends right as the Zoroark comes down from his Night Slash. So it is super problematic to go up against. Unfortunately for Sanshin, he really struggled with that because he was focusing on trying to get the debuffs on alternative targets. But aside from that, like I think in that final fight, he was also there with BKZ, and for him to assist with that fumbled initiation, I think he was a key component for turning that fight around. Because between the two of them, right, Sanshin and BKZ, they created a lot of space for Wushuan as well as Xingdi to do their thing, right, to do damage. Because in these initial fights, they've been struggling because they are constantly just being jumped on by a Snorlax, by a Metagross. Man, I am really, really excited to see game number 2 because I don't think we're going to be seeing a 2-0 here. I actually think Kabuchans, after witnessing what's happened in this first game, this is a team that I trust to be able to fix their issues. Really, really talented team. They'll fix their problem. Clefable went down, so much space created. The compute crash, that was compute back to base.
Right. No, and the crazy thing about it to me is that the fact that I felt like that not to say the problem was Vitopo. I think Vitopo did a really phenomenal job as the Metagross, but I felt like we weren't able to see his full potential with the Metagross in hand. I felt like there was a lot of things that he could have done more if he was playing like more specific Pokemon that he usually utilizes from last week compared to now. So I felt like it could just be me on my side, could be the situation of the game, but I felt like Metagross didn't feel right in his hand. I felt like it wasn't something he was like walking hand in hand with. It felt like he was like dragging.
Well, I still think teams are really learning how to use Metagross because that Pokemon has been in such an awkward state. Like it originally released, it was generally seen as a pretty underwhelming all-rounder. Then it got buffed for a couple of days, maybe a little bit too much. It did get tuned back down, so it's in a better state. But technically, teams have only been given a week to practice with this new version of Metagross. And I actually think the reason why we're not seeing it is that teams are still practicing, or they're still trying to figure out, is this Pokemon still worth practicing? Because they're trying to figure out what's really the niche for Metagross.
Which comes back to what I was discussing with Flava about as well. It's like most teams, we may not be able to see much Metagross, mainly because of the fact that some teams are pretty content with what they have already.
I mean,
or
with
still a work in progress. Yeah.
With Buzzwole in the pool, with Blastoise in the pool.
It's like you have perfection, and then you're just trying to have some second-rate art come in.
Okay,
sure.
I'm kidding. All right, I'll go along with that. Sure.
But I want to see, like, of course, we may not be able to see the full Metagross capabilities today or tomorrow, maybe next week, when it'll maybe, like you said, another week of trying things out, and his play styles as well. Might change my view of Metagross when we see next week. But for now, I strongly believe I think Vitopo will not pick the Metagross. I think they will actually try to opt for more of his picks as well.
I think so as well. I wouldn't blame them if they decide to just not really go for the Metagross.
Not a bad player.
I mean, maybe they wanted to try something new and they thought, well, maybe this will catch them off guard. No one's gonna anticipate Metagross.
I mean, exactly, right? Because I think like the only truly like way to really test things out is during the real thing, right? Like you can test it out during scripts and everything, but it just doesn't feel the same way.
Looks like the draft is ready, Leonard.
Oh yes. But
are we going to see that Metagross again? I kind of doubt it. But
I want to see Venusaur though.
Okay, we've seen Venusaur last week, so
and he did pretty great.
Yeah,
Vitopo did great with the Venusaur.
Still waiting for Charizard to be viable again. Unfortunately, he's been the relegated mascot for now. That's fine. It's all good. I'll wait for my Charizard to come
Interesting.
back.
Team KS has various views on who to want to ban out. I mean, of course, now Basu is going to be the main man of the main chat to be removed from the pool here. Yep. But Shin and Rowdy still speculating because since now it's Team KS turn to be having the priority pick, right? So initially they can try to lock in anyone
I'm just confused
right.
because we have first pick going in the way of KS, but they are banning Buzzwole when they could have actually picked it themselves. Are they afraid of something, or are they going to actually go back and pick the Metagross again?
The thing is just like, if it comes from Vitopo, who's their top laner, right? He rarely plays like all-rounders. He's mostly like attackers, defenders. He's very flex. Like I said last week, he's a very flex player. He doesn't really have like an exclusive Pokemon like some of the players that we have seen in the scene here.
Right.
So,
and I guess Umbreon is a priority pick here as well. So I guess I can't blame them for not having that Buzzwole.
Okay, for a second there, my
hold
heart
on.
just
you gotta give him a minute.
All right.
And it looks like it's going to be a top lane Blastoise on the side of
Vitopo,
Kabuchans.
okay.
Yeah, and we have Espeon for the attacker, which is fine so far, but I would like to see a last hit Pokemon on the side of KS because we are not really looking at one right now.
Right.
Again, Psyshock is just not popular, but look at this Sanshin leaning towards the Trevenant, and that is going to be the play here for Shinnarude. So the tree is making an appearance, and Urshifu and Blissey is going to round out the draft here for Kabuchans, which means BKZ gets last pick. What is going to be the Pokemon here? It looks like it's going to be his trusty Machamp. This is a Pokemon he likes to fall back to, especially in those Blastoise matchups, because it does make Blastoise rethink whether they want to go for the Rapid Spin Water Spout build.
Right. But also at the same time, they do need to take into account with the Trevenant as well. That I guess you could say he's like one of the few defenders who's more like a bruiser than a wall. With the amount of CC and low cooldowns abilities that he has as well. Phantom Forest, of course, it's a nuisance to deal with, but not as much as T's ability to displace, and with the Woodhammer CC as well. Mid-fight, which I think has been pretty great against all-rounders like Urshifu, for example.
It can be a great setup for BKZ as well, right? If you can actually get those Pokemon in, you funnel them in, BKZ comes in with the Unite, bam, might get a couple of KOs right on the spot. So
Yep.
positioning-wise, you got to be really careful if you're KS, because if you get caught by Ikora, that might just lead to some problems, especially in the health department. Because it's not just BKZ you have to worry about. You also have to worry about Wushuan, the snipe shots. You're also going to be setting up for those potential snipe shots.
Which is why I'm concerned, right? Because like now with Akura playing the Traveler, right? It feels like they will have most of the initiation fight, a lot of the initiation fights in terms of gameplay in any of those lanes or those rotation, right? Unless I Am Tomato has something to say about it. He's been pretty aggressive as the defender so far here. He has been the dedicated one as well. I think he's been pretty great with it. But him coming up with the Umbreon, I believe this will be his first Umbreon actually into the pool.
Oh, pretty interesting. Okay.
Because he's been playing a lot of Lapras, Crustle, and Trevenant.
I have, yes, the cross doors I do remember.
But Umbreon has been one of the few picks where it's like, unless it's required, then he only will pick it up. But I think I'm pretty similar in this case, where they're like, we can't give them the Umbreon.
Yeah,
I mean, we can't ban it out either.
Maybe they prioritize other Pokemon. I presume at this point most defenders would know how to play Umbreon anyway.
Oh, yes,
I don't think it's a case of him just like not playing it because he doesn't like it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's pretty mandatory to learn Umbreon up until this point.
But you know, that's what comes down to what we were talking about in last week, right? Where like certain players have preferences, right? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
Oh, that invasion though.
Oh my gosh, beautiful as well. He actually did deny the farm. So, Ikora might be the key to victory here, because Ikora is known to invade as a Hooper, and to invade here as a Phantom. This is going to be pretty problematic. It looks like he should be able to get out of here just fine. Will cop a free berry in the process. He's going to walk right behind a Squirtle and a Chansey, but I mean, what are they really going to do to him anyways?
True. And the best part about it is like he doesn't have to worry about like leaving his Sobble alone, right? Because like the EV can't really pick up the Sobble. The Sobble can't kill it. Can't pick up the EV either. So.
Sobble's also got great secure by himself anyway.
Yes.
So you don't really need the support unless you're being jumped on by the central laners.
Which gives him a lot of opportunity for him to go for that invasion as well. So it somewhat works out in a way.
Yeah, I suppose. But up top, this does leave, for Shin and Rude anyway, it does leave this Marchop a little exposed, because BKZ, he's not going to have a great early game. He doesn't really come online up until he's actually hit that Marchamp. Very rarely will you see him participate in team fights as that Marchoke. General playstyle for Shin and Rude, especially with BKZ, he doesn't normally contribute to the team unless he's fully evolved. That is just the way that the team plays. He is a pretty experience-heavy player in general.
Yep.
And that's normally where Xingdi sort of comes in as that backup. Like, he's that mid-game tempo controller to create space. Sometimes you'll see BKZ fight, and I think in this case, they might want to try and get a KO because they know this might be happening. Nope. All right, so no engagements for so far, but he's fine. He's not being slowed down. He's doing his job.
Yep.
Mid lane, though.
Oh, look at that.
A lot of the farm.
Look at everyone just constantly rotating because that's how important they wanted the farm. But then again, that just gives a little bit more free roaming potential for the side for the Phantom here on the bottom side.
Yep.
Top, on the other hand, Yoshifu might bid a little bit more to get through here, but he was able to get to the goal post. That bonus should give you some form of sustain. Can he get picked up in the process though, on the other hand? No, unlikely, because that Glacier constantly shreds him down the side with the Icicle Spear here. But then at the bottom lane, they did manage to get a couple of points on themselves.
Yeah, so it looks like they're sacrificing the Drizzle lane now Inteleon in this bottom lane, but they are sort of sacrificing this just to make sure that they can actually get all of that experience in that top lane. I mean, Wushuan is a very self-sustainable player. He knows when he's able to go and when he has to play defensively. He's got support here now, so not going to be feeling it too scared. BKZ on the verge of becoming that Marchamp, and at the same time going to have to deal with that Blastoise. Will be pretty annoying, especially since Blastoise is fully evolved. But down bottom though, it's going to be a red dice, so no attack or defensive buffs. It's going to be that healing buff. First Pokemon to go down though is going to be the Umbreon on the side of Cardfish, and beautiful secure there from the Inteleon. Psychic still there though, connecting, but unfortunately no way for Urshifu to connect into that fight, so it's going to be a sacrificial fight for KS.
You see, this is what I'm saying, right? This is my greatest fear came to life. I mean, I love Trevenant, but it's also a greatest fear for them as well. Ikora just literally just ran straight for the Umbro. He understands, like, as long as Umbro is out of the picture, gives a lot more comfortability for his teammate. But this 1v1 though.
BKZ, he understands this
Bitopo
matchup.
versus
He does
BKZ.
not like Blastoise. There's a reason why he's made this Marchamp, and it is to deal with that rapid spin Blastoise build. We saw this last year at the Asia Championship Finals. So it's no surprise that he's gone back to his trusty Pokemon. We are seeing a fight in that top lane on the goal zone, really trying to finish off Xingdi. He got a little bit of extra shielding, but the damage coming in from the Urshifu just enough, and KS scoring multiple points. Wushuan coming in for the attack here. He does manage to finish off the support, looking to get the defender here as well. Misses on the Umbreon, so only 1 KO in exchange for that top fight. But Ikora getting a little bit of time here in that bottom lane to farm. Same thing with the Espeon for KS. It looks like a lot of the action's going to happen in that top lane. And guess who's fully evolved? It's BKZ, and he's ready to throw out that Unite.
Oh no, he's going to definitely wrestle this Umbreon ball because that's not his main target. He doesn't care about the tanker. He wants to go for the main damage dealer. Gets to the back, and Umbreon, Team KS was was able to secure the Regieleki. But then again,
Typhoon?
they don't want the objective. They want to get more KOs in the process. 2 on the belt. Can they get a third? I don't think so. The priority will try to break that first goal post. Now transitioning towards the bottom because we have another Reggie coming in exactly 20 seconds here. But in the process, since they're all grouped up, try to see if they can get a couple of wild Pokemon in the process here. Espeon, Trevor, my friend, you better get Ikora, you get ready to run, my friend, because there's just too many bodies for you to deal with. Try to sustain. He does have the Unite moves here, but then again, the Rapid Spin just absolutely melt down the good tree.
That's going to be unfortunate as well, because without Ikora there, there's no way for Shin and Rude to actually camp in that bottom lane to get ready for a team fight. So it's going to be a free Regirock in the way of KS, so free defensive buff and experience as well, just to get that Blastoise and that Blissey up a level. In the meantime, though, it looks like experience is the name of the game here for Shin and Rude, as we see a goal broken in the top lane by BKZ, and the rest of the team finishing up their central area farm before they go for an offensive assault, it seems. The team's grouping up, and they do have a lot of Unites. They don't have the March Unite yet, but if they're fighting now, it looks like maybe it's coming off cooldown really soon. Typhoon being used defensively by the Blastoise. His team not really in a position to go in for the damage, and it looks like maybe this could be a great escape for Shin and Rude. Although it might not be so good for the Trevenant. Phantom Forest being used? Okay, maybe a bit of a misclick there from Ikora. We're going to see a 2-point goal there from BKZ, and I don't know, I think this man might be caught here. He jukes the wicked blow. He's gone for the dash. They have damage. I think he might get out. No, he gets caught out by the Espeon.
He was so close. He was just right there. He could almost kiss the goal post, but then again, comes in with the mean look on top of the rapid spin as well. Ikora didn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad is coming in to try to see if they can get some form of punish here, but none will happen. Machia comes in with a quick backflip with the suplex here, but of course with the Psycho Solare, displaces him even further back, but he does have the Unite move, commits it as well to try to chase it out, but the mean look locks him back before he can get the full outcome of damage here. They will be able to get out of this fight scot-free.
Lots of Unites were committed in that fight as well, and unfortunately for Shin and Rude, they weren't really able to get much out of it, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what they want to do. But for Kabi-chans, it's all going according to plan. They have levels on the Pokemon that they need their levels on. They're going to continue getting more, and these team fights are looking really good for them so far. Shin and Rude really struggling to actually get a foothold in these games. They haven't so far had a perfect combo land as of yet.
But so far from what we've seen for Shin and Rude's gameplay so far, it's not really too much about the early and mid game.
It's pretty scrappy, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They thrive towards the end of the game when they really turn things around, playing for that haul, which is really ridiculous for us because games which we thought should not be Shin and Rude's, they just turn it around every single time with the Rayquaza with just really precise execution.
We're seeing a quick rip here onto that Regirock, and it looks like it'll be uncontested as well, so that will get Trevenant up a level. The rest of KS, though, just continuing to just gather all that experience all over the map before getting ready to go for that Rayquaza fight here, Leonard. 10 seconds to go. These teams are going to have to get into position, but so far, Kabi-chan's in a great defensive position, 277 points to the 108 on Shin and Rude. It's going to be up to the orange team. They'll have to be the aggressors, or they have to be the ones to get that Rayquaza. And unfortunately for BKZ, he's not really in position with his team. And Kabi-chans, they are threatening to actually just take this Rayquaza for themselves. They do have to be careful because there are some great snipers on the side of Shin and Rude. But where's going to be this opening? Phantom Forest connecting onto 2. Typhoon in the front as well. Both of the defenders, their Unites connecting, but they've already lost Xingdi on the side of Shin and Rude. But at the same time, we're also looking at the support going down and the Umbreon. It's all offense on the side of Kabi-chan as well as Shin and Rude. And it's going to be an exchange across the board. Inteleon barely surviving with a sliver of health. Teleporting back to base. Both teams can't even go for the Rayquaza. So we are looking at a reset for both of these teams. But looking at both Unites, only Xingdi has access to his Unite.
And that's a very scary thing as well. Blastoise can't afford to be picked up at this current moment because instantly suplex back to the rest of the team. They really need to try to melt him out.
That
and
is
will
big.
Succeed. But now they want to see if they can get a couple of more. They spot the Umbreon, but they haven't spotted the rest of the squad here. They have the control. The Trevor and Ikura trying to keep it away. Minlook locks him in place here. And now this is going to be coming to the final moment. And Inteleon at the back line, charging up the snipe shot. And will secure the Hurricane as well. Now they need to try to get those points dunked in. Everyone needs to go. Everyone needs to place them down. The defense is now holding. Everyone's calling defense, defense. But what is defense in the defense of Shin and Rude? They have suffered early and mid, and now they seek to seal the deal in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Danelie, like I said before, the early and mid is very scarf. But they are the team who knows how to really turn things around at the very last moment.
Well, they know how to turn things around, and it almost kind of felt like the Blastoise forgot he was going up against a Machamp because he was being chased, and in a lot of cases, Rapid Spin would get you out in a lot of fights, but up against a Machamp, no way, Jose, especially if he's just going to throw you down on the ground. So to lose that Blastoise, especially in that final fight, I actually think that was the downfall of Kabi-chan's. If they were able to keep that Blastoise, he would have been able to apply that pressure and potentially just force a really weird reset for Shin and Rude. But that, again, sometimes it comes down to positioning, sometimes it comes down to strategy, and the KS, they almost had it.
Yeah,
they needed to just defend Rayquaza.
It was just right there, right? Like, I think this is the same situation that Kabi-chan was pretty much in the previous one as well. Because, like, they were also had that lead. Then it just came to that one crucial fight there. The one that really secured it all for all of you. But, man...
BKZ, man of the match? No, man of the series, if anything.
I'm thinking between BKZ and Ikura, but you know, we can just go with BKZ. I think BKZ really did a really great job with the all-rounder here.
I was thinking for both games because he played a really pivotal role for both games if you think about it, right? He was the win condition for game number 1 for Shin and Rude as that Garchomp, and then game number 2, he wasn't as flashy as Garchomp. We can say that, but he was a pretty important disruptor in the middle of those fights to prevent Blastoise from doing what he would do normally.
Correct. Like, even if, like, whether flashy or not, I just feel like he just know how to make things really difficult, make things hard for Team Kabi-chan here. There were so many times where they just were like, guys, I know we need to focus on Wushuan, but we just can't leave BKC out a little bit too comfortably. I think there was a few times when he started really like going toe to toe, and then the rest of the team was just like, yeah, not only can we not get to Wushuan, but we need to get rid of this Machamp as well. That's pretty much why he fell like second right after one of his initial teammates fell first. But then after that, they were just like, okay guys, we suffered way too much than expected here. Although yes, they did came out on top. They had 3 members remaining, but they had committed more resources compared to them. Xingdi still had the Unite move. Can you imagine that? The entire clash, and Xingdi was still the only one who still had the Unite move.
Well, to be fair, he did go down pretty quickly, so he didn't really have a chance to use the Unite move.
That is true.
There's kind of a pro and con to getting rid of a Pokemon early. It's like, they're gone, but if you reset, you're going to have to worry about that Unite move. We do have our highlights coming up, so let's just have a quick look at what happened in game number 2 of that best of 3 series. I think for Shin and Rude, they're glad that they were able to at least take a series in general, because up until this point, I do believe they got 2-0'd once, and then they got 1-2'd in another series. They didn't really have much going for them on that leaderboard, but at least now they got these 3 points. Sure, they still have that long path in that playoff, but I think it's just a bit of a morale boost because it mustn't feel very good if you go into playoffs and did not win any games during the group stage.
Yep. It's definitely I guess you could say a breakout, definitely a break out of the storm, right? That kind of thing, because everything just felt very dark and shadowy for them, because they just couldn't find any way to really win out any of those series here. But this one, at least, they did it wasn't, let's be honest, it wasn't a very clean game for those two.
No.
Definitely wasn't a very clean game for them. They had their backs against the wall at every step of the way. But then again, I also feel like they also did their part to ensure that the level difference wasn't too far. They kept head-to-head, neck-to-neck with the level race here, ensuring their understanding of Rayquaza was the win condition for them. Hence the positioning-wise, the priority. Look, everyone just literally grouped up
So
in
many
front.
unites.
Yeah, they grouped up everything in front of the Inteleon because they're just like saying like, Ushan cannot die. He cannot afford to be knocked out or taken down here. Everyone just threw themselves in front of Wushuan while he did the work. He did the magic damage. Although very
Oh my
risky,
gosh, that play.
I felt my heart sank when he committed for that Yoshifu. But that's still totally fine. He's well positioned to the back line. He's more closer and more frontal this time because of the fact that he knows there's no Unite move.
Look.
Nothing to stop it.
Wushwan plays Mew. You trust the Mew players.
Right?
Even if they're on Inteleon.
Honestly, I feel like anyone who plays like
A
attacking...
really good Mew.
a really good Mew, I feel like the rest of the attacking Pokemon is just going to be relatively the same thing. It's just what kits do you have to really
Yeah.
play with here.
I mean, they all have different skill ceilings, and I do believe Inteleon is one of those attackers where if you master that Pokemon, which is why it's so popular right now, if you master Inteleon, it is a monster to deal with, especially in that late game. The
Yep.
sniping potential, I would like to see some liquidation come back, but I mean, snipe shot's kind of important right now, so.
like Liquidation was pretty popular in the last championship series and world champions, right? Like I noticed Inteleons they usually run with the Liquidation instead here. So
Yes.
But I think as time passed and patch passed as well, so things change,
So I do believe it is time for Leonard Picasso time here as we
Shoot,
look
I
at
didn't-
our
I was too
highlights.
slow.
You're too slow. It's
I was
okay.
too slow.
It's okay, I'll do it for you. So
What clip was it?
we are going to be looking at a clip here of BKZ. Clip number 1, we're going to look at BKZ on the Garchomp, this Rayquaza fight in particular. I mean, for anyone that didn't
okay.
watch this game, this beginning of the team fight, it will make you feel a whole lot of feelings.
I can tell you this man, okay, look at BKZ. Okay, let me see if I got the pen right. Look at BKZ. He's right here in this bush. Well hidden. Absolutely had no idea. Everyone was so confident that because the route that they took, there was no possible way anyone could come from a massive wraparound. They were so confident, that's why they're pretty much grouped up at this area. Although we can see 3, but you see in the minimap, the rest of the team is somewhere behind here. But either way, BKZ, what a cheeky boy. He is a very cheeky boy. He was the most cheekiest person. He looks like a Gengar, but like he's the most cheekiest boy ever. He was waiting and he was so patient about it. I think in most cases, you usually see the player usually going back and forth, that kind of thing. Try to play around the brush because he's just unsure whether he'll be spotted first or being face checked into the brush. But no. But either way, let me quickly roll with this first. So while these fights are happening, he's still chilling in there, by the way, until he saw a prime target. The player that was the most hardest to catch, even with the Umbreon in the game, it was so hard for them to really get on top of Kokota in the first place here because he's so mobile. And even in the face of Umbreon, he has no fear. He still takes those fights head on. So he saw an opportunity, decides to commit the ultimate to get rid of this person as quickly as possible. And as you know, it's very scuffed with that ultimate because you only can go certain direction and the distance between is very weird, right?
Yeah, so it was the Dragon Rush, right? He came in for the Dragon Rush. We'll play the clip.
Right.
He came in for the Dragon Rush, and he ejected as well, connected onto nobody. Then he went for the Livid Outrage. When you're in the middle of a team fight, and there's a Livid Outrage Garchomp, level 14, mind you, level 14 Garchomp in the middle of your team, what do you feel? Panic.
Yeah, panic, exactly. But at the same time, for BKZ, he was like, pretty like, he's just laughing at this, feeling very awkward at the same time because he didn't miss it the first time, and it's just like, you know what? Never mind, no problem. We'll transition into the next second best thing, which is the Clefable. And if you take into account, he already had the Moonlight active. It's a very happy moon. Actually, more like, sorry, let me remove that. It's more like a very sad moon because this is on a timer. And it is running out, and so much damage is currently being done. And look at Kokota at the same time with his HP. He had no choice but to back off from the fight. He cannot stay in. I believe the call also was pretty clean to tell him Moonlight was ending soon, so he couldn't stick around for too long. Reinforcers was definitely coming in. And I love the fact that he was in the middle of all of this, by the way. BKC and Analysts was in the middle of all of this. So in other words, they're drawing in so much attention here. And of course, Zoroark, one of the main damage dealer, has to back up for this fight. So it's an opportune positioning to settle, and a window of opportunity has been set up for both the Hoopa both the rest for the Mew, and everyone is slowly converging in to literally surround these guys. They thought, Team Kapicha thought they had the advantage. They thought this was a W. Everyone was like, yeah, this is a W. We have completely surrounded these two persons. We are gonna collapse upon them. But guess what? It was a double collapse. More people were scurrying around. If anyone likes a double knuckle sandwich, this is exactly it. So coming in, we're gonna be continuing role-playing with the plays, and instantly, Clefable was gone completely out of the picture. Rest of the squad, Metagross can only do one final hoorah, one final stomp, but it just didn't matter. Now everyone was stuck in this arena.
Actually, you know what was the worst thing? I think the biggest,
Right, pass it back to...
the saddest person in this fight is actually the Zorak, because he's using, I mean, he's trying to get into the fight and he actually gets blocked by his own teammates, compute and crash.
Right, so it's just
So
total...
there's a pro and con to Metagross. He makes this arena, but if you're playing a melee Pokemon like Zorak and you have no way of getting in that arena, you're not doing anything for your team.
Right, it's like it's so unfortunate because all he could do is just watch his whole team fall apart around him. But either way, he's gonna quickly roleplay the rest of the clip because we know that he will finally do one last desperate attempt, which will not really work out for him because there's just so much damage has already been done here. Completely wash them all aside.
Yep. So we're going to come back to us. Thank you so much for tuning in to our little podcast, I suppose.
It was our arts and crafts session.
Arts and crafts session.
We, you know, like out of all the action, we need something to tone us down, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. Well, I hope you all feel a little bit smarter. Before we jump into our final game.
Everyone's smart.
Yes, exactly. Before we jump into our final game, but I do want to quickly point out here, we are done with all of the Group A matchups, meaning we have the standings for Group A. So as you can see on the screen, coming out on top in the group, we have Unite Holic. Second place, we have Kabi-chan's known as KS as well, followed by Mosquitoes. In fourth place, we'll have Shin and Rude. And if anyone's wondering why did Shin and Rude not tie with Mosquitoes, it is because these teams are playing for seeding. Someone has to be the fourth seed, and the fourth seed was determined by the head-to-head matchup, which if we take a look at the matchup for Mosquitoes and Shin and Rude, it was a 2-1 victory for Mosquitoes last week. Yes, this matchup did happen last week. So if you would like to watch that, definitely take a look at the day one VODs for the group stage. But I do know they will want to focus on this final matchup because it's going to be a very exciting one. But before that, I do want to welcome back the wonderful Professor Flava to the desk as we get ready for our final game of the evening. Welcome back, Flava. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Good?
I'm feeling great. I mean, why shouldn't I be knowing that what we're about to be served after this?
Some yummy food.
Oh man, definitely yummy. And if
Actually,
you guys
maybe
still...
dessert. I think this match is like dessert.
Man, I'm not even sure. It feels like the starter, main course, and as well as the dessert at the same time as well. But I do get why you call it a dessert, because it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful, sweet ending to our group stage here for East Asia, most definitely.
Yes. So for people that are wondering what this matchup is going to be, it's going to be MJK versus Zora Tigers. It's going to be really exciting, but let's take a look at the head-to-head of these teams just to remind you who they are exactly and what we're going to be looking at here. Starting on the side of MJK Flava, please take it away.
And of course, we're looking at Japan's finest and also Japan Winter Open Winter champions, MJK. They comprise of Sona, we have Hinty, we have the Green, Ruin, and Lukapo.
On the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, the Korean Open first place team, we have Ward, Jaejong, Sabine, Mule, and Chobo as the representatives from South Korea. It's going to be a really exciting game here for both of the teams. I know everyone's excited to see MJK play again. This was the team that performed extremely well at the World Championships earlier last year. Now it's last year. Oh my gosh.
I know, we tend to forget. I understand. Nothing wrong with that. I think everybody's like, yeah, we thought it was this year. It felt like it was just a while ago, but
age.
Yeah, it is last year itself.
Age does something to your memory.
Yeah.
No comment.
No comment. But you're looking at Japan's and South Korea's finest over here. Both champions facing off head to head. Thank you so much, for production, for arranging such an amazing ending to this day number 2 to this East Asia. But before, of course, continue all that, we're jumping in straight to the drafts. Danny, the bans are out. So Leafy on the side from MJK and Zero Tigers Gaming banning on that Inteleon, and they're going to be opening. MJK is going to be opening with the Hoopa.
No surprise there. Hooper's been a priority pick for a lot of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Zora Tigers decide to just go for Umbreon as well. I mean, that is literally the defender to go for, and we do get the Umbreon, but also the Buzzwell locked in for Zora Tigers Gaming. So they've got a strong top laner, and MJK is going to match that top lane with a Lucario of their own. Pretty interesting decision here, and Mew is being decided for MJK. They're flicking between their defender or their attacker here. And it looks like it might be Slowbro or Blastoise. Looks like Blastoise will be the choice here for MJK.
Yeah, so I guess it's quite a strong opening coming up from their end. Getting on the all-rounder, they got the defender, and of course the support on the Hooper as well. Meanwhile, this could be an opening for Zora Tigers Gaming to pick some mons on their end, and they're running. After pairing up the Umbreon and the Buzzwole, they are getting their hands on that Espeon, and it's going to be a support Clefable.
Looks like we could be looking at a Lucapo Zoroark here, and Ruin is going to be going on the Desi. This is a Pokemon he is extremely familiar with, and it looks like that will be the locked-in team here for MJK. Now, Zora Tigers, I was a little bit concerned after I saw the Blissey, but we are going to finalize with the central laner, which is going to be Mule on that Glaceon. So the matchups are locked in so far, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a really fast early game pressuring lineup here from Zora Tigers Gaming.
Yeah,
looking to slow down those lanes for MJK. MJK going to have to ramp up a little bit, but if they do survive that initial onslaught from Zora Tigers, they should have a really good time in that mid game, especially with Lucapo on that Zoroark, because looking at the side of Zora Tigers, if Ward and Jong can't keep Lucapo under wraps, this man is going to have a heyday.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, it's going to be quite a big question here. Who's going to be backcapping or actually catch out this particular Decidueye here from the side of Team MJK? There's quite a few frontliners over here. You have some melees. We have the Blastoise. We have the Lucario and also the Zoroark, who's going to be putting on pressure on the front lines. But who's going to be catching on that Decidueye is going to be quite troublesome on the as a range Pokemon here in for this side for MJK. I like the point that you highlighted off for Zora Tigers game. They're gonna come online real fast. I mean, like, there's not much that they have to hold on to. There's no double evolutions needed. Level 4, you're gonna be having yourself with the Umbreon, Espeon together with the Glaceon as well from your end, and having the Umbreon providing a little bit of regeneration for the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, but he has to do a little bit of keeping up to chase down all these mons.
Exactly. So let's head on over to game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. MJK versus Zora Tigers Gaming, the final best of 3 to wrap up Group B matches for East Asia. Yes, this is the final game for East Asia. Before we head on over to Southeast Asia tomorrow to finalize who is going to be going where in the playoff brackets. But so far, we're not looking at any crazy lane matchups so far. Everyone is to be where they should be at the moment, and we are looking at no early game central area pressure from either team as of now. Glaceon going to be clearing out the central area here for Zora Tigers. I'm wondering what's going to be the priority lane here. Where are they going to provide assistance? Are they going to head up top? Are they going to head up bottom? Very likely to go bottom, just so they can guarantee the evolution there on their Espeon.
Yeah, exactly. And at the same time as well, I think for a Team MJK, they also want to provide a little bit of assistance for the Squirtle, especially go into Wartortle, because he has a long way to go to go all the way to level 7. Just to go into Blastoise mode here in this game. It uses up Eject, has to make an escape over there. A lot of pressure coming up from team members from Team Zora Tiger Gaming. Yeah. And both of them are actually rotating, so we do see the Glaceon together with Zora rotating to the top lane to put a little bit of pressure and support for the end as they're trying to actually make way for this Altera family, which is about to appear right now.
They're trying to win these lanes, and so far it looks like Buzzwole is going to go down to Lucapo here. Very quick combo and a reset, so he comes back at full health as well. Even with Glaceon here, this is a very scary lane to be in, because a Zoroark can absolutely rip your health to shreds in a matter of seconds, and Clefairy is going to be the next casualty in that top lane, unfortunately. Down to 24 points on that top score already.
Oh.
That's a very scary fight to be in. Bottom lane looking a little bit better here for Zora Tigers. The combo, the Espeon, as well as that Umbreon combo doing pretty well down there for now. Very self-sustainable, but they aren't really shutting down that bottom lane. They would like to do a little bit more, but it looks like MJK, they're going to be transitioning Ruin into the central area just to guarantee his levels.
Yeah, but at the current moment, it's kind of like a standstill. There's not much. I mean, like, both sides also don't want to be too and have any form of overextensions. We do see Zora putting on some action here, clearing out the wild Pokemon on the center side, but at the cost of what? They're going to be losing out the Hoopa over here between 4 Pokemons from Team Zora Tigers, missing out on one, which is going to be the Espeon here in the bottom lane.
What is this mid push coming in from Zora Tigers? They are chasing Lucapo down, and they even chase him down to the ends of the earth to finish him off as well. Buzzwole almost going down, but thankfully the team is there to support and gets out with a sliver sliver of health and will be healed up back by his wonderful support. He's going to score a point, but maybe this could be a mistake. No, Lucario, he was thinking about it. Oh, okay. It looks like we're going to be looking at a sniping Decidueye this game. Beautiful juke though coming out from Zoro Tigers, and now they're going to turn this around. Lucapo starting out the fight, going for the Glacial stage as well. On the Glaceon and gets shut down. Hooper getting the final knockout on Glaceon. And it looks like the pressure will continue. Lots of burst damage, especially with the Desi helping out MJK in that top lane. Glaceon is back in the fray, but we'll have to run to that top lane. Umbreon, though, being a pest for Lucapo. But Espeon, one more hit. They don't get it out of range.
It is too short over there. What quite a breather over there coming on from the Zoro. Tried to make an escape all the way to the bottom and decide to actually TP back home. He doesn't have much to offer. Probably grabbing himself with the berries and regenerating back his health more than 50% HP. Meanwhile, the Registeel is going to fall in the hands of the Decidueye from the side of Team MJK. And of course, the Regieleki is going to fall on the side of Zoro Tigers Gaming, which is an opening for them to actually go for a push here through the top lane, as the Regieleki has already made an entry inside. Of course, doing a little bit of calculation, they're going to be dunking that 30 points over there.
Both teams actually scoring into each other's goal zone. So looks like we're going to be getting a break on both ends. Top lane lost for MJK, Zoro Tigers losing the bottom lane. So there must be a plan here for MJK. They say, we kind of don't care about the top objective. We want to get the Reggies in that bottom lane. But Lucapo getting caught out by the Buzzwole. You have to be so careful in that matchup. If you get grappled, that's going to be a GG. We are looking at a defense here from MJK. So they are hard-pressed to defend this bottom goal zone. They want that speed flux, especially for that bottom Reggie. They're going to go in, though, with the Lucario. They do get the eject off, but Glaceon caught by that big fat surf. Got to be so careful about those long-range moves, and Umbreon looks like they might be the next one. No! Looks like the Blastoise got caught on the wall. Moonlight should be enough to heal back this Umbreon, and unfortunately the snipe not connecting yet again onto Umbreon. Oh my gosh, that connected, but not enough damage.
Not enough damage, yeah. I mean, that was quite a lousy fight happening here, coming up from both ends over here. A little bit short, despite being a sniping here on the end for Team MJK. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, Buzzwole. Now, of course, things look well if you're going to be the one on the offensive side, grappling the enemy team member, but this time about getting caught off guard by the team members come from the MJK instead. We see a lot of trade-offs happening here, Danny, from time to time, but score-wise, MJK is currently in the lead by 31 points at the current moment. And of course, there's still room for both ends to actually go in for more scoring, I would say. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, we do see the village members from Team Zoro Tigers Gaming gathering up. They're going to be meeting us together. Of course, putting him in position. It's going to be from Blastoise, but his damage output going to be enough. No, instead it's going to be the slam down here coming on from the side of Zoro Tigers Gaming with the Buzzwole. Of course, clearing off one of the team members is going to be the Umbreon. Wrist side, is it going to be Enife? Meanwhile, still 1-on-1 the trade off, jumping on inside. It's going to be Zoroark, but instead, he's going to be the one getting traded off instead. The damage output not enough. Got to be careful. Espeon over here, but Spirit Shackle, even though it did connect, but still insufficient damage to actually clear out the members from Team Zoro Tigers Gaming.
They're still coming in. They will go for the Rings Unbound as well, just to make sure that Lucapo is going to be present for this team fight. Looks like Lucario securing the Registeel for the team, giving them an attack buff. But is this buff going to actually let them win this fight? Because if it's not, that's going to be a huge trade and experience. And so far, the damage buff is really starting to kick in. And Lucario looking to finish off this Umbreon. Won't quite get it. And actually, Lucapo going down yet again this time too. That Espeon just taking a little bit too much from those stored power shots. So a bit of a trade between these two teams, but MJK, they did get the experience buff. Sorry, they got the experience as well as that attack buff. I kind of think things would have gone sideways if they didn't get that final hit.
Yep, that's true. I have to agree in this. Now, of course, the game still continues here between these two amazing teams. From the earlier point, they were not able to actually score from each other, but still trying to find an opening as we're only 1 minute and 30 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here in the map. But because the point is a little bit to score over here, taking a little bit too long to go for scoring, enough time for the serve from the Blastoise to connect. But inside, they managed to catch up on the Decidueye. Losing a big one over here. Meanwhile, losing out on the Zoroark at the same time as well. 10 seconds on the clock for both these Pokemons from Team MJK, creating a 5v3 situation, siding towards Zoro Tigers Gaming at the current moment. Can they do this? But it does seem that the damage Buzzwole is not going to be making it in time, as probably Zoro Tigers may not be able to assist Regieleki yet at the current moment. Start to clear it out together with the Espeon and Glaceon combo. and making its way down the road here through the top lane towards MJK side.
Lukapo just wanting to go for the steal here onto the Altaria. I have to say, Subheat is actually causing MJK a lot of issues. Multiple times I've seen Lukapo as well as Lucario actually trying to jump on and eliminate that Espeon as a damage source in these fights, but just constantly skirting away with these stored power movement speed boosts. It's just so frustrating, especially if you're watching it from MJK's perspective, because it's always like a so close yet so far scenario. And they dive so deep for this as well that they're getting knocked out for these eliminations. And especially with the way that both Lucario and Lukapo is playing, they can't really afford to give away too many of these knockouts because, yes, they do have a lot of burst on their team, but you're also dealing with these evolutions. You don't want them to run away with this game. We've seen the power of the EVs. If you give them that space and momentum, they can absolutely shred through some of these squishies. And if we're speaking of squishy, Lukapo is one of them.
Yeah, of course. And of course, leading the charge and trying to screen away the team members from Team Zoro Tigers is none other than this Blastoise. But there's somebody does see a dash coming in from Zoro, but instead it's going to be a brawl coming in from the side of this Buzzwole. Buzzwole trying to make an escape. Instead, Zoroark's going to be the one getting traded off with the assistance from Buzzwole. So, my apologies, remember Umbra together with the Glaceon, and now he's going to be 2K swing as they also got the Blastoise as well. 2 key individual Pokemon here from the side on the MJK, and things are not looking well over here. And they managed to catch yet another.
No.
This Buzzwole is doing wonders, Danny.
And they're now left to just ruin. Lukapo is about to respawn. Blastoise will come in as well, but without the Hooper, the Rings Unbound had already been used. Can the Spirit Shock will come in for the steal? No! Espeon getting that final hit. Ruin unable to save the game for the team. And look at that, Subheat KO. Bye-bye, Lukapo. I am reigning supreme as this attacking attacking Espeon. Feels like a leaf at this point. Oh my goodness. What a game though. Zoro Tigers, I feel like their reactions to the aggression that came from MJK was fantastic. Constantly on point. Buzzwole, I think Jong needs a raise. If he hasn't got one already, give this man a raise.
Give this man a raise. I mean, whatever it is, give him something over here. Buzzwole did wonders. They knew that Zoro tried to actually dive in to actually catch out the team members from Team Zoro Tigers Gaming. Multiple times, and he got caught off over here. Buzzwole did loads of initiations over here, like, hey, you come in here to our territory, I'm gonna smack you down in between all our team members. Meanwhile, things are not done yet over here. Zoroark trying to make some plays over here, but too far away from teammates to provide any form of support. After those chains of attacks coming in, he doesn't have any more engine power to rev up at the current moment. With 5 seconds on the clock, I believe that is going to be a win for Team Zoro Tigers Gaming here for game number 1 for this 6th match of the day.
For anyone that might have any doubts against Zoro Tigers Gaming, I think this game might have alleviated some of them at this point because they did a fantastic job playing up against the Japanese first place open team, MJK. And this is a team that has a lot of reputable players on their roster as well. Now, this is not to say that MJK played badly.
Exactly.
I do think
we're not.
One of the issues, just looking at this draft here from MJK, they went for a really, really difficult lineup to execute. They required a lot of perfection if they were going to win these fights up against Zoro Tigers Gaming. Because if we do take a look at the 2 lineups, I think the more forgiving composition actually belonged to Zoro Tigers because they had the support of Ward, they had Chobo there constantly healing with the Moonlight as well. Sure, you get resets on Hooper, but sometimes when it comes to those resets, that's just setting up for an elimination on Zoro Tigers. We saw Jong multiple times just throwing people out of the Hooper reset saying, where are you going, buddy? Come back and play with us.
Come back here. Like, if we can actually reposition you in a situation where your team members couldn't help you, especially with the Zoroark, then you're going to be in trouble because that's not exactly how you actually run the draft coming up from Team MJK itself. And I think execution-wise, Zoro Tigers Gaming did really, really well. I really thought MJK has this in the bag, as if we were to create a perfect scenario, then you will have the Hydro Typhoon coming up from Blastoise on the front line. We do have the CDY from the back line as well. And I think there's no reason for Lukapo to actually charge forward, as he could have just played safe and just have the Blastoise on the front lines. If anything, he still has to Hydro Typhoon, and if anything, you still have to Hooper to save him at the same time as well. But instead of doing that, they decide to go on the offense.
It's kind of hard because their entire lineup does rely on them being on the offense, because one issue here is that Decidueye is one of the hardest attackers to actually fit into a competitive lineup because it is quite immobile as an attacker compared to a lot of the meta attackers. And it's quite easy to just flank. And so Blastoise's job was actually to sit back with Ruin to ensure that, okay, Ruin, I'm here to protect you because it's just me and Hooper, Lucario, and Zoroark. These two can't do anything
Exactly.
for you.
So you're at the point where it's either I go to front line and screen for everyone, or I'm somewhere in the middle where I can actually protect you as well as do something in the
Yeah, so I think their lineup in general was just really hard to execute. That they were just really relying on both the Zoroark and the Lucario to find those openings, to cause quite a bit of mayhem, and then to use that opening for Ruin to just do his thing with the constant Spirit Shackle spam from the backline. Because let's be realistic, okay? It's not fun playing Desi sometimes. You're just constantly like thinking, are they in the bush? Are they coming from behind?
Exactly.
I don't see anybody. Like, you're just constant alert.
And you're like, is this the right time for me to use my Unite?
Can
is
I
it
reveal
not
my position?
Yeah, should I stay here? Am I like, should I reposition myself in any way? But it's kind of tough, and especially you need information for you to actually perform well as a Disudai. Now, of course, the game, this is some of the highlights in the game itself. You do see it's a very, very close game from both ends. At this point, both of them are just having a 3-point gap between each other. But you see the offense coming in from the side of basically some MJK at the current moment over here. We see a number of trade-offs. It's either you get the Buzzwole or the Buzzwole gets you. Now, if Buzzwole actually starts off with initiation,
Buzzwole
it's a big,
normally gets
yeah,
you,
no, you'll
Flava,
get
sorry.
first. Yeah, so yeah, you want to catch the Buzzwole, you're going to catch him off guard away from his teammates as well to make it a really good scenario for your end. Yeah, so at this current moment, things are just looking insane. If you look at all the team fights, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it was just a really, really tough game here for MJK. I do expect them to maybe go for, I don't know, I kind of feel like some people sort of look down at the concept of a lineup that's easy to execute because they think like, oh, it's beginner friendly, it's low skill ceiling. No,
It's like, it's readable,
sometimes you
yeah.
just need to make the setup easy for your team. If you're going to make everything skill shot, skill based,
Conditional, yeah.
not everything is going to land the way you want it to. And sometimes you want something a little bit more forgiving so that like, oh, I fumbled my initiation. It's okay, I've got backup.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's true.
it's not the end of the world here. And I kind of feel like this was a do or die comp that came from MJK. And unfortunately, they just didn't have enough things happen and enough things align for them to really run away with that game.
Yeah, I do agree on this. Now, this is going to be quite a tough one, but we do expect this to happen as we're looking at basically champions from different parts of Southeast Asia here going up against one another. My apologies, East Asia here. You have the South Korea champions going up against Japan, and of course, we do foresee there's some of these high-level plays being played out here in this particular best of 3 match. But of course, it's not over yet for Team MJK as they are required to make it a winning condition for them. They're required to actually win this game number 2 and force a game number 3 upon their opponents from Zora Tigers Gaming. And let me just highlight the importance of this particular match because at the current moment, both of these teams have not lost a single series, meaning that both of them are actually at the top of respective groups, and this win will determine who will be seeded first and be placed in the semi-finals directly for the Day 3 segment of this Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League Regionals.
Yeah, so essentially guaranteeing their spot up there, right?
Yes, guaranteeing their spot up
You
there.
don't have to worry about playing through all the lower bracket games. Like you're chill. You're just watching. You're learning.
You're learning, and you have every opportunity to actually observe how everybody else who played in the first round, the quarterfinals, before they make their way towards your segment, which is semifinals. Now, all you need to do if you're seeded first is that you're only required to actually win that series in the semifinals to make it not only to the finals of here in the regionals, but also the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League's finals, which is the next segment of this competition.
Yes, the finals, which is going to be in Thailand.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. It's like finals for this final and then this final.
Okay, technically we're looking at the playoffs here, right?
Yeah, the playoffs,
So
right,
everyone's
okay.
playing online playoffs, trying to qualify for the offline finals in Thailand. There we go.
Yes, there we
Super
go.
easy to digest. But that's the goal for all these teams because that's also where the big money is at because there is a prize pool for the teams playing here. So that is going to be a very nice incentive. But obviously you want to go for the 5 digits
Yes.
in Thailand. So you got to get there first. But it looks like the draft is ready. So let's jump into game number 2 and see whether or not MJK is going to be able to tie this series and bring it to a game number 3 because this is their last hurrah.
Yeah.
If they lose this, it's game over. And the best thing they can do is give their best Pokemon to their best players. And Inteleon is a Ruin special.
Yes, and they're going to be bringing their specials here for this game number 2. Now, something as an opening is that both of them decided to ban the Umbreon together with the Leafeon here for this particular segment, and it's going to be a clickable pick. together with the Buzzwole. Now, Zora Tigers Gaming, they are comfortable running this Buzzwole. It's worked wonders for them, not only in that first game, but also in the previous matchups within the group itself. So there's no reason for them to actually change anything about them. And this is going to be a big one, I believe. And of course, Blastoise together with Hoopa being secured by MJK. Now, this is going to be exciting. Zora Tigers Gaming, they have their eyes on that Lapras together with the Espeon. And they are going to be locking it in.
It is a support Lapras as well, unless we might be looking at a change here. But Ward is going to be piloting it for now unless we see that potential change. Lucario is being selected and Lucapo is considering the Dodrio. And actually, we're switching over to a potential Garchomp pick here. Lucapo going to lock in the Dodrio and Garchomp will make its appearance. So our second Garchomp of the day from MJK. First, it was going to be Shin and Rude. Now, MJK and Mule is going to be taking the Zoroark himself. So this is going to be a pretty interesting series here, Flava, because we are going to look at a potential Garchomp top lane.
Yes, and I think this is going to be quite an interesting one. So the all-round that they're running here is going to be the Garchomp, which is something that we don't see much, not just within the East Asia segment, but together with the Southeast Asia segment that we've done for the last week, day number 1. And we'll see how the composition is. And this time, they're also running that Dodrio for the end as the speedster for Team MJK. Potentially, this is going to be catching out some of these Pokemons on the back end, which you don't have much. But what could be the priority here? Probably like Espeon. If you get caught by... I'm thinking that if you get smacked down by the Buzzwole, it's going to be quite troublesome.
I think Lucapo needs to assess the situation because he has to see what the movesets we're going to see for Chobo, right? Because one of the big counters for Dodrio is gravity. If the gravity does get chosen and it's put down on the ground, that's a no-go zone for Lucapo. He can't go through that at all. So it depends. Does Chobo go for the gravity or does he continue with that Follow Me? Because Follow Me has been the popularized build here so far. Moonlight Follow Me on the Clefable. They could make this an exception. And it could also hinder the Garchomp in the process as well. Kind of depends on what the build is going to be. I mean, I've never seen the alternative moveset of Garchomp. It's always just been that Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw. But if we do see the other moveset, I mean, I don't mind as well.
Yep, of course, we're not going to mind it
I
at all.
don't think it's going to be chosen, to be honest.
And of course, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. Now, of course, MJK is definitely looking for a win for this one because they want to force their game number 3. Whereas Zora Tigers Gaming, if they win this game, you know what that means. They'll become the winner for the series, getting a clean 3-0 over MJK in terms of points in this particular group stage itself. So the game is underway at the current moment over here, and we'll see how things will transpire between these two teams. Meanwhile, here, there seems a little bit of action. Managed to screen out a little bit on this Buzzwole way back to his own goalpost. Of course, a little bit assisted here by Clefairy.
Man, I have to say, Gabite's doing a pretty good job.
I didn't expect Gabite to actually, putting a lot of pressure on the Buzzwole. Like,
he's actually doing pretty good. Wow. I don't think Jong was actually expecting this either. He's like, hang on a minute, what is this little guy doing to me?
Look at this cute little guy. What can he do? Okay.
That kind of hurts.
Okay, it hurts. My bad.
But I do think things are going to change, especially with Lucapo evolving into Dodrio here. Now, on the other hand, Mule is also waiting in the bush, and if he does see Lucapo coming in through, he is going to apply some pressure himself. Jong's coming in. Oh, does not go over the wall though and does not connect onto Dodrio. But Zoroark almost getting him, just needing a little bit more, but running out of any more dashes. That's going to be the end of it. Maybe even a reset as they are turning around, thinking about going onto the Clefable, but Moonlight is available, so they will be healing back up. And look at that. They're taunting. They're trying to find the opening. Maybe MJK overextends, but this is not a team that usually does that.
Yeah, of course. And so you have to be extra careful when engaging on all this. I like how Dodrio went full on health after grabbing on 2 of these berries, but this time about getting charged in by the Zoroark, but there is a Lapras coming from behind. Still does not have a Water Pulse, only here with the Whirlpool, but that is going to be enough to clear out that Dodrio over there with the 3-man movement coming on from Zora Tigers Gaming, but it's not going to be a problem for him as he does have the mobility to make it back into the lanes real fast, but losing at that War Turtle at this point of the game as he is only level 4 is going to be costly because, oh my apologies, he's actually level 5. He's looking for 2 more levels, making his way into becoming a Blastoise. Meanwhile, top lane does let Buzzwole for some apparent reason. He's just showing himself, flexing his muscles here in front of that Gabite.
That's a Gabite. It was a Gibble before.
Yes, it was a Gibble.
It
yeah,
was annoying me. I was like, wait a minute.
Look at this cute little boy. Why can't you? Okay.
I mean, this guy does bite now, so this is not going to be an easy matchup. But at the same time, you do need to respect the Buzzwole once he gets those levels too. I mean, Gabite, he can actually do quite a bit of damage when it comes to those basic hits, but as you level up, you're not quite
Oh,
there
no.
until you're that Garchomp, and to be hit with a 2-man run by. Not really much you can do there as a Gabite. Meanwhile, though, in the bottom lane, we are looking at a multi-pronged team fight here. We're seeing a little fight happening in that top lane, but down bottom, though, MJK causing absolute mayhem on that bottom goal zone and going to be eliminating that Clefable. So the support is now gone. It's just Subheen to defend this bottom goal zone, and we aren't quite looking at a break here unless Hooper can get these 25 points in, but he has maybe overextended. No, Hyperspace Hole, going to force that reset.
Yeah, then of course that was a great entry too, but he's going to be everything back in the together with the Water Auto to bring in more
Can we
damage
maybe get
over
a
here. But the guys damage is going to be enough. No,
Espeon gets it! Was that a basic attack? Oh my gosh.
Oh
what
my gosh.
a steal.
Oh, that's going to hurt really, really bad for MJK over here, but they're still going off for the chase. They're trying to get the Inteleon, and the dash coming in from Zoroark as well. Gets to get the Inteleon and gets the Hooper as well, making it a 3 KO streak here for the side of Zoroark Tigers Gaming, all in the hands of the Zoroark.
Subheen is playing an unreal game of Espeon, not just last game, but also this game as well. Getting those crucial eliminations as well as those objectives for the team. I think you have to consider just stealing this Pokemon away or banning it, because you cannot give Subheen this Espeon. He just does too well on it.
Oh man, look at all 99% of the damage all being dished out by MJK, and you let Sabine just getting the last hit, and that's gonna hurt a lot. And of course, giving that attack as well, special attack buff towards the whole team for Team Zoroark Tigers Gaming amplifies what this Zoroark can offer, which leads up to that 3 KO streak takedown at the bottom lane by that Zoroark itself. And of course, this time about also getting this out with the Regieleki, marching his way through the top lane at the current moment. Now we have MJK. They do have the Blastoise here in their hands, currently at level 8. So basically, he is online and he does have the Hydro Typhoon, a very important Pokemon unit to be utilized here in the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, we are looking at a fully evolved Garchomp, level 10, so he is one of the highest level Pokemon in the game, the highest level belonging to Zoroark on the side of Zoroark Tigers Gaming. So when it comes to experience, they are focusing a lot of their resources into their core players for MJK, whereas Zoroark Tigers, it is a little bit spread out across the board, but most of it also being funneled into their central laner. Zoroark playing a crucial role in making those openings, along with Jong as well. Level 12. Look, if you're MJK, I don't think you'd want to let Zoroark Tigers Gaming just run away with this game either. If they get too far ahead in those levels, even with the Garchomp, Garchomp worked for Shin and Rowdy because they had a massive funneling of EXP into this Pokemon. If MJK can somehow do this exact same thing, maybe this is going to be the turnaround. But great serve there to deny the Zoroark.
Oh, waiting for this Buzzwole. I'm just waiting for this Buzzwole. Going off on the dunk here, hitting off on Dodrio, but there's no follow-up from any of the team members. So here comes the jump coming off on Dodrio as well.
Catch.
Oh no,
The
this is going to be problematic for MJK. They decide to make an escape for it. They lost 4 team members at the current moment. Wow, that 4 Fever trade-off full on MJK. Now, of course, Lapras and Hoopa was at the bottom lane while all this is actually happening, but Hoopa is going to be getting some bad news as he lost all his team members there against Team Zoroark Tigers Gaming.
Man, Zoroark Tigers just blew up MJK in that one single choke point. And unfortunately, that was just going to be the case for the team unless they were able to turn things around. But Zoroark Tigers, I mean, things are looking really good for the South Korean Open champions. This game is wide open. They are leading in points. They're leading in experience as well. They can keep this up. Very likely to get this 2-0, but I'm not going to count MJK out because they do still have a potential to take this game for themselves. It looks like they might just give away the Regieleki here, though. So Zoroark Tigers not feeling confident because Zoroark is not with the team. The rest of the team is here, though. And Regieleki going into the goal zone, immediately blowing up Jong, though. So there's going to be no Buzzwole. It's just going to be the Lapras, the support, as well as Subheen. The hang on a minute, the backstab coming in. Zoroark trying to finish off this Garchomp. He will get that KO. And Dodrio, Lucapo needs to get away. He should be fast enough to get out, but again, we're just seeing some really good trades coming in here for Zoroark Tigers. Another KO to add to the board. Hooper not going to be on the map for another 7 seconds.
Oh, there was a lot of commitment coming from MJK, but it's quite unfortunate all that and still not be able to actually take down any of the team members from Team Zoroark Tigers Gaming as they are actually at their goalposts here on the top side. Meanwhile, things are not going down yet as Garchomp tries to go in for a charge. Even at the top lane, when Garchomp actually tried to go in the back line, he went in a big jump. All that, still not enough damage. They had assistance from the Regieleki key itself, but a little bit too much to handle from Team Zora Tigers Gaming. And look at Zora right now, level 14. Quite a big gap over here. Meanwhile, Hoopa and Blastoise is currently at level 10 right now, struggling to keep up. That's a 4-level gap between those supports and defender against what Zora has to offer from Zora Tigers Gaming. And it's literally less than half a minute away before Rayquaza appears here at the stadium.
But don't forget, Flava, the double-edged sword here with Zoroark, even though he's level 14, he is still a absolute glass cannon in these fights. We've seen multiple times, even though Zoroark is as strong as he is incredibly squishy. So one misplay and he could be wiped off the board, leaving his team scrambling to actually come together. Now we also almost saw the Clefable going down. Thankfully, Moonlight, a amazing healing move, keeping the team sustained, especially with how tanky they can be. Jong in position. They do get the follow me there onto the Garchomp, but they're going to actually catch him out with the Dragon Rush. They do get the Typhoon, but the Outrage does connect onto the Buzzball. Jong is gone. It's going to be 3 versus 4, and MJK maybe looking to turn this around, but Zoroark is here, looking to blow Pokemon up. It's down to Hoopa and Inteleon. Do they have the damage? Inteleon, he's right next to a Lapras. His biggest enemy is doing his best to get away. Ruin, oh my goodness, actually being saved there by the Hoopa. Gonna try and teleport out in the bush. No one knows he's there.
Yep, nobody knows he's there itself. And of course, the battle still continues over there after losing a team members from both ends right here. And the battle is gonna commence coming from us. Here we go. Now, we realize Zoroark was actually a little bit late into the full team fight because he was actually on the top end of Team Zora Tigers here. Meanwhile, coming into this, Lucapo.
He has triple trample. He's gonna use it. He catches the Zoroark out for 40 seconds. That's a huge Pokemon not available for Zora Tigers Gaming. This might just be it, but hang on a minute. The counter KOs. They've lost the defender. The Inteleon is gone. Oh my gosh, it's Hoopa as well as Garchomp. Can they maybe contest for the Rayquaza here? But hang on a minute, Subheen. He's underestimated the Garchomp. Do not underestimate a level 14 Garchomp that wants nothing more than a Rayquaza. He's trying to catch him with the Dragon Rush. 3 Pokemon are struggling to take down this massive dragon. Jong coming in to assist, and the raid boss is down. Zora Tigers Gaming, they look like they might be able to take this match.
Okay, for some reason that, man, that was tough. Even though it was a 3v1 situation, they didn't have the damage to actually clear out on the Garchomp itself. They needed the Buzzball to actually come in, bring in the action, bring on all the heated action towards him, and clear him out. And that was definitely a good time as well. Of course, trying to screen him out. Of course, Inteleon tried to go for a little bit scoring, but was not able to actually do any of that. Meanwhile, here at bottom lane as well, tried to screen out members, and that is going to be times up here for this game number 2.
What a final game for this team. I know a lot of people were expecting MJK to take this series, but Zora Tigers coming out of nowhere and sweeping MJK in 2-0 fashion. I wouldn't say it was a fluke, and I wouldn't say it was easy, but that last match, the execution, super good.
Clearly some high-level executions over here. I'm not just saying about Zora Tigers Gaming, but even from MJK, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and Zora Tigers Gaming, they brought their A game here for this day number 2 for group stage itself, and they are the better team at this moment. So South Korea's champion managed to win 2-0 against Japan's finest with his team MJK here for match number 6 best of 3 series. So congratulations to Team Zora Tigers Gaming. That means that they've got themselves the maximum amount of points you can actually get within the group itself, which is 9 points after adding up 3 points here from this win.
Just a big wow for this team.
Wow.
I'm just thinking, who would you nominate as the MVP this game? And this is not just Zora Tigers because they won, but I want somebody that you feel like was that just played really well in both games.
Oh man, I really wanted to award somebody from MJK, but I couldn't tell from anyone. But I'm still leaning towards Zora Tigers because Jong and the Buzzwole, I mean, like, back to back, it's already shown that how Buzzwole is actually a force to be reckoned with as well.
I kind of want to also give it to Sabine because I feel like the way he played that Espeon, he just did such a good job at not being caught out at all by MJK. Because one of the issues with Espeon is that this is a very squishy evolution, and in a lot of cases is normally focused, is targeted, and pretty easy to take out because it's only got a little tiny dash. But I don't know what it is with the positioning here for Sabine, like the way that he plays this Pokemon, he always knows where to go so that he doesn't get caught, that he somehow survives with a tiny sliver of health. Like, it's it's actually crazy how well he plays with Pokemon.
Yeah, the thing about playing Espeon is that if you guys are familiar with it, Espeon, like you said, is very, very squishy as well. Now, if your position's a bit off, because you tend to get your adrenaline's pumping where you're trying to dish out damage, you can dish out really huge damage. But if you get caught off, there's no point in all that because, you know, people trying to get backline. I would assume that if the opponent's MJK was not able to find an opening because he was very mindful about where he is during the whole mix itself. He wasn't so far away from any of the team members as well. So that is actually how you actually should play out the Pokemon itself. Yeah, positioning is very, very key, especially when you want to dish out a lot of damage, but you have to be mindful that usually that Pokemon Unite is not going to be very kind to you. When they're also going to give you a little bit of weakness, in this sense, is going to be your ability to soak up damage. It's very, very low.
Yeah. I mean, I need to learn some tips from that man because yeah, I am not that great as Sabine. That man's got some skills.
Dan's got some skills. Okay, if you put it in that context, yes, I think Sabine is definitely deserving of actually getting Femi. Yeah, so most definitely. But man, it's
his team also did a really great job at giving those openings to Sabine.
I don't want people to feel that just because we award these MVPs to them means that, you know, we're also neglecting the others. I think everybody played their role really, really well. If we had the opportunity to award everyone an MVP, to be honest, I would have awarded both teams MVPs. But of course, before we proceed on further, let's have a look at the highlights, shall we, on what has transpired in that game number 2.
Yes, so game number 2, I was actually kind of hoping for MJK to bring this to a game number 3, right? Then we get that final showdown between the two champions. But I did not expect a 2-0 here. I kind of thought that this Garchomp was really going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the Garchomp did wonders here in the game. But look at this, Garchomp going off in the back line. He was able to actually clear out on the buzz wall, but beyond all that, still not enough damage to actually clear out on the Lapras. Was not able to connect in that one as well, together with Espeon. Now, like you said all this, Espeon positioning over here. Now, adrenaline's pumping, you want to clear out all this damage. Zoroark also did wonders here in this game as well, being aggressive when needed, not just when he can, which is very important. Of course, Espeon also using out the Unite move during this particular segment. So even during this instance, now this is during the Rayquaza teamfight as well. It looked like MJK was in the lead, but then at the same time as well, there was a return counter coming out from the side from Zoro Tigers Gaming as well, where they lose out members. And then this is a full-on reset. Suddenly, there's 5 members against 5 members back again.
Yeah. And I think at the end of the day as well, right, we have to also consider, like, if Blastoise and Inteleon didn't get caught out, could this actually have been a game here for MJK? Maybe, but it's just, I actually think maybe another reason why this game was almost impossible to win for MJK was the Lapras pick. Yeah. Lapras, Ice Beam Lapras is a nightmare to play against, especially if you're a melee. It's horrible.
It's horrible, especially
if you're
when
melee. You cannot fight into the Lapras because you're fighting, you're getting slowed, you're taking damage over time, and then if you stay too long, you get frozen.
Actually, it applies both ways because even for Lapras as well, if you're a very mobile melee Pokemon itself in the game, it's very hard for you to channel that because you kind of know that Lapras will be using the Ice Beam here on this lane, and it's
a great zoning ability.
It's a great zoning ability, I would say. Yeah, and there were a few instances where we see the Lapras utilizing it but not hitting off on the enemy itself. So it's hard for both ends as well. Yeah. If you can create a bottleneck where basically that's the only area where the enemy is going to come in, then probably it's going to be a very great scenario for a Lapras.
Exactly. So maybe Lapras is the key to some of these melee Pokemon. But then again, that means you get more Lapras. I know some people are going to be thinking, yay! And others are going to be like,
Nerf, no problem.
Not again.
No problem, right, Nerf. But
I mean, Lapras did win World, so.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Lapras, just be mindful, not really a good Pokemon at early stages. You don't dish out really that much damage. So securing, yeah, not anymore, I would say. Even Whirlpool doesn't do much, but it's an AoE.
It's fine. I do think Lapras is, look, just play Lapras. It's still a good Pokemon. Don't listen to this guy.
Here's a PSA. Play Lapras.
And then we also have another PSA. So welcome to Professor Flava's class here on how to play Pokemon at Unite.
Why does it have to be my drawing?
So you're Professor Flava.
Yeah, exactly.
We're on theme here. So we're going to be focusing on one of the final team fights here. This is at the Rayquaza pit here for game number 1 between MJK and Zoro Tigers. So let's play the clip and see what happened in its entirety.
Yeah, of course. Now, this is going to be a very crucial moment. Both sides are very close in terms of point over here. Now, if we do change some of the things over here, in terms of course, I'm going to outline this a little bit. Yeah. Okay, this is going to be better. Now, both points is, the difference is only 30. Oh, it's only 31 right there at this current moment. Now, why I say 31 and not 32 is because if you make it an equalizer, the one actually making an equalizer actually wins the game if in an instance of draw. Now, ignoring all this itself, now this side, if you look at the position itself, Espion is all the way here on the top left side. Now, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to actually come back from all this. And remember, he's actually from Zora Tigers Gaming, meaning that he's going on for the flank from behind, possibly to actually catch on to the Studio Eye. But we're going to keep on playing here on this particular match. Now, it's going to be slowing down over here. Espion still not making his move, but here at the bottom, also catching up multiple unit is going to be the Blastoise. 3 members here from Team Zora Tigers Gaming. They all together from their end as we play on along as well here. Now, this is going to be the screening coming on from this Blastoise. Now, after all that is done, now they did manage to actually catch one, but now the team members, they're not happy. They are not happy over here. So basically,
Oh gosh, this sounds like Leonard.
they are going to be chasing out this Blastoise. You take out our man, we're going to be taking you out. And of course, continuing for all this, also Espion making his way from the top over here, and they will be getting that Blastoise in. Now, in this positioning over here, Espion surely in position here, catching up from back. Now, this is where they're going to chase like this. You know this is coming. These 2 duos of evolutions are going to chase him down. Meanwhile, these battles from these 3 members from Team Zora Tigers Gaming is still happening from the back end. So as we play this, we do anticipate this happening. They are screening out, even with the Unbound, basically gone in just a few seconds itself. And that is definitely a big win here coming up from Team Zora Tigers Gaming.
Yeah, it was crazy to just see this massive wraparound. But the shocking thing I really think was the fact that Lucapo still was blown up, even though they invested so many resources to getting rid of Zhong, right? Zhong was a huge issue for MJK. But unfortunately, if you can't get them blown up, if you're playing a Zorak, you are a glass cannon, so very, very likely that you're going to be the next casualty if you can't finish off your primary target. So this is game number 2. Let's see this fight in its entirety, and let's sort of walk things through because this was a chaotic one. So this is at the 1 minute mark for both of these teams, and we had multiple fights happening at the same time. We had a Buzzball just literally going crazy in that bottom right-hand corner. Lucapo doing his best to actually try and finish him up because, again, right, MJK struggling so much with Buzzball. If Zhong isn't eliminated, Lucapo doesn't have any room to do what he needs to do in these fights. Now, it ultimately came down to the Garchomp. I don't know how long this clip is going to be, but Garchomp was the sole survivor for his team. We see Hooper actually getting eliminated in that bottom right-hand corner to the Buzzball, so we're not going to really look at him, but if the Garchomp's attacks actually connected on all of these Pokemon for Zora Tigers, even just one, if he actually connected onto Sabheen, he actually may have been able to outlast these Pokemon and bring this game back to a win for the team. But unfortunately, because he missed a couple of crucial attacks, I think that's really where things ended for him. And again, props to Sabheen. I was saying this guy, I don't know how he does it. He's such a great juker on Espeon because in a lot of cases, Espeon can't quite dance out of a lot of these attacks, but he's ready. He knows it's coming. Let's see if it actually happens because I really don't know how long this clip is going to be. So it connects onto both. The Moonlight, though, it's going to be enough. Oh, it actually ends there, so I don't even get to pause it anymore. So
we need a slow down function because it's a little bit too fast for us to actually just process all this.
Yeah, it was a pretty chaotic fight, but just the fact that Sabheen, his positioning in these fights is just phenomenal. I think if anything, the teams are going to have to research into how he plays. If you're not going to ban the Espeon, research how he jukes. Where does he normally go? I think if you can figure that out, you actually might be able to crack the code with this guy.
Yeah, I do agree on this as well. But of course, you have to remember it's not that easy to read as well because it is very situational kind of thing. Because like while you're doing all that, he's also able to actually position himself differently as the game is actually running. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if teams maybe even banned his Espeon because if I'm not mistaken, if I remember in my notes, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard here very quickly. But I do believe if you let him, he will only play Espeon.
Yeah,
like
if you actually allow him.
That's how confident this man is when he plays Espeon.
So I guess the rankings are out. Danelie, now let me begin by highlighting the end of this day number 2. Starting up with Group A, we have in first standing, we have Unite Holic. In second, that is with 7 points. We have Team KS. We have 6 points in second place, and Shin That next we actually have Team Mosquitoes in third place with 4 points, and Shin and Rode in last standing was just 4 points at fourth place. Now, of course, now just to rehash back on what Danelie mentioned before, now even though Team Mosquitoes together with Shin and Rode has the same amount of points, but to break the tiebreaker between them, it is decided by their head-to-head, meaning that previously when Mosquitoes fought against Shin and Rode, they actually won 2-1, meaning that they're placed in third place.
Yes, so this is going to be the end for Group A, and let's have a look at the final round here for Group B to see where everybody has wound up, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised here. Sitting in first place, we have the Korean champions, Zora Tigers Gaming, with 9 points, winning every single one of their games. The only one that they actually lost at all was too easy with 1 loss. So they managed to finish the tournament, or at least the group stage, with 9 points. Second place is MJK, who unfortunately were not able to get any points in their final game of the day, finishing with 6 points. Third, we are going to have Too Easy with 4 points. And finally, we have Joe Is Love Unite in fourth place with just a single point. Now, with everything done and dusted, this does mean the brackets for the
ready.
playoffs are ready.
Yes.
So let's have a look and see what these matchups are going to be next week for the East Asia playoffs. We're going to be starting the first round with Mosquitoes going up against Joe Is Love Unite. And then Shin and Rude, oh my gosh, what a matchup. Shin and Rude will be playing up against Too Easy. Unfortunately, the Taiwan teams are going to have to eliminate one another if they want to continue on in the tournament. And
Oh,
it's
man.
so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. Of course, awaiting them if they were to win and make it to the next round is up, which is round number 2, is going to be MJK fighting against the winners between Mosquitoes versus Joe Is Love Unite. And of course, we have Team KS going up against the winner between Shin and Rude. And beyond all that, of course, we have our first seeded or first placement from respective group, which is Team Unite Holic, together with Zora Tigers Gaming, waiting for the winner for that particular segment in round number 2.
Yes. Now, at this point, the teams in the semifinals, they are not guaranteed top 3. They are only guaranteed top
Not yet.
4/5. For them to get guaranteed top 3, the teams in the semifinals have to win that game. If you drop that game, you still have a potential chance, but you're going to have to play against the other semifinal loser for that third place.
Yes.
So this is where things start to get a little tricky, a little scary for these teams, but I'm pretty sure these teams, they know what they're going to have to do this, but I mean, it's a lot of work.
Yep, that's true. And of course, by that being highlighted itself, you actually get a second life if you manage to reach the semi-final itself, with an opportunity to actually get into that third place. Now, if you make it to the final, being the final 2, as well as being the third place winner, you have gotten yourself tickets to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Finals offline event.
Yes, the teams are also playing for seeding, so depending on your result in the finals, if you are the winner in the final or the second place or third place, that is going to impact your seeding at the main event as well. So winning this is actually important as well. You don't want to have a unfavorable seeding. If anything, you want to have something that's going to be a bit beneficial to you.
Yes, that's true. So it's not really at the end. It's not really the end, but just having it. But of course, it is worthy of celebration for just making it to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Finals offline event itself. Don't worry about it. Of course, what we want to highlight is that, of course, a better seeding would actually place you in a better journey in the finals itself. And of course, with all that happening, that marks the conclusion here for day number 2, as well as the group stage round robin segment for East Asia.
But we're not done here for the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League, because tomorrow we're going to be continuing on with Southeast Asia. So make sure you come back tomorrow at the exact same time to see what's going to be the final result for the Southeast Asia groupings. Who's going where, who's going to continue, who's going to get the long path. That's a story we all want to find out. But that's basically it for us today. My name is Danelie. Here's Professor Flava. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. And we'll see all of you wonderful Pokemon trainers tomorrow for the final day for the Southeast Asia League.
See you guys tomorrow.
Disparity, that's definitely not too far behind. So you can trying to find a prime, but beautiful time with the basketball itself. that you can't go through here. You can't go through here. And there is no allies. Umbrum is still, by the way, still in the lane. He's just wondering like, guys,
I'm almost there.
I'm on the way with a question mark. So able to pull the Medicals completely isolated from the rest of his team, and no one was there to back him up. Maybe as well trying to save him, but once again, it may not any commitment coming off the side or too easy, but they're not going to fall for it. The bait may be juicy, but it's not juicy enough for the KO. They got really wanted to follow, and even got the second one in the process. Now the whole team is in complete disarray. Slowly to try to lock down the muscle, but no, the team was there to back him up just in time for him to commit the big deny move for the massive smack down the bell here, but not enough time either way.
They're losing God
They
too.
left God in the midst to fall prey. All commits in futile. The Psychic Solari was trying to
No
bind it up one
steal.
time, but he managed to secure the Rayquaza regardless here.
Juking. Big attacks. Oh, gosh. Oh, solo 2 exclamation marks. All right, let's go.
Everyone's just exhilarating this man, just like praying to him. It's like, Solo, please, bless me.
Really tough if Too Easy do decide to group up. They're going to try and go for the KO onto Solo, but they can't quite get the connections in. He's totally fine. It looks like he's going to be able to 2v1 Winstar. They're going for a score instead.
No
Unreal
way.
here with the mean look. Looks like Buzzball
No
still
way.
surviving. He has health. Oh
He
my
lives.
goodness. Not get caught with the snipe.
A
The
little bit more.
Rayquaza. He's very low.
Rayquaza, little low.
Edge there.
He's gonna
Wicked
get
blow.
sniped.
No, Wicked
No.
blow. It's going to be down to that Mew. And KS may have just broken through Unite Holic's defense.
Getting off on here is gonna cause a
Bro, I got you. Okay. So easily jump in, boom, one smackdown, and everyone is sad. Everyone is so sad.
a little bit better for himself.
That's
Is
so
that going
much
to be
damage.
enough as well?
Ridiculous.
But holds up with the Unite as well, but still Glaceon goes down together with his teammate over here. This
EKZ is getting ready to go in from that Rayquaza pick that connects onto
Oh, no.
nobody. His team is there though, it's him.
He was in the middle of all this, by the way. BKC and another team was in the middle of all of this. So
Solar Beam
but
connecting.
the damage is
That's
good.
the Kaveri down. That's going to be the healer down on Kabuchans. They're going to have to fight with no sustain. The computer crash does absolutely nothing. The arena is not going to help if there's no Deco.
there's Lucapo.
He has triple trample. He's going to use it. He catches the Zora out for 40 seconds. That's a huge Pokemon not available for Zora Tigers Gaming. This might just be it, but hang on a minute. The counter KOs. They've lost the defender. The Inteleon is gone. Oh my gosh, it's Hooper as well as Garchomp. Can they maybe contest for the Rayquaza here? But hang on a minute, Subheen. He's underestimated the Garchomp. Do not underestimate a level 14 Garchomp that wants nothing more than a Rayquaza. He's trying to